Chapter 1336. Qi Clan's Territory. Inside the study room, Qi Lu was summoned. After hearing Qi Shang's words, he had a difficult expression. Lord, is this all right? Our Qi clan and Wu clan's relationship? It is quite good. At least in Wu clan's situation. Our Qi clan has remained neutral, and did not make a move. So what? Other clans can make a move, why can't our Qi clan? Qi Shang was a little angry. Qi Lu gritted his teeth thinking, this Lord Qi Shang is really like the rumors say. What do I do now? While thinking, Qi Lu said, I understand Lord's feelings, but on our side, especially our business, we have been working closely with Wu clan. If we fall out with them, Qi Shang realized at once. I was wondering. You are referring to the Dream Realm business? Qi Lu nodded. Lord is wise. Wu clan wanted to do the Dream Realm business and earn some income. How could they get past Qi clan? The immortal Gu in this super Gu formation were split among southern border super clans. But the actual Gu formation was personally set up by Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu. Even though Qi clan contributed few immortal Gu, they had a huge influence on this super Gu formation. Thus, Wu clan's Dream Realm business had to involve Qi clan. Qi clan's Gu immortals had a deeper understanding of Gu formations. If they were not moved, this business could not continue. Qi Shang sighed internally. No wonder First Supreme Elder had said that a person's heart was unfathomable. Sigh for his own benefits. Qi Lu was a Qi clan Gu immortal, but he did not stand on his side. His expression was grim. He could not find a way out. He wanted to fall out with Fang Yuan publicly, but he met with a setback at the first step. What to do? At once Qi Shang felt helpless. Because he had come here out of nowhere. He had always been cultivating in Qi clan. He rarely interacted with Qi clan's Gu immortals. He focused on researching formation path. His influence in Qi clan was small. He could be said to be the weakest rank 7 Gu immortal. Right now he had just arrived in this super Gu formation. This flaw was showing itself. He was a grand rank 7 Gu immortal. But he could not mobilize Qi Lu. Qi Lu's mood was terrible. He disobeyed a rank 7 Gu immortal, especially one who was being nurtured by his clan. He was naturally in a bad mood. However, the lower class naturally had their own way of survival. Qi Lu thought about it and said, Sir, it's not that I'm unwilling to do this for you. It's just that you have a high status. Once this matter is exposed, it will have a great impact. How about this? Please allow me to report this matter to Lord Qi Gui. He's the leader here. We'll listen to him. What do you think? Qi Lu's tone was humble and courteous, secretly flattering Qi Shang. Qi Shang felt extremely comfortable when he heard this. He nodded and said, All right, let's see what Lord Qi Gui has to say. Hearing Qi Lu's report, Qi Gui frowned. No one would feel good about this kind of jealousy. Qi Gui felt very awkward. On one hand, he was on the same side as Qi Shang. Even if he didn't give face to the monk, he had to give face to the Buddha. Behind Qi Shang was the Qi clan's supreme grand elder. On the other hand, if this matter was really exposed, it wouldn't be a personal matter anymore. It would be a major political matter that could affect the diplomatic relations between the Wu and Qi clans. This world was a world where the strong were respected, and the combat strength of an individual was above that of an organization. Thus politics was also personal politics. Qi Shang and Wu Yihai had high status. If there was a conflict between them, it would be a conflict between the Qi and Wu clans. This was not an exaggeration. Especially the Wu clan, they are facing difficulties from all sides. If my Qi clan acts now, it will damage the neutral reputation of our Qi clan. Not only will we be labeled as adding insult to injury, we will also damage our relationship with the Wu clan and harm the benefits of my clan. But I can't just ignore Qi Shang. Qi Gui racked his brains and finally came up with a solution. Thus, he secretly gave Qi Shang an idea. We cannot make this a big deal. If we make a big deal, the impact will be bad. Even if our clan wins, others will laugh at us. This is a private matter. I suggest we handle it as a private matter. You can tell Fairy Silu about this. Wu Yihai is also interested in Xiao Silu. If you ask Fairy Silu to be the witness, Wu Yihai will not act shamelessly. Qi Shang heard this and slapped his thigh, shouting, Wonderful. Qi Gui smiled, feeling a little pleased internally. To Qi Gui, this matter could be handled perfectly, and to Qi Shang, it was even more attractive. Who did not want to trample on their love rival in front of the woman they loved, and show off in front of them? This matter was settled like this. Soon, Qi Shang transmitted the situation to Qiao Si Lu through an information path Gu worm. Regardless of how Fang Yuan was doing, Qi Shang immediately felt a huge pressure. Fairy Si Lu already knows now. This is a fight between gentlemen, and Wu Yihai is the one who started it. She won't be offended, right? I need to complete Wu Yihai's challenge as soon as possible. This is my forte, I cannot fail. The huge pressure gave Qi Shang a huge motivation. He deduced the problem in front of him. Is this the other part? It has a slight connection with that Gu formation earlier. I'm afraid it is two parts of the Gu formation. Damn it, if I knew the whole Gu formation, it would be much easier. But now, I can only deduce it based on this part. Troublesome. Qi Shang started to use his method. He was a formation path Gu immortal. He had a mystical Gu formation that First Supreme Elder had taught him. This Gu formation used wisdom path Gu worms as the core, while the supplementary Gu worm was an immortal Gu. Normally speaking, be it immortal killer moves or immortal Gu formations, they used immortal Gu as the core and mortal Gu as the supplementary. But this Gu formation did the exact opposite. The supplementary immortal Gu was a water path immortal Gu. It was called sweat. The Gu formation was called wisdom sweat formation. Under Qi Shang's immortal essence, it started to activate. There was no dazzling light. Instead, it formed a mystical smell that was between fragrant and smelly. The smell became thicker and thicker, enveloping Qi Shang. Gradually, the smell condensed into smoke, shrouding Qi Shang's face, making it hard to see. For 3 days and 3 nights, Qi Shang did not rest. He continued to deduce. Finally, the smoke dissipated, the Gu formation stopped, some mortal Gu died. Only about 10% were left. They were stored in Qi Shang's immortal aperture, including sweat immortal Gu. Qi Shang was sweating profusely, like he was drenched in a storm. His face was pale, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. Suddenly he raised his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, it's finally settled. This time, let's see what you have to say, Wu Yihai. A moment later, Fang Yuan received a reply. Oh, you've learned, you're using Qiao Si Lu to attack me? Unfortunately, this is not my goal, this threat is only useful. Fang Yuan quickly applauded. Interesting, interesting. This is indeed a good way to solve the problem. But why did I not think of it? Even though Fang Yuan obtained the answer, he did not linger on it, he started to reflect. Qi Shang's answer contained many aspects that Fang Yuan did not know. Formation path cultivation was the most extensive. Fang Yuan's inheritance was only from mortals. It was normal that he did not know about it. As for Qi clan, they did not lack formation path immortal inheritances. Moreover, through generations of development, they were able to innovate on their original foundation. They were the #1 formation path force in southern border. However, even if I do not have an immortal inheritance, as long as my attainment level reaches Grandmaster, I should be able to solve this problem. Attainment level was the understanding of the essence of the Great Tao. To use an easy-to-understand analogy, it was like solving a math problem. Fang Yuan wanted to modify the Gu formation to reach his goal. It was like getting a number like 5. Even though he had Gu worms, he did not know how to get 5. At this time, Qi Shang's answer was, 23 is equal to 5. Fang Yuan realized at once, he could achieve his goal by doing this. If his attainment level was high enough, even if he did not know, he could use his intuition to comprehend and draw inferences obtaining 2. 3 is equal to 5, or such an answer. Of course, Gu formations were much more complex. The more Gu worms were involved, the harder it was to set up. The contents of Gu formations were very complex. There were simple Gu formations, compound Gu formations, and formations within formations. According to the shape, there were square formations, circular formations, and so on. According to the type of activation, there were instant formations and delay formations. According to the paths, there were even more, such as fire formations, water formations, and so on. Some Gu formations were like pagodas, layered on top of one another. Some gu formations were easy to modify. It was like a piece of clothing. Modifying it was like patching a patch. Some gu formations could not be modified, like building blocks. Changing one piece would cause the whole gu formation to collapse. Subdividing it further, the gu worms involved were even more complex. For example, some gu worms needed to be united, while some gu worms needed to be separated and influence their own targets. On the second night, Qi Shang, who was waiting eagerly, received Feng Yuan's reply. This time, with Fairy Si Lu as witness, I want to see how you deny it. Qi Shang impatiently sent his consciousness into the information path mortal gu in his hand. Soon he beamed with joy. Because Feng Yuan admitted his strength in the letter, he was indeed worthy of Fairy Si Lu's praise. However, it was not strange that his Wu clan had people who could do this. Qi Shang saw this and frowned, but he could not refute it, because Wu clan's gu immortals had someone who could resolve this problem. At this time he saw the end of the letter. Feng Yuan posed another problem. He even promised that if Qi Shang could resolve this, Feng Yuan would admit that Qi Shang was stronger than him. Even in front of Fairy Si Lu, he would admit his inferiority. Qi Shang's breathing became rough. Just thinking about it, he and Wu Yihai appeared in front of Qiao Si Lu at the same time, and Wu Yihai cupped his fists and said, I am inferior to you. A love rival admitting his inferiority in front of a fairy. This scene made Qi Shang feel more excited the more he thought about it. Wu Yihai has a high status. He is my most important opponent. If I can win this round, I will be able to defeat him. Most importantly, with Fairy Si Lu as witness, I am not afraid of Wu Yihai going back on his words. Chapter 1337. Wisdom Sweat Formation. Qi Shang once again set up this gu formation, using all his strength to deduce the formation. But this time, he encountered an unprecedented challenge. Difficult, extremely difficult. Even if the previous two difficulties were added together and multiplied by 10, it would not be as difficult as this one. Qi Shang felt like he was a baby trying to climb a tall mountain. This difficulty. No wonder that Wu Yihai was so confident. It is quite related to the previous two gu formations. No, I need to grasp this chance and humiliate Wu Yihai. I want him to admit that he is inferior to me in front of Fairy Si Lu. After a day and night, Qi Shang's eyes were bloodshot. He exerted all his strength to overcome this difficulty. At the same time, Feng Yuan was also pondering. This difficulty is probably beyond Grandmaster attainment level? Not long ago, Feng Yuan obtained Qi Shang's help again. His coiling thread cave's gu formation modification plan took a huge step forward. He had a breakthrough. However, at the final juncture of success, Feng Yuan encountered an unprecedented obstacle. If the first problem was like a pit, and the second was like a barren hill, then the obstacle this time was like a mountain. Only by climbing to the peak could he break through the obstacle and complete the modification of this gu formation. The appearance of this obstacle was out of Feng Yuan's expectations. I estimated that if the gu formation is modified according to my plan, the production of regretful spiders will increase by 3 times. Increasing by 3 times did not mean increasing by 3 times. It meant increasing by 7 times. That was the original production multiplied by 8. It was obvious that this kind of growth was extremely terrifying. It was like the gu formation was completed. There would be 7 additional coiling thread caves. Feng Yuan's plan was very good, but in practice, he encountered a huge problem. The first 2 times, he managed to resolve it, but this last time, he had no clue at all. He was only 1 step away from success. How could Feng Yuan give up? Thus, he turned his attention to Qi Shang. Several days passed. The wisdom sweat formation stopped. Qi Shang's face was pale, without any color. His eyes were devoid of any light. Damn it! His hair was disheveled like a pile of straw, and his expression was sinister as he gnashed his teeth. It was all because he had tried his best, yet he had not succeeded. In this way, he would not be able to defeat Feng Yuan. To make matters worse, Qiao Si Lu already knew about the third challenge. Qi Shang had already boasted in his letter that he would overcome this obstacle. If he failed, putting aside Wu Yihai, how would he face Qiao Si Lu in the future? Qi Shang felt an unprecedented pressure. He stuffed himself with food, and after a short rest, he threw himself back into the intense deduction work. Qi family. It was located in the western part of the southern border. To be more specific, it was located in the westernmost part of the southern border among all the great clans. Next to the Qi family was the Yang family. This clan was adjacent to Wu clan. They had been making things difficult for Wu clan recently. Because of a wild immortal goo, they had a conflict. Qi clan, Yang clan, Wu clan. Befriending the distant and attacking the nearby was a basic diplomatic strategy. Thus, the Qi clan and the Wu clan had always had a good relationship. A new report was sent to Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu's table. Qi Chuyu opened it and frowned. This report was about nothing else. It was the challenge between Fang Yuan and Qi Shang in the Super Gu formation. Inside the Super Gu formation, Qi clan's leader, Qi Gui, was afraid that the conflict between Fang Yuan and Qi Shang would escalate. He had already reported this matter to Qi Chuyu. This way, even if the situation worsened in the future, Qi Gui's responsibility would be lessened. After all, he did not hide the information. Qi Chuyu would also pay attention to the progress of this conflict while dealing with complicated affairs. After all, both sides had unusual identities. If this matter was not handled properly, it might escalate into a diplomatic conflict. Qi Shang is troubled. This Gu formation problem, it is beyond the abilities of a grandmaster. The report actually mentioned Fang Yuan's third formation path problem. Qi Chuyu was a great grandmaster. He only took a glance to see the details of this problem. Combining the first two problems, Wu Yihai should be trying to set up a Gu formation to manage his resources. But the person who thought of this Gu formation is too greedy, but his attainment level is too low. He cannot see through it. If I do not enlighten him, with Qi Shang's stubborn nature, he might keep on researching it, and get injured or even die from thinking too much. Is this Wu clan's scheme? Seeing through Qi Shang's foundation, they are purposely trying to get rid of our Qi clan's hope. With Wu clan's current situation, it is unlikely. But I cannot be careless. Qi Chuyu thought of this as a sharp light shined in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "It seems that I need to make a move." A moment later, Qi Gui visited Qi Shang, bringing an information path immortal Gu from Qi Chuyu. First Supreme Elder instructed me to hand this immortal Gu to you personally, Qi Gui said. Qi Shang received this immortal Gu in a daze. After looking into it, his expression changed as he shouted in joy. This is the immortal inheritance of the secluded cultivator Tu Yuan back then. His earth, water, wind, fire. For elements formation is unique. There are no other inheritances. It is just that he is not famous, he is too low-key. Very few people know of him. The first Supreme Elder actually gave this immortal Tao inheritance to me. I begged for it several times before, but I could not get it. In his excitement, Qi Shang immersed himself in this immortal true inheritance, ignoring the outside world. When he came to his senses and raised his head, a day had passed. It was already late at night. Time passes so quickly, eh? When did Qi Gui leave? Forget it, forget it. Qi Shang's eyes shined with bright light. He could not be looked at directly. Qi clan's first Supreme Elder's true inheritance came at the right time. It was the right medicine for Qi Shang, giving him the best advice. Qi Shang was filled with respect and love towards Qi Chuyu. So First Supreme Elder has been paying attention to my matters. He saw that I was in trouble and immediately helped me. Is this considered cheating? Probably not. First Supreme Elder did not give me any advice. He only gave me a true inheritance. I was the one who thought of the inspiration for the solution. That's it. I have spent enough time. I need to use this time to solve this problem and teach Wu Yihai a lesson. Qi Shang was filled with excitement and motivation, activating the wisdom sweat formation again. Another 2 days passed. The Gu formation was broken, but Qi Shang walked out angrily. So this Gu formation problem is unsolvable. Wu Yihai, you tricked me like this. Too sinister, too crafty. Thankfully, I received First Supreme Elder's advice. I was able to see through this truth. Thinking of this, Qi Shang gritted his teeth. He had suffered a lot these days. He researched without rest. But the result was that this problem was unsolvable. Qi Shang felt that he was fooled by Wu Yihai. He was furious. But soon he smiled. That's right, this problem is unsolvable. As long as I expose this truth, it will be my win. I can even expose it to Fairy Si Lu, and let her see the sinister side of this Wu Yihai. Qi Shang immediately sent out 2 information path mortal goo. Fang Yuan received 2 information path mortal goo. The first one was from Qiao Si Lu. Qiao Si Lu's information path mortal goo was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. He looked at it with his consciousness, and was a little puzzled. Next he thought of something. He put down Si Lu's letter, and went to look at Qi Shang's. Fang Yuan realized at once. This Qi Shang improved again. He actually learned to complain first. He told Qiao Si Lu the result of this challenge, before sending the letter goo to me. This is to prevent me from making a counterattack? He really improved a lot. Fang Yuan's smile gradually faded. The third result was out of his expectations. The goo formation he created was unsolvable. This situation was very common. Before the deduction succeeded, any goo recipe, killer move, or goo formation that was created could not be solved. They could not succeed. They were just illusions. There was no possibility of success in reality. Some problems were unsolvable, it was obvious. But some of them were not like this. Especially formation path. Formation path involved too many goo worms and paths. It was very complex. Some ideas were not deduced to the end. They were unsolvable problems. Tripling the production, this result is too perfect. It is too realistic. Since there is no solution, I can only give up on my original idea and modify it in other ways. But forget it for now. I lost this challenge. I will invite Qi Shang to a banquet. This person is quite interesting. Regarding this banquet, Qi Shang did not even think about it, he agreed. His attitude was completely different from before. Earlier, he felt that Fang Yuan was too arrogant, he did not want to go. But now, he was the victor. In his opinion, this banquet was an apology banquet. He had to show the attitude of a victor, to admire the face of the loser. Thus, when he saw Fang Yuan, his first sentence was, "Wu Yihai, are you convinced?" Fang Yuan rubbed his nose, laughing. "I am convinced, I am convinced. You are a genius, how can I not be convinced?" Qi Shang was stunned. He did not expect Fang Yuan to have such an attitude. He actually admitted defeat. He was at a loss as to what to do. Because before this, he had thought of many ways to deal with Fang Yuan's shamelessness or sophistry. But now, Fang Yuan directly admitted his defeat, saying he was convinced. Chapter 1338. The banquet began. In this small hall, there were only 3 goo immortals, Fang Yuan, Wuan and Qi Shang. Wuan was naturally a bystander. The main point was the interaction between Fang Yuan and Qi Shang. Fang Yuan toasted Qi Shang. He spoke politely, and had a smile on his face. His words were full of praise for Qi Shang's formation path attainment. One would not slap a smiling face. Qi Shang was muddle-headed, he drank a lot of wine like this. He sized up Fang Yuan, looking at him from a different perspective. Wu Yihai, this fellow, is actually quite friendly. What happened earlier? Was he purposely provoking me? Or does he have something to ask of me? Qi Shang muttered. I won't hide it from you, Qi Shang. I admire talented people like you the most in my life. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, toasting him. Qi Shang mumbled as he raised his wine cup. Before Fang Yuan even drank, he drank a mouthful himself. It turned out that Fang Yuan's continuous toasts had become Qi Shang's conditioned reflex. But Fang Yuan's words were really pleasing to the ears. Especially since he was Fang Yuan's love rival. Such compliments gave Qi Shang a huge sense of achievement. No, I need to be vigilant. Wu Yihai might also be acting, he is very cunning. Qi Shang did not lower his guard. But no matter how he looked at it, he felt that Fang Yuan's smile was sincere and sincere. He, not mentioning Fang Yuan's acting skills, just his attitude goo was not a joke. Qi Shang, please take a look. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, handing an information path mortal goo to Qi Shang. What is this? Qi Shang muttered to himself. He took a look and his expression changed. It turned out that this information path mortal goo was the letter Fang Yuan was going to give to Qiao Si Lu. But in the letter, Fang Yuan was full of praise for Qi Shang. He was full of praises. He even admitted his own inadequacies. Previously, he challenged Qi Shang with the difficult problem of formations. He was purely overestimating himself. He was showing off in front of an expert. He did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He was not worthy of being a hero of the southern border. Of course, there was no such thing as displaying one's slight skill before an expert in this world. When Qi Shang read the letter, he felt a little embarrassed. Fang Yuan's words of praise were indeed a little exaggerated. Am I really that outstanding? The title of Southern Border's hero? I've never thought of it that way. I wonder what Fairy Si Lu will think when she sees this letter. All kinds of thoughts emerged in his mind. Qi Shang could not help but feel excited. When he looked at Fang Yuan again, his gaze changed again. Fang Yuan sat down beside Qi Shang. Qi Shang didn't feel disgusted by this intimate action. Qi Shang, in the entire southern border Gu immortal world, I'm afraid only your talent is worthy of Fairy Si Lu. I am convinced of this. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Oh, Qi Shang did not know what to say. He had joy on his face, but also suspicion. Fang Yuan continued. But I will not give up. A fair and graceful woman is a gentleman's dream. Even though my talent is not as good as yours, I will work harder. You won me this time. We will compete fairly in the future. What do you think? Hearing this, the suspicion on Qi Shang's face melted. He raised his cup for the first time, toasting Fang Yuan. Good fair competition. Gentlemen should compete fairly. His meaning was that he was treating Fang Yuan as a gentleman. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, patting Qi Shang's shoulder. To speak the truth, I loathe other rivals in love, but you Qi Shang are different. You are talented and righteous. I admire you. If you gain Fairy Si Lu's favor in the future, I will definitely bless you too, because I know that if I lose to you, I will not feel wronged. As for the others, they are all clowns. Qi Shang felt embarrassed from the praise. He rubbed his nose and said, Actually, there are some experts among the others. We won't get to know each other if we don't fight. Come, let's drink. Fang Yuan raised his cup again. Qi Shang's actions were even more direct. Drink. He raised his head and gulped. A large cup of wine went down his throat. Next he burped. His face turned red. Straightforward. Fang Yuan gave a thumbs up, personally pouring another cup for Qi Shang. His smile was warm and passionate. It was very sincere. But the truth was he was calm inside. He recalled the information regarding Qi Shang. Wu Clan's information network was trustworthy. Fang Yuan already knew. When Qi Shang was young, Qi Chuyu took a fancy to him, due to an accident. Recognizing his talent in formation path, he was heavily nurtured. Qi Shang had the title of formation fanatic in Qi clan. He was selected when he was young, and sent to the back cave of Myriad Snake Mountain to cultivate. This lasted for 30 years. When he was over 40 years old, he came out of seclusion with only rank 3 cultivation. But in the clan competition, he surpassed rank 4 and 5 Gu masters in setting up Gu formations. His formation path attainment shocking the Qi clansmen. Later on, the clansmen learned that the reason Qi Shang left the mountain was because he got lost and accidentally walked out. His performance in the competition earned him fame. Wealth and beauties came one after another, but he rejected them all. His only request was to enter the cave again and continue his closed cultivation to research formation path. This matter alerted the Supreme Elders. Qi Chuyu allowed Qi Shang's request. He even created a cave for him, with servants serving him every day. Qi Shang continued to research. His diligence and obsession were shocking. It was as if his only joy in life was to research formation path. He immersed himself in it, ignoring the outside world's clamor. He lived in his cave without seeing the light of day, immersing himself in formation path cultivation. When his hair turned white, and he was about to die, Qi Chuyu met him again and asked him, Do you have any regrets in this life? What regrets do you have before you die? Qi Shang cried loudly. He said, Life is short. 100 years is just a blink of an eye. I still have a lot of formation path research to do. How can I be satisfied? This is my greatest regret. Qi Chuyu sighed deeply. He actually gave a lifespan Gu to Qi Shang. Qi Shang obtained it and regained his youth. He gained lifespan again. Qi Chuyu discussed formation path with him, guiding him for 3 days and 3 nights. He finally confirmed that Qi Shang was the clan's hope. His formation path attainment could reach Great Grandmaster in the future. Qi Chuyu did not just say it. He used the clan's resources to nurture Qi Shang. With the clan's help, Qi Shang's cultivation level rose rapidly. He became an immortal. In just a few decades, he became a rank 7 Gu immortal. But even after becoming an immortal, he did not break away from his previous habits. He was still immersed in the Array Dao and continued to study it. Day and night, he would cultivate in seclusion for years, even decades. The only shocking thing was that he pursued Xiao Si Lu with a firm attitude. When this news got out, Qi clan's jaws dropped. They learned that other than formation path, Qi Shang also liked women. When he obtained Wu clan's information, Fang Yuan felt that Qi Shang was an interesting person. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan used a special method to deal with Qi Shang. Earlier, he did not meet Qi Shang. It was Fang Yuan's scheme. Purposely challenging Qi Shang with a formation path problem was the next step of Fang Yuan's plan. This banquet was also part of Fang Yuan's plan. Qi Shang's performance was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Not long ago, Xiao Si Lu's letter was also within Fang Yuan's expectations. As one of the people involved, Xiao Si Lu had to express her attitude. Even though she did not say it, she told Fang Yuan about the first time she met Qi Shang. According to Xiao Si Lu, back then, she came to Qi clan with Qiao clan's mission. She was received by Qi clan's first Supreme Elder's son, Gu Immortal Qi Bang, who knew that Qi Bang's words were frivolous. He purposely used the beautiful scenery to recite poems to tease Xiao Si Lu. Normally, Xiao Si Lu would not get angry. But back then, Xiao Si Lu was Qiao clan's envoy. Qi Bang's actions were disrespectful to Qiao clan. Xiao Si Lu harbored hatred in her heart. To deal with it, Xiao Si Lu purposely got close to Qi Shang. Qi Bang was Qi Chuyu's son. He was the next first Supreme Elder of Qi clan. He was second only to Qi Shang. No one dared to provoke him, except for the formation fanatic Qi Shang. Qi Shang did not know the details. He did not speak to Xiao Si Lu at first, but Xiao Si Lu purposely talked about formation path. She told him about some of Qiao clan's formation path records. Qi Shang was attracted. He was very interested. Xiao Si Lu used Qi Shang to deal with Qi Bang. Qi Bang was helpless. He could only apologize to Xiao Si Lu secretly. Xiao Si Lu successfully completed the clan's mission. She returned with great rewards. She also gained her most passionate pursuer, Qi Shang. Xiao Si Lu's letter gave Fang Yuan important information. He had a clear understanding of Qi clan's internal affairs. Qi clan's first Supreme Elder has a limited lifespan. He can no longer use lifespan Gu. But his son Qi Bang only became an immortal because of his protection. He is not talented enough. Qi Chuyu was well aware of his son's abilities, but he wanted him to become the future first Supreme Elder of Qi clan. So after realizing Qi Shang's personality and talent, he poured resources into him and groomed such a formation fanatic. As long as he has the formation fanatic's protection, Qi Bang has a high chance of becoming the next first Supreme Elder. And because of the formation fanatic's respect and admiration towards Qi Chuyu, he cannot escape from Qi Bang's control. Familial love Hehe. Xiao Si Lu's letter allowed Fang Yuan to see the internal politics of Qi clan. Because of these internal and external reasons, a talent like Qi Shang was created. At the same time, some of Fang Yuan's suspicions towards Qi Shang were resolved. Come, Wui Hai, let me toast you. At this time, Qi Shang raised his wine cup towards Fang Yuan, interrupting Fang Yuan's thoughts. Chapter 1339. Qi Shang drank a little too much. His face was red and he spoke a lot. It was as if after defeating Fang Yuan, his confidence was off the charts. He was sure that he could win the heart of the beauty. Gu immortals had all sorts of methods to sober up, but that way they would lose the joy of drinking. It would also be disrespectful to their drinking buddies. Fang Yuan quickly raised his cup and drank the wine in his hand. He smiled. If that is the case, then I can only blame it on my bad luck, who asked me to meet a competitor like you, Qi Shang. Sigh. Fang Yuan sighed. The meaning of "since there is a genius, there is also a genius" was expressed in his words. Qi Shang laughed heartily. He stretched out his hand and patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, consoling him. Fang Yuan laughed internally. Qi Shang was too naive. This matter was already a foregone conclusion. As long as Fang Yuan agreed, Xiao Silu would definitely throw herself into his arms. This was almost certain. But Xiao Silu had not shown any clear intentions yet. It was just that this fairy had her own schemes and pride. She was just waiting for the right price. Actually, Fang Yuan had already seen through it. For example, Xiao Silu's letter was her way of expressing her attitude. Xiao Silu was very happy to see me competing with Qi Shang. Before this, she had been watching from the sidelines, because this was what she wanted. After I failed, she stood up and told me about her relationship with Qi Shang. Her goal was to appease me, to tell me that there was no love between her and Qi Shang. At most, it was just a one-sided love from the formation addict. But this smart woman did not say her attitude directly. She described a past fact to prove her innocence, and also to prove that she had great value in pursuing him. Men pursuing women was an instinct in instinct. Whether a woman was pursued by a man, how many men pursued her, what kind of man pursued her, these aspects could more or less show her value. Xiao Silu wants to marry me. This is not her personal wish. It is Qiao clan's political scheme. Just because of this, I have already surpassed all her suitors. No matter how many times I fail, how many times I am a playboy, how shameless I am, and how mischievous I am on occasions like the Moon Festival, so what? I have already won. Even if I fall in love with someone else, and stop pursuing Xiao Silu will also come after me. Of course, this is not love, but politics. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. He had already seen through everything. But he absolutely could not accept Xiao Silu's love. Once he accepted, he would sink into the turbulent and dangerous whirlpool of politics. He would no longer be a simple Wu Yihai. He would be a pawn placed in Wu clan by Qiao clan to fight for the benefits of the entire clan. And Wu Yong would never give Fang Yuan such a relaxed environment as he was doing now. Instead, he would strictly monitor Fang Yuan, constantly suppress him, and always be on guard. If that was the case, would Fang Yuan still be able to absorb the essence of the dream world in peace? It was obviously impossible, and the truth might even be exposed. In that case, it would be even more troublesome. Once Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, Qiao clan would first attack him fiercely, because as a righteous path force, they would definitely be the first to sever their relationship with Fang Yuan. In order to prove themselves and protect their reputation, Qiao clan and Wu clan would definitely attack Fang Yuan crazily. They would put in more effort than any other force. But even though I cannot accept it, and will not accept it, I can use this love. Using Xiao Silu's love, Fang Yuan successfully made Wu Yong vigilant, and indirectly made Wu Yong arrange for him to return to the Super Gu formation, achieving his goal. However, there was nothing perfect in this world. Although this method was ingenious, there were repercussions. Wu Yong's vigilance, Luo Muzi, Luan Fei, Qi Shang, and the other pursuers of Qiao Silu were all repercussions. It was not that pure love did not exist, but it was very rare. People lived in this world, and had to consider many things. Qiao Silu's beauty, wealth, cultivation, and so on were all attractive and enticing. Perhaps among her pursuers, Qi Shang was the purest, but there was still the element of formation path mixed in, not to mention the others. As for Fang Yuan, he was the most special one. Qi Shang's arrival was not out of Fang Yuan's expectations. In fact, he was already mentally prepared. Even without Qi Shang, others would come to find trouble. Even if it was not now, it would be in the future. Because Fang Yuan touched the delicious cake of Qiao Silu, he angered many people. These people had pursuers, and also the interest groups behind them. As the saying goes, beautiful women are the source of trouble. A beauty was not so easy to pursue. Only a naive person would think of conquering a beauty with love and being touched. Actually, it was not just this. A woman's beauty was a natural dowry. This dowry was extremely generous. It was a huge amount of wealth. Who did not want such wealth? But not everyone had the ability to protect such wealth. If there was a beauty who was willing to give this wealth to her other half because of pure love, then the lucky one would treat her well. But in fact, such situations were too rare. If there was one, please cherish it. If there was none, do not hope for it. Do not say vulgar. Because this was reality. When Feng Yuan returned to the Super Gu formation, he started to think about how to deal with the repercussions of this matter. A truly brilliant Go player had to constantly calculate the path ahead of him before making a move. In fact, when Feng Yuan decided to use Qiao Silu's love to achieve his goal, he had already started to think about how to deal with the repercussions of this method. If he did not deal with it well, then Qi Shang would only be the first person to find trouble. There would be a second, a third, and even more. This was a huge disruption to Feng Yuan's dream realm exploration. At the same time, with Wu Yihai's identity, Feng Yuan's hands and feet were tied. He could not deal with these challenges. He might even expose himself in the process of dealing with them. Feng Yuan needed to deal with this carefully and correctly. How to deal with it? It was difficult but also simple. That was to create a human target that could attract the firepower of those pursuers more than Feng Yuan, and attract more trouble. In Feng Yuan's heart, he was already looking forward to someone finding trouble with him. Qi Shang came to him on his own accord, and so quickly, Feng Yuan was secretly happy. When he read Qi Shang's information, his joy increased by several times. His opponent's stupidity was his fortune. Of course, this stupidity had nothing to do with IQ or EQ. There was a clear example of Feng Yuan's experience on Earth. It was Yu Fei. Yu Fei resisted the gold and was about to succeed, but was summoned back by the emperor with 12 golden tokens and sentenced to death with a false accusation. Why? Was it because of the emperor's stupidity? It was stupidity. But were the emperor and prime minister idiots? Of course not. If Yu Fei succeeded in resisting the gold, Yu clan army's reputation would rise. The emperor's authority was weaker than the commander's authority. It was a huge threat. And most importantly, if Yu Fei succeeded, he would be able to bring back the previous emperor. Then what would the current emperor do? Currently, Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu, purposely nurtured a Gu immortal like Qi Shang. Was it because he was stupid, did not know that Qi Shang, who was focused on formation path, would be powerless in political conflicts, and would be used as a tool? Of course he was not stupid. Because he knew this, he nurtured Qi Shang. Because his son needed to inherit the position of first supreme elder, he needed a tool to assist his son. That was Qi Shang. Many people thought that Qi Shang's arrival was a problem for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had never thought so. He felt that this was an opportunity for him. As long as he dealt with this matter, he would be able to resolve the repercussions of this matter. And in the future, he would be able to explore dream realms in peace, secretly raising his foundation. Thus, Feng Yuan had to lose. If he did not lose, how could he create a stronger and more threatening Qi Shang? Without such a human target, how could he attract the attention of others? Qi Shang was easy to scheme against. Through information, Feng Yuan knew that Qi Shang liked to research formation path. He was most skilled at solving problems and designing Gu formations that fit the requirements. Feng Yuan used this to challenge him. A research maniac like Qi Shang had his own pride in his field of expertise. He did not care about other aspects. He did not care about his appearance. He did not care about wealth. But in this aspect he had to care. Because this was the meaning of his entire life. Feng Yuan was a transformation path Gu immortal. Using this to make things difficult for him was like slapping Qi Shang in the face. How could a person like Qi Shang endure it? Of course he could not. If he could not endure it, he would fall into the trap that Feng Yuan had set up. He would not be able to climb out. Not only could he not climb out, he even toasted Feng Yuan. He felt that Feng Yuan was a sincere person. Even though you are a competitor, but how should I put it? We truly did not get to know each other without fighting. Haha. Qi Shang laughed, putting his arm around Feng Yuan's shoulder. Let's not talk anymore, let's drink. Feng Yuan drank another mouthful. Qi Shang stared with wide-opened eyes at Feng Yuan. He gave a thumbs up. Brother, you are so cool. Come, let's drink. Both of them raised their necks and drank. Good wine. Qi Shang sighed. Oh, to speak the truth, This is the first time I have drunk so much. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, but there was still coldness deep in his eyes. The wine of the righteous path was not so easy to drink. The demonic path fought and killed. It was straightforward. If you retreated, I advanced. If you advanced, I retreated. In a banquet of the righteous path, behind a single rumor, there were often plots and schemes, all sorts of devious thoughts. The seemingly calm surface of the water was filled with turbulent undercurrents. They could devour people without spitting out their bones. Fang Yuan lost to Qi Shang. He was very happy. He would spread this news. So what if he lost? Sometimes, failure was a method to achieve one's goal. Qi Shang was also very happy. He felt that this banquet was the happiest one since he came here. Chapter 1340. A joyous banquet for both the host and the guests was not the end, but only the beginning. Fang Yuan and Qi Shang became good friends. In the following period of time, Fang Yuan frequently invited Qi Shang, while Qi Shang often came to Wu clan's encampment to visit Fang Yuan. To get close to someone and build a good relationship with them, it was both difficult and easy. It was nothing more than condescending and complying with his heart. Fang Yuan was astute and had attitude gu. How could Qi Shang be his match? Qi Shang was known as the formation fanatic. Ordinary gu immortals were not worthy of his attention. But Fang Yuan was already a formation path quasi-grandmaster. He had a lot of resonance with this formation path grandmaster. The two of them conversed on various aspects of the array Dao. Qi Shang was soon amazed by Fang Yuan's formation path attainment. He was puzzled, because Fang Yuan's main cultivation path was transformation path. Fang Yuan told him, I have always been interested in formation path. When I was a mortal, I researched formation path, and because of some fortuitous encounters, I cultivated formation path. But fate made a fool out of me. I could only become a gu immortal through transformation path. But I am already very lucky. How many lone cultivators can become gu immortals? This helplessness made Qi Shang sigh. He felt a sense of sympathy deep inside. If you change to formation path, I can help you. Qi clan has many formation path immortal gu. I can help you negotiate and complete an immortal gu transaction. Qi Shang suggested. It was not easy for him to suggest this. It was enough to prove the results of Fang Yuan's hard work. It was not impossible to change paths, but the vital gu had to be changed. Fang Yuan was very moved. If I want to change paths in the future, I will definitely seek your help. Qi Shang nodded. When the time comes, you must tell me. He knew that it was not easy for a gu immortal to change paths. It was not something that could be done on a whim. This was a huge matter. It had many implications. It often had a negative impact on the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan had gained a lot from his conversation with Qi Shang. Although it was not an improvement in the realm, it was a great help to expand Fang Yuan's horizons and supplement some of the other foundations of the array Dao. Fang Yuan had a more comprehensive and profound understanding of the Dao of arrays. What was the difference between a gu formation and a killer move? Qi Shang told Fang Yuan. Gu formations are a type of killer move. Killer moves use multiple gu worms at the same time. The same was true for gu formations. Gu formations were formation path killer moves. Every different gu formation was a different killer move. Therefore, it could be said that among all the sects, the formation Dao had the most killing moves. Of course, there were slight differences between gu formations and other killer moves. For instance, gu formations could last longer. After the gu formation is set up, the gu master's concentration and energy will be less. What is the essence of array Dao? Fang Yuan asked Qi Shang. Qi Shang shook his head. Although I am an array grandmaster, I am still lacking when it comes to the essence of array Dao. But my clan's Lord Qi Chu, you had once told me that the essence of formation path is to create an environment. When Fang Yuan heard this answer, he immediately had a feeling of enlightenment. The coiling thread cave's gu formation, wasn't it to nurture more regretful spiders, to create an environment for them to live in? It is said that formation path great grandmasters can use the natural Dao marks of heaven and earth, and use very few gu worms to create a gu formation. In some places with dense natural Dao marks, They can even use mortal goo to create an immortal goo formation. Is that so? Fang Yuan asked Qi Shang. Qi Shang nodded, explaining, that is indeed so. But actually at our level, we can also use Dao marks. Some goo formations are built on not only goo worms, but also goo materials. But we can only use the Dao marks in the immortal materials to create the formation. As time passes, these immortal materials will slowly get destroyed. Formation path great grandmasters go one step further. Not only can they use mortal and immortal materials, they can also use the natural Dao marks of heaven and earth. These conversations and explanations gave Fang Yuan a lot of inspiration. This made him treat Qi Shang even more warmly. Fang Yuan soon found that holding banquets did not have much effect on getting closer to Qi Shang. It was better to have a discussion on formation path with Qi Shang. Sometimes, a heated debate could even arouse Qi Shang's appreciation for the heroes in his heart. Fang Yuan had another trump card. That was to write letters to Qiao Silu. Every time he wrote letters, he would praise Qi Shang, praising his astonishing formation path attainment and his amazing talent. Qi Shang felt embarrassed from the praise. He had a whole new level of respect for Fang Yuan. He felt that he was a gentleman, he was magnanimous, and had a broad mind. To return the favor, he also wrote letters to Qiao Silu, praising Fang Yuan, expressing his shock and admiration towards Fang Yuan for cultivating transformation path and formation path, as well as having such deep attainment. Qiao Silu. She looked at the letters and felt that these two pursuers of hers were praising each other, and had almost forgotten about her, the main character. She had never expected this kind of situation. While rolling her eyes in her heart, she still had to express her appreciation in her reply, especially for their broad-mindedness. Undeniably, Fang Yuan and Qi Shang had turned from enemies to friends. This change made the spectators who wanted to watch a show feel their jaws drop. Southern Border Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. This was a famous earth trench in Southern Border. It was famous because of the endless dark path ferocious beasts, especially shadow monsters. At the same time, this was also one of the most dangerous places in Southern Border. Right now, in the depths of this Plunder Shadow Earth Trench, in an inconspicuous underground cave. Ow ow ow. An old lunatic with purple hair, ragged clothes, and bare feet kept howling in the cave while running around in all directions. Plop. Suddenly, he fell to the ground. His body twisted as he walked like an earthworm. After walking for a while, he suddenly stood up with a silly smile on his face. But after a moment, his silly laughter gradually disappeared, and his cloudy eyes once again shone with a clear luster. Lord Purple, you are finally awake. Wuxia appeared at the entrance of the cave. He sighed with a complex expression. It turned out that this old man who had gone mad was the former Purple. The group of 4 from Shadow Sect had vanished after the Battle of Northern Plains Reverse Flow River. It was unknown when they had returned to Southern Border. And why did they come to the depths of Plunder Shadow Earth Trench? Purple also sighed deeply. He patted the soil off his body. His body shrunk as he turned back into a winged mini-man. Call me Zishan Makoto. This will be beneficial for our next operation. Zishan Makoto said. What news did you bring this time? Wuxia answered. According to our plan, Southern Border's political situation is slowly developing according to our plan. But it is a pity that Qi Shang and Wu Yihai did not have an intense conflict. They became good friends instead. Oh, Zishan Makoto was slightly surprised. After looking at the information, he nodded. This Wu Yihai is quite interesting. Not only does he cultivate transformation path, his formation path attainment was even acknowledged by Qi Shang. This undoubtedly helped him, but he could not beat Wu Yong. He was sent to the Super Gu formation by Wu Yong for the second time. Wuxia nodded. Wu Yong is a rank 8 Gu immortal after all. He has great authority now. Wu Yihai has just returned to the clan. He has not reached an agreement with Qiao clan yet. He cannot get their help. But this proves that even though Wu Yihai is a lone cultivator, he has huge ambitions. Because he took the initiative to get close to Qiao Silu, but they did not get together. This means that he has not reached an agreement with Qiao clan yet. Can we make use of his ambitions? Zishan Makoto thought about it. We might be able to make use of this, but we know too little about this person. Currently, we still need to plot against Wu clan. We need to focus our efforts on Wu Yong. Wu clan is the #1 force in southern border. They are the pillar of the righteous path. If they fall, southern border's political situation will definitely go into a huge turmoil. At that time, we can take advantage of the situation to break the Super Gu formation and save our main body. It turned out that Wu clan's turmoil was not so simple. Shadow Sect was adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes. Even if southern border's political situation is in turmoil, so what? Bai Ningbing also appeared at the cave entrance. She had a cold expression. With just the 4 of us, even if the Super Gu formation only has 4 Gu immortals defending it, it will be a huge problem. Furthermore, our main battle strength is not stable. Bai Ningbing spoke very bluntly. Even against the rank 8 existent Zishan Makoto, she was not afraid. But she was fearless, because before she was chased by Feng Yuan, she had already set up an alliance agreement with Wuxia, and the rest. Both sides were equal. Moreover, Zishan Makoto's occasional craziness reduced her reverence towards him. Zishan Makoto was not bothered, he smiled. Just causing turmoil in the political situation is not enough. After all, these righteous path forces are not fools. This is only to reduce their strength, in the Super Gu formation, as much as possible. Just the 4 of us are not enough, our battle strength is too weak. So we need to recruit people. Recruit people? Wuxia was surprised. Is there a hidden force in southern border that I do not know about? Because he knew that the Shadow Sect forces in southern border had been dealt a heavy blow. And to attack the Super Gu formation, one had to have strength at their level. Ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals were not enough. But if there was such a person, Wuxia would have recruited them long before Feng Yuan chased after them. Even further back, if there was such a person, Spectral Soul would have gone through heaven-defying tribulation and refined sovereign immortal fetus Gu. He would have arranged for them to fight against Central Continent's Gu immortals. Zishan Makoto nodded before shaking his head. Do you know why I am crazy? Chapter 1341. Zishan Makoto changed the topic. Bai Ningbing did not speak. Wuxia said, wasn't it because of Providence's interference? Zishan Makoto nodded. It was Providence, but I took the initiative. What do you mean? Bai Ningbing could not help but show a surprised expression. Hearing Zishan Makoto's words, it sounded like his insanity was a deliberate action. Zishan Makoto sighed faintly. The dust of the past seemed to appear in his eyes. Back then, when we were still the first-generation split souls, we discovered the enemy Providence. We naturally had to think of a way to deal with it. I cultivated wisdom path. I was the leader of the split souls. I naturally had to find a way to deal with Providence. By probing a portion of star constellation Immortal Venerable's true inheritance and combining it with my own wisdom path attainment, I researched a method that was to assimilate with Providence. Assimilate with Providence? Bai Ningbing and Wuxia looked at each other frowning. That's right. Providence is vast and omnipresent. We had only just discovered it back then. We did not know many of Providence's secrets and weaknesses like now. Back then, we were restricted everywhere. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. More and more members were targeted by Providence and killed. The hope was extremely slim. Zishan Makoto continued. With no other choice, I thought of this method that was not really a solution. Since the enemy was so strong, I pretended to surrender and infiltrated the enemy's inner circle to obtain information. After all, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Bai Ningbing and Wuxia's eyes shined. Even now, they could understand the novelty of this method. Providence was formless. Zishan Makoto actually wanted to infiltrate Providence's inner circle. It was truly a brilliant idea. Zishan Makoto did not just think of it, he actually did it. Zishan Makoto continued to explain. Providence, you should all be very clear about it. If a grotto heaven devoured a 9 heavens fragment, Providence would be mixed in. If it had a heavenly spirit, it would become a fool. Heavenly spirits were like this, Gu immortals were the same. Every time I assimilate with heaven's will, I become crazy and foolish, losing all rationality. However, it is also because of this that I was able to greatly reduce Providence's intention to eliminate me and survive to this day. There's another big advantage to doing this. You will be able to temporarily become one with Heaven's will. You will be able to clearly sense Heaven's will and understand its strengths and weaknesses. When I learned about Providence's thoughts, I was able to stand above Providence's structure and lay out a plan for myself and my shadow sect. The heavenly Tao is heartless and treats all things as dogs. In the eyes of Providence, all things in the world are pawns. And in the chessboard of fate, there will always be some pawns in some crucial positions that attract my attention. Zishan Makoto described slowly, be it by Ning Bing or Ing Wuxia. They were getting more and more engrossed as they listened, because they could vaguely feel that Zishan Makoto's next words were going to be extremely important. As expected, Zishan Makoto continued. After I assimilated with Providence, I found that there are many crucial pawns in Providence's structure. So, every time I went crazy, I would borrow the will of the heavens to get close to these chess pieces. Then, when I regained my senses, I would work hard to instigate them, and use my own strength to make these chess pieces work for me. In the Battle of Reverse Flow River not long ago, I believe you have already seen the effect of one of these pawns. Bai Ningbing's body shook. Ing Wuxia came to a realization. He blurted out, Lord Zishan Makoto is talking about Tai Bai Yinxing? Zishan Makoto nodded. That's right. Tai Bai Yinxing is a crucial pawn in the chessboard of fate. Although he was arranged by Providence, I successfully influenced him and used his strength to help you escape. Tai Bai Yinxing had once met Zishan Makoto when he was a Gu master. He obtained Zishan Makoto's true inheritance. He not only had Providence's arrangement, but also Zishan Makoto's influence. Thus, when Feng Yuan carried Providence's final attack and returned to the past to overthrow Spectral Soul's plan, during this process, Feng Yuan obtained Tai Bai Yinxing's help. Tai Bai Yinxing was able to submit to Feng Yuan. Part of the reason was Feng Yuan's intelligence, but the other part was because of Providence. But later, Tai Bai Yinxing separated from Feng Yuan and helped Shadow Sect instead. This was because Feng Yuan betrayed Providence. At the crucial moment, he did not destroy Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, instead he used it himself. Tai Bai Yinxing, under Zishan Makoto's influence, helped Shadow Sect greatly. Tai Bai Yinxing died in battle. On the surface, it was because of Feng Yuan. But from another perspective, he was a sacrifice in the contest between Providence and Shadow Sect. Ing Wuxia heard this and finally understood Zishan Makoto's intentions. He called out, I get it. After so many years, Lord Zishan Makoto has traveled all over the world. He has influenced many pawns in crucial positions. They will be our new strength to break the Super Gu formation and save our main body. Zishan Makoto smiled. Precisely. Southern border, Super Gu formation. Sovereign immortal aperture, mini central continent. A strong emerald light, with a fragrant aroma soared into the sky. Countless Gu worms danced around in the green light. Just a glance was enough to dazzle one's eyes. Feng Yuan maintained a high level of concentration. As time passed, a portion of the Gu worms stopped flying. They fell into the ground. More and more Gu worms fell into the ground. They resonated with the previous Gu worms, forming a mystical force. The jade green light pillar became smaller and weaker. Feng Yuan willed. An immortal Gu flew over. This immortal Gu was crimson like blood. It was round like a pearl. It was the size of a goose egg. There were countless markings on the pearl. They moved around and changed. It was like a myriad of lotuses blooming, or clouds moving. It was the rank 6 immortal Gu blood asset. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply. This Gu formation setup had reached the most crucial moment. Blood asset immortal Gu floated into the jade green light. Almost instantly, the green light was dyed by the immortal Gu blood asset, turning into a bright red color. The red light became brighter and brighter. After a few breaths of time, it was as bright and dazzling as the green light earlier. Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. The most crucial step was over. The next step was to go according to plan. The bright red light became weaker and weaker, eventually vanishing. However, The fragrance still lingered in the cavern, lingering faintly in the air. This cave was extremely wide. It was 300 square kilometers in size. It was deep underground, several li from the surface. The cavern was not completely sealed off. There were over 100 passageways that were like air vents. One of them was connected to the cavern, while the other was connected to the outside world. There were countless pitch-black, bottomless pits on the ground, yet they emitted a fragrant aroma. The coiling thread goo formation is set up successfully. The coiling thread cave plan is more than half done. The next step is to move those regretful spiders here and nurture them. During this process, I will need to adjust the goo formation. It will be complete in about a month or two. Fang Yuan's heart was filled with joy. After Qi Shang left and returned to Qi clan, Fang Yuan continued to explore the dream realm. There were still 2 scenes left in the formation path dream realm, but they were resolved by Fang Yuan's unravel dream killer move. As expected, Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level had reached Grandmaster. Using his Grandmaster formation path attainment level, as well as his gains from interacting with Qi Shang, Fang Yuan easily deduced a brand new coiling thread goo formation. This coiling thread goo formation still used blood asset immortal goo, but the effect was only doubled. Fang Yuan's goo formation could have the effect of multiplying by 3 times. But it was an unsolvable problem. There was no chance of success. Being able to double it, Fang Yuan was satisfied. He still had a lot of savings. Unravel Dream could be used many times. And with Qi Shang's departure, he could secretly explore the dream realm in peace. Fang Yuan cherished this rare opportunity. In the following days, he used close cultivation as an excuse to immerse himself in the dream realm. Just as he was exploring the dream realm, an earth-shattering news spread, shocking almost all the Gu immortals in the 5 regions. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects and celestial court had lost. They sent a powerful group to northern plains, but they did not succeed in saving Ma Hongyan. They lost miserably. Of the 3 rank 8 Gu immortals, Wei Lingyang, Myriad Tidal Dragon, and by Chen Tian, 2 died, 1 was missing. The one who killed the rank 8 Gu immortal was Giant Sun Immortal's former mount, the legendary immemorial desolate beast dog tail life extending ferret. But it was not like there were no survivors in Central Continent. Zhao Lianyun, Yu Yizi, Shi Zhengyi, and the rest were escorted by Wei Lingyang. And with the help of Central Continent's reinforcements, they barely escaped with their lives. This news caused a huge commotion in the world. Central Continent's strength and foundation was publicly recognized as the number 1 in the 5 regions. The 10 great ancient sects were the super forces that controlled Central Continent. Any one of them could surpass most of the super clans in the 5 regions. And Celestial Court was the superior sect of the 10 great ancient sects. Not only did it rule Central Continent, its influence had already spread to the other 4 regions. In the hearts of Central Continent's people, it was high and mighty, unshakable. In the minds of the other 4 regions, it was the number 1 force in the world. After all, it had 3 immortal venerables. Which force in the world could compare to it? But such a powerful celestial court actually lost in northern plains. However, after the shock, the people of the world understood more of the inside story and expressed their understanding. Because northern plains was tough, it had the highest battle strength. And this time, it was a descendant of Giant Sun Immortal. It was longevity heaven. As for Celestial Court's defeat, it was because of the expedition. It did not display its true strength. Chapter 1342. Wei Lingyang and Bai Chun Tian died in battle. Myriad Tidal Dragon escaped, Fang Yuan muttered. When the news reached him, in this super Gu formation, he was the one who had the clearest understanding of the situation. Looking at the days, it should be over. Celestial Court's expedition. Longevity Heaven represented Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Dealt a huge blow to Central Continent. Dogtail life extending ferret. Worthy of being Giant Sun Immortal's mount. It has great battle strength. But even though this boosted Northern Plains morale, it is not a huge blow to Celestial Court. With the 500 years of experience in his previous life, he had gone through the initial 5 regions chaotic war. Feng Yuan knew that Celestial Court's foundation was as deep as the sea. In comparison, Longevity Heaven was only Giant Sun Immortal's immortal aperture grotto heaven. Its foundation was much weaker. This incident is a monumental event that is hard to come by in 10,000 years. In my previous life, it had never happened before. After this battle, Northern Plains and Central Continent have become enemies. Or rather, Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court have already fallen out. Will Celestial Court take revenge now? If that is the case, it will be quite a commotion. Feng Yuan thought in his mind. He was constantly thinking about the possible political situations that could occur in the future. Longevity Heaven originated from Giant Sun Immortal. Celestial Court had 3 immortal venerables in it. They were all righteous path forces. To think that they would fight so fiercely. Right now, all the Gu immortals and forces of all sizes in the 5 regions were paying close attention to this matter. They were paying attention to Celestial Court's reaction. According to common sense, Celestial Court would definitely retaliate, because they had always been the #1 Gu immortal organization in the 5 regions. If they did not retaliate, their reputation would fall. But the 5 regional walls prevented large-scale Gu immortal battles. There was also the obstruction of Giant Sun Immortal's luck suppression, Heavenly Palace, that people did not know about. It would be very difficult for the Celestial Court to take action. Therefore, regardless of whether they took action or not, the Celestial Court had its reasons. No matter what the Celestial Court chose, its next step would determine the direction of the 5 regions' Gu immortal world. Feng Yuan sighed. This news was actually within his expectations. The Celestial Court would send Gu immortals to save Ma Hongyan. They would definitely be obstructed by Northern Plains Gu immortals. After Central Continent's Gu immortals failed in their rescue, they escaped back to Central Continent. This battle had lasted for a long time. The result was finally out. But when he really received the news, he had a bad feeling. He felt that something was amiss. But Feng Yuan couldn't tell what was wrong. Could it be that because everything has changed too much because of me, the chain of changes is getting bigger and bigger, and the advantage of being reborn is getting smaller and smaller? Is that why I'm feeling more and more uneasy? The dazzling radiance of the dream shone on Feng Yuan's face, causing his expression to become even more uncertain. No matter what, increasing my strength is the most important thing. Dream realm, here I come. Regardless of the changes in the outside world, how unpredictable it was, or how dangerous it was, as long as he got stronger, Feng Yuan would naturally feel safer. His soul entered the dream. After coming back to his senses, Feng Yuan found that he was in a desolate wilderness. Nighttime. The crescent moon emitted a cold light. Wild dogs were barking. Feng Yuan was being carried by 2 people, one at the front and one at the back. What is going on? After realizing that he could not move, Feng Yuan quickly assessed his surroundings. Grunt grunt. A sound similar to a pig eating entered Feng Yuan's ears. He soon discovered that this strange sound came from the 2 people who were carrying him. These 2 strange people carried Feng Yuan all the way to the waist of the mountain. The dark clouds in the night sky finally dispersed, and with the help of the cold moonlight, Feng Yuan suddenly realized that the 2 strange people carrying him were not pure humans, but 2 pig-headed orcs. In today's world, orcs have long been extinct. Orcs have appeared in this dream realm. What era is this? A question mark suddenly appeared in Feng Yuan's mind. Feng Yuan felt that something was wrong and began to struggle. But he soon realized that he was extremely weak and seriously injured. He struggled with all his might, but the end result was that his body only swayed slightly. Roar roar! The pig-headed orc who was carrying his feet noticed Feng Yuan's movement and shouted loudly. Not good! Feng Yuan cried out in his heart. But the 2 orcs were faster. They suddenly let go, and threw Feng Yuan to the ground. The intense pain almost caused Feng Yuan to faint on the spot. Relying on his strong willpower, Feng Yuan stubbornly opened his eyes. Next, he saw that the pig-headed orc in front of him had raised his hoof. The hoof cast a large shadow on Feng Yuan's face, and under Feng Yuan's gaze, the shadow rapidly expanded. Bam! At the next moment, the pig hoof stomped down, crushing Feng Yuan's entire head. Blood mixed with his white brain. It was like tofu that was smashed, splattering everywhere. Damn it! The dream realm was interrupted. Fang Yuan's soul was injured and expelled. This means that I have to wait for the right time and not act rashly? Fang Yuan thought as he crushed Guts Gu to heal his injuries. Unraveled Dream had a limited number of uses. That batch of nightmare demonic cult immortal materials had already been used up by Fang Yuan. But Guts Gu were different. As long as Dang Hun Mountain existed, Guts Gu could be said to be endless. Thus, Fang Yuan would rather expend Guts Gu and suffer some soul injuries than use Unravel Dream. Soon, Fang Yuan's soul healed. He entered the dream realm again. This time, Fang Yuan did not move. He allowed the two pig-headed orcs to carry him up the mountain. Gor gor. At a certain place, the pig-headed orcs stopped. One of them snorted. The other carried Fang Yuan's legs and walked forward. Using the moonlight, Fang Yuan saw that he and the two pig-headed orcs were at the edge of a cliff. Oh no! Fang Yuan was about to struggle when the two pig-headed orcs suddenly swung their arms and threw Fang Yuan down. Fang Yuan rapidly fell from the sky. This is... His eyes were wide open. He saw that there was a mass grave at the bottom of the cliff. Countless corpses were casually piled up. The stench of rotting corpses was so thick that it formed a fog. Before Fang Yuan could think further, bam! With a muffled sound, Fang Yuan fell into the valley. His whole body was smashed into meat paste, completely smashed into pieces. Fang Yuan was expelled from the dream realm again. What in the world is this dream realm? While Fang Yuan was exploring the dream realm, Central Continent Celestial Court. Lord Duke Long, please. An old woman with a hunchback was bowing deeply. Her hair was dry and yellow like straw. Her face was full of wrinkles and her eyes were blurry. She wore an earthy yellow robe. There was a ring of fine yellow sand around her waist. She was standing respectfully in front of Duke Long. As for Duke Long, after absorbing Di Zongxing's life force, he was no longer in his weak and withered state. He had become majestic and mighty, showing the aura of a peak legend. At this moment he sized up the tall tower in front of him, nodding. Granny Sha, you did well. This tower was Heaven Overseeing Tower. Rank 9 Immortal Gu House. It was famous in history. Although it was destroyed in the Battle of Southern Border, most of the main Immortal Gu were preserved. After being sent back to Celestial Court's Gu Immortal Granny Sha woke up. She had been refining Gu worms and repairing Heaven Overseeing Tower. Now, she finally succeeded. The complete Heaven Overseeing Tower reappeared in Celestial Court. Lord Duke Long, please enter. Granny Sha led the way. Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle followed behind, entering Heaven Overseeing Tower. White jade stairs spiraled upwards. It was no different from the previous Heaven Overseeing Tower. But Heaven Overseeing Tower was not activated yet. Duke Long and the others did not see any abnormalities as they went up. When they reached the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower, the three Gu Immortals saw an Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu gave off an intense rank 9 aura. It was shaped like a spider, black and white. There was a red wound on the Gu worm's body, almost covering its entire body. If it was not rank 9 Fate Immortal Gu, what else could it be? This Fate Immortal Gu was damaged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, using Love Immortal Gu's power. But after generations of hard work by Celestial Court, until the last Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, this Immortal Gu had already recovered to 50%. After reaching a qualitative change, Fate Immortal Gu's recovery speed was many times faster than before. Right now, even without success Dao marks, it had already recovered to 60% under Granny Sha's hard work. Good, very good. Granny Sha, you have contributed to Celestial Court. You have contributed to the world. I think when Celestial Court rules over the 5 regions, your contributions will be recorded in history for future generations to look up to. Duke Long praised with a gratified tone. Granny Sha nodded with a smile. Lord Duke Long is too kind. I was only doing my meager effort. Moreover, restoring Heaven Overseeing Tower was also that old fogey's wish. Hee. Granny Sha continued to laugh, and as she laughed, her body gradually turned into sand. A cool breeze appeared out of nowhere, causing the sand to dissipate in the air. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Granny Sha, a Refinement Path Great Grandmaster, died at this moment. She had little lifespan to begin with, After the previous heaven overseeing Tower Lord died, she woke up in anger and contributed the last bit of her life to Celestial Court. Silence. Another rank 8 Gu immortal of Celestial Court was sacrificed. During this period, Celestial Court had lost many members. Fairy Myrtle's eyes were slightly red, but Duke Long's expression did not change. His body was still straight like a mountain. He spoke slowly. In the long river of time, generations after generations of Gu immortals of Celestial Court have sacrificed themselves like this, to shine on their descendants. Wei Ling Yang, by Chen Tian Granny Sha. And in the future, you and I will also be like this. Why has Celestial Court always been the #1 Gu immortal force in the world? Other than the 3 immortal venerables, the most important reason is that our Celestial Court's Gu immortals never fear sacrifice. Because we know that humanity needs us, the world needs us, heaven and earth needs us. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply, trying to calm her mind. Then Lord Duke Long, what do we do now? Duke Long closed his eyes before opening them again. The great era is about to begin. Some people cannot be left alive. But Fang Yuan, Wuxia, Purple, and the rest are all crafty. Their whereabouts are unknown now. It is difficult to find their locations through the regional walls. Fairy Myrtle had a worried expression. No worries. Duke Long waved his hand. No matter where they are now, you and I know that they will definitely go to one place. That is Southern Border's giant dream realm. Ignore Northern Plains and Longevity Heaven. These are small problems. Let's get rid of these hidden threats first. Chapter 1343. Cold Moon Desolate Mountain. 2 pig-headed beastmen carried Fang Yuan up the mountain, one in front and one behind. Fang Yuan looked around, but did not act rashly. My current body is that of a rank 4 Gu master. I still have my aperture and primeval essence, but I have no Gu worms. Moreover, I am heavily injured and extremely weak. Even if I am in perfect condition, without Gu worms, I am not these 2 pig-headed beastmen's match. But once I reach the cliff, these 2 pig-headed beastmen will throw me down. At this height without Gu worms, I will definitely die, unless I have the sovereign immortal body. So, my only hope of survival lies on this path up the mountain? Immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan analyzed this, and started to use his trump card. Once Unravel Dream was activated, Fang Yuan immediately saw its effect. He felt that he had regained some strength at this moment. To make an analogy, he was like a traveler in a desert who was on the verge of death, about to die of thirst. But now, a few drops of water suddenly dripped into his mouth. The effect is immediate, but isn't the recovery of strength a little too little? Fang Yuan had no choice but to use Unravel Dream again. This time, he found that some of the small wounds on his body instantly turned into scabs. The pain all over his body was reduced by a lot. However, there were several large wounds on his chest and back that were so deep that bones could be seen, and there were no signs of improvement. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan had to use this immortal killer move continuously. The large wounds also turned for the better, but they did not turn into scabs. But the bleeding had stopped. His strength had recovered by a lot. His body had also recovered a trace of warmth from the bone-chilling cold earlier. But these could not provide Fang Yuan with great battle strength. He was still immortal now. He only had primeval essence. If he fought alone, he would not be a match for any pig-headed beastman. And now, there was not just one pig-headed beastman, but 2. What's going on? Immortal Killer Move Unravel Dream's effect has become so bad. I had to use it 5 times in a row to achieve this result? Fang Yuan saw that he was about to be carried to the edge of the cliff again. He had to make up his mind. Forget it, I will attack first. His body shot up like a lobster. The 2 pig-headed beastmen were caught off guard. He broke free. Fang Yuan fell to the ground. The hard rocks touched his wounds, almost causing him to faint from the pain. At this time, the 2 pig-headed beastmen reacted, growling as they pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used his outstanding battle prowess to dodge, turning around and running down the mountain. The 2 pig-headed beastmen roared as they chased after him. Soon, the beastman caught up to Fang Yuan. Slash. Two eerie white wild boar tusks pierced into the wound on Feng Yuan's back, before piercing out a little in front of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's eyes, his eyes flashed and said. He stopped. And Feng Yuan stopped. And his body. From his eyes. Next, his vision fell into darkness. When Feng Yuan opened his eyes again, he saw a hall. He returned to reality, expelled from the dream realm. His face was pale, his soul was injured. But what made Feng Yuan more concerned was this strange dream realm. I'm afraid this is the most difficult dream I've ever encountered here. Even though it is a realistic dream realm, the difficulty is very high. So far, I have not even gotten to the bottom of the first stage. I have died many times on this path up the mountain. Unraveled Dreams effect is also very bad. What is going on? Feng Yuan could not understand this. He thought about it but could not deduce anything. He could only take a step back and think about how to deal with the two beast men, how to escape successfully. The pig-headed beast men are huge. If I could enter the forest, it would be much easier. It's a pity that this barren mountain is completely barren. There's no forest at all. There's not even a pile of jagged rocks. Unravel Dream can be used 5 times at most. It has no effect after that. Even though it can help me recover more strength and stabilize my injuries, the effect is not great. It is not as effective as a goo worm. And even if there are goo worms in forests, my stamina is limited, I cannot run far. After analyzing it, Feng Yuan finally understood a little. Don't tell me this dream realm wants me to fall to the bottom of the valley? He entered the dream realm again. This time, Feng Yuan did not act rashly. He secretly used Unravel Dream to preserve his stamina and mental strength. When he reached the edge of the cliff, he was thrown into the valley by the two pig-headed beast men. But the difference was in the air. Feng Yuan started to adjust his body, sticking close to the mountain wall. After falling for a few breaths of time, some strange rocks started to appear on the mountain wall. They protruded outwards. There were also some trees that showed their tenacious vitality. Bam! With a muffled sound, Feng Yuan landed on a strange rock. His bones were fractured, he died on the spot. I fell too quickly, my injuries are too severe. I will die if I land on a rock mountain. It seems I can only choose those trees. He entered the dream realm again. With this experience, Feng Yuan landed on a tree. Crack, crack, crack. After a series of tree branches breaking, Feng Yuan used his body to break most of the tree branches before falling again. But this time, the speed of his descent was much slower. He used his toes or arms to tap on the mountain wall, adjusting his direction. The second tree. Crack. Feng Yuan landed on the tree trunk. He was pierced by countless arm-sized thorns, turning into a flesh hedgehog. He died on the spot. What the hell? What tree is this? Feng Yuan was driven out of the dream realm again. He tried again and again, using Guts Goo and Unravel Dream to complement himself. After dying 17 or 18 times in the dream realm, Feng Yuan finally reached the bottom of the valley. But his injuries were even more severe. His 4 limbs were basically crippled. Only his right arm still had some feeling. At the same time, his whole body was bathed in blood. The wounds all over his body opened up again. His blood carried the heat of his life as it flowed out. And his bones, most of his bones were fractured. Intense pain burned like fire, roasting Feng Yuan's nerves. But this was the best result that Feng Yuan could achieve after countless attempts. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Feng Yuan used Unravel Dream continuously. When Feng Yuan reached the bottom of the valley, it worked again. Feng Yuan's injuries were slightly better. He could use strength in his right arm. His left leg also regained feeling. As for his back leg, it was completely broken. It was bent at a strange angle from the knee. Feng Yuan quickly checked his own situation, and then quickly looked around. Corpses were piled up like a mountain. Flesh and blood were rotting. The stench of corpses was thick like fog, assaulting his nose. What do I do now? Just as Feng Yuan was at a loss, a cold goo immortal aura appeared above him. 2 variant human rank 7 goo immortals appeared in the sky. These 2 were beast men. One had a pig head and human body, the other a snake body and human head. Be careful, it is a big guy down there. The Gu immortal with a human upper body and snake lower body spoke. Ha ha ha, big guy. What are you sleeping for? Wake up. The pig-head Gu immortal laughed loudly. The two were not soft, they purposely made their voices louder. It was like rumbling thunder, echoing in the valley. Stimulated by this voice, an extremely powerful aura burst out from the fog filled with the stench of corpses. Rumble! A fierce aura swept in all directions, blowing away the stench of corpses in the valley. A huge figure appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. This was a giant. It was 7 to 8 floors tall. Its entire body was pitch black, and its strange jet-black hair was like a cloak, hanging all the way to its waist. From the gaps of its hair, 2 red lights shined. It was awake. The 2 beast-man Gu immortals were shocked by this black giant's aura. They lost their arrogance, they were nervous and solemn. Fang Yuan was the same, because from this monster's aura, he made a clear judgment. Peak rank 8 Gu immortal aura. But it does not seem human. It is an immemorial desolate beast instead. Big guy, eat quickly. That's right. My clan didn't hesitate to go to war to get these blood food for you. The 2 beastman Gu immortals urged. How many times have I said it? I have a name, I am Zuoyi Hui. The black giant could actually speak human language, but it only said one sentence before falling silent and starting to eat. It stretched out its hands, and one by one, the corpses were stuffed into its bloody mouth by its huge claws. This is bad. Fang Yuan thought at this rate, he would be eaten sooner or later. Southern border Black Demon Pit. There were many mountains in southern border, but there were also pits. Black Demon Pit was not eye-catching among all the pits. It was small and did not have a lot of Dao marks. It produced some resources of the dark path. It was not rare for super forces, but for ordinary clans, it was hard to mine. Thus almost no one cared about it. But at this time, Zishan Makoto and the rest arrived at the bottom of Black Demon Pit. What are we doing here? Bai Ningbing looked around. She used the investigative method of Bai Xiang's true inheritance. She could not see anything strange. Zishan Makoto ignored her question. He spoke to the air. I am here. Let's go according to our agreement. Back then, I taught you my true inheritance. You owe me a favor. Favor? What is a favor? Suddenly, a buzzing voice came from the pit. Following it was an aura that grew from weak to strong. In the blink of an eye, Bai Ningbing and Wuxia's expressions changed. Only Zishan Makoto remained calm. Didn't you want to be human? Zuoyi Hui. Human? Oh, I remember. You are that guy from back then. Right, I helped you back then. You owe me a favor. Zuoyi Hui wants to be human. It needs to return favors. Tell me, what do you need my help with? You are best at eating humans. Ha ha ha, I am sick of ordinary humans. Don't worry, they are immortals. There might even be rank 8 Gu immortals. Zishan Makoto smiled. Chapter 1344. Southern Border, Giant Dream Realm. Zuoyi Hui. Hearing this huge monster's name, Fang Yuan's heart shook. This was an immemorial desolate beast. It had a mysterious origin, and was very old. It had appeared 1,000,000 years ago, during the Olden Antiquity era. Each time it appeared, it would be accompanied by intense slaughter. It had immense battle strength. In terms of seniority, that dog-tail life-extending ferret, that appeared in northern plains, was only a junior talent, that rose up 300,000 years ago. Zuoyi Hui Yu Tian Guang. These two names were once the same. They were embedded in the history of humanity. They were the nightmares of Olden Antiquity era, Medieval Antiquity era, and Recent Antiquity era. They were immemorial desolate beasts that had human forms. Few people knew of their origins. Each time they appeared, they would cause intense slaughter. No matter which region they were in, there would be bloodshed. Even Central Continent's celestial court could not kill them. They were very crafty. They often worked together. Whenever a demon venerable or immortal venerable appeared, they would hide. It was hard to find them. Fortunately, during Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables era, this most benevolent immortal venerable in history was determined to rid the world of evil. After spending a lot of time and effort, he finally found the hiding place of these two legendary immemorial desolate beasts. After a huge battle, Yu Tianguang died, while Zuoyi Hui was heavily injured. It managed to escape and disappear. Its fate was unknown. Zuoyi, I actually encountered this legendary immemorial desolate beast in the dream realm? Fang Yuan suppressed his shock as he climbed out. Zuoyi devoured the corpses of the Gu masters around it. With it as the center, the surrounding corpse mountains and blood seas flowed into its mouth. Immortal killer move. Evidently, this was an immortal killer move. Just by chewing, it could not consume at such a terrifying speed. This made Fang Yuan suffer. He was heavily injured. He could not move freely. His climbing speed could not compare to Zuoyi's devouring speed. He was dragged towards the center by the corpses. Suddenly, Zuoyi breathed in deeply. Suddenly, a strong wind blew and Fang Yuan was caught off guard. He was swept away by the wind and landed in Zuoyi's mouth. Zuoyi chewed hard and Fang Yuan was instantly turned into meat paste by his sharp teeth. I died again. Fang Yuan returned to reality with an injury on his soul. How do I break this dream? This question was like a huge boulder, blocking Fang Yuan's path. He sank into deep distress. Fang Yuan tried all sorts of methods as he was being carried by the two pig-headed orcs, but he was unable to escape. Now, he already knew that the development of this dreamland was for him to enter this valley. But in this valley, it was even more dangerous than falling into the hands of the pig-headed beastmen. This was because there was a legendary primordial desolate beast hidden here. Immemorial desolate beasts could match rank 8 Gu immortals, but most of them had low intelligence and were not feared by rank 8 Gu immortals. But there were exceptions to everything. Among these immemorial desolate beasts, there was a small group that was extraordinary. Because of their fortuitous encounters, they had intelligence no lower than humans. They learned Gu immortal cultivation methods. They had immortal apertures and knew how to control immortal Gu. They could even use all sorts of immortal killer moves with great proficiency. They were a huge threat. Every legendary immemorial desolate beast had a name, like the dogtail life-extending ferret Mao Li Qiu, Central Continent's evil dragon Di Zongxing and Huakong, as well as Zuoyi and Yutian Guang. These were all legendary immemorial desolate beasts. Such existences often had battle strength that surpassed most rank 8 Gu immortals. This could be seen from how the dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Qiu, killed 2 rank 8 Gu immortals from Celestial Court. Humans were the spirits of all living beings, but their bodies were weak. If they did not use Gu worms, they could not compare to other living beings. Be it speed, strength, lifespan, recovery, vision, hearing, or others, they were not the strong points of humans. Immemorial desolate beasts had dense down marks to begin with. Their lifespan was much higher than humans. Their recovery, speed, strength, and others were all above humans. Once they could use immortal Gu and immortal killer moves, control the immortal aperture, they would have human-like intelligence. They would be stronger than rank 8 Gu immortals. Does this dream realm want me to escape from Zuoyi's devouring? Fang Yuan entered the dream again. Along the way, he landed on the corpse mountain at the bottom of the valley. He was still on his last breath. Good. Fang Yuan used all his strength. Before Zuoyi breathed in, he pushed the corpse away and went down. Zuoyi breathed in deeply. Intense winds blew. The corpses on the surface of the corpse mountain were all swept away. Fang Yuan survived because he went into the corpse. But good times did not last. The winds continued. He was swept away again, entering Zuoyi's mouth. Fuck! Fang Yuan's final scene was layers of sharp teeth stabbing into his body. He entered the dream again. Crawl, crawl, crawl. Fang Yuan continued to drill downwards. During this process, he used Unravel Dream to look for loose cracks, allowing him to progress quickly. Zuoyi breathed in deeply. After a long time, the winds stopped. Fang Yuan was on his last breath. He curled up in the corpse. I finally made it. Just as he was rejoicing inwardly, one of the 2 Beastman Gu immortals above the valley spoke. Zuoyi, you have a good appetite. The jet-black giant replied. Too little, too little. I want to eat more humans. After eating more humans, I can get closer to humans. Don't worry, there are more here. The Beastman Gu immortal smiled as he opened his immortal aperture. A large number of human Gu master corpses fell down like a storm. What the hell? Fang Yuan's expression changed. He could not help but curse. Then, he was crushed to death by a huge pile of corpses. He entered the dream again. Feng Yuan crawled into the corpses, but this time, he did not use his full strength anymore. After the wind stopped, he was at the outermost layer of corpses. The corpses fell like a storm. Feng Yuan quickly crawled out and got close to the wall. He found a protruding rock and used it as a protective umbrella. After the corpses fell, he was unharmed. What should I do now? Feng Yuan looked at the sea of corpses as he thought rapidly. Right now he was buried in the mountain of corpses. He was at least 6 meters away from the highest layer of corpses. But at this time, he felt a numbness in his chest. Feng Yuan was stuck in the mountain of corpses. He could not see clearly. He quickly touched it. Next he felt a smooth tail. It looked like a snake or a centipede. Soon after, the tail retracted back into his chest. Am I going to die again? This question had just appeared in his mind when at the next moment, he was expelled from the dream realm. That just now it seemed to be a goo worm? Feng Yuan pondered in reality. There are so many human goo master corpses. There seems to have been a huge battle. It is normal that some mortal goo were not found. Even if goo immortals find them, they would not be interested in these small gains. Of course, in this extreme environment of corpses and blood, wild goo worms can also be produced. It is not strange. Feng Yuan acutely sensed that this goo worm was his opportunity. After healing, he entered the dream realm again. Goo worm refinement, failure, death. I refined again. Both sides were in a deadlock. At this time, Zui Yihui started to eat again. Feng Yuan was disrupted. He failed and died. He finally succeeded in refining the goo worm, but discovered it was a rank 2 goo used for attacking. Feng Yuan could not help but curse, and then he died. Death again. Death again. Death again. What kind of fucking dream is this? There was a series of accidents and failures. Once, because he was jumping around too much, he attracted the attention of 2 Beastman goo immortals. The other party pressed their pinky finger, and Feng Yuan was shot by a strange light, causing him to explode. Despair. In the dream realm, Feng Yuan was too weak. Any accident, or even the slightest sign of trouble would be fatal to him. Do I have to give up on this dream realm? Thinking of this, the thought of giving up persisted. Feng Yuan had invested far more into this dream realm than before. But there was little hope. He could not even see the direction of the future. This dream realm's difficulty was unimaginable. Let's see. I'll persevere one more time. I died again. Should I stop? Another series of deaths. Feng Yuan wanted to give up, but he was unwilling. After all, he had invested so much, and most importantly, he had never seen such a dream realm before. If he succeeded, it would be a huge accumulation of experience for him. If he gave up this time, what if he encountered such a dream realm again in the future? He gritted his teeth and persevered. Until the final time. On the ground of the valley, there were only 50 to 60 goo master corpses left. Feng Yuan struggled for a long time before staying alive. He was among them. The goo formation appeared. Feng Yuan realized that Zui Yihui was trapped by a super goo formation. Its lower body was buried in the ground. Only its upper body could move. Damn 4 elements formation, let me break it. After eating and drinking, Zui Yihui roared at the sky, and a dark light erupted from its body. The dark light covered the entire valley. Oh no, this is the immortal killer move Grey Knight. We need to retreat. The 2 Beastman goo immortals flew into the sky. The 4 elements formation activated. Earth, water, wind and fire. 4 mystical lights burst out, resisting the dark light and restricting it to the entire valley. Zui Yihui roared in anger and indignation, but it was useless. What the hell, how can I dodge this? The gray light was everywhere, covering the entire valley. The Beastman goo immortals could dodge it, but Feng Yuan could not. He could only watch helplessly as the rocks and plants around him evaporated and dissipated in the gray light. As for himself, he was no exception. Feng Yuan fell into deep despair. Don't tell me this is an unsolvable dream realm. I cannot dodge this gray light. If I knew this, I would have given up earlier. That would have been a wise decision. Feeling frustrated, Feng Yuan returned to reality. His soul had been injured. This injury was several times more severe than any of the previous ones. However, to Fang Yuan's surprise, he found that his dark path attainment level had risen to Grandmaster. What's going on? Fang Yuan quickly inspected himself. He was shocked to find that the dream realm he was exploring had vanished. As long as I can last until the final moment, I will pass this dream realm. I succeeded. This should be a survival type of dream realm. I just need to last until the end. This dreamland only had a short scene, but after I passed it, my ordinary dark path realm suddenly soared to the Grandmaster level. Could it be because of Zui Hui? All of his questions could not be answered. Fang Yuan knew very little about dream realms. After all, in the 500 years of his previous life, he did not put much effort into exploring dream realms. Almost at the same time, Bai Ningbing and He Lulan were also filled with doubts. Where is this? He Lulan asked as he looked at this world shrouded in mist and birdsong. This is Mushroom Man Paradise. A variant human Gu Immortal appeared from the mist. Mushroom Man Gu Immortal? Bai Ningbing's dragon pupil shrunk. Mushroom men were a type of variant humans. They looked like humans, but their most distinct characteristic was their mushroom-like head. It was like a natural hat that covered their heads. Under the mushroom hat were the eyebrows and eyes of the mushroom man. As for the nose and ears, they were all there. Chapter 1345. Before He Lulan finished speaking, Zishan Makoto interrupted. That's right, this blessed land has already been modified by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. There are no more calamities and tribulations. It has turned from a mushroom man blessed land to a mushroom man paradise. Of course, there are many paradises in the world, but this place is very special, because before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable became a venerable, he cultivated here. Sigh. The mushroom man Gu Immortal heaved a long sigh. Ever since I inherited that true inheritance, I knew that one day, I would pay the heaviest price for it. But if you want me to come out and help you commit evil, that is impossible. You might as well kill me. I won't kill you. Zishan Makoto showed a crafty smile. I want you to bring the two of them into the Melon Cave, which is where Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had stayed before, and cultivate there for some time. You won't refuse this request, right? The Mushroom Man Gu Immortal's expression became even more bitter. He was silent for a while before nodding heavily. All right, I agree. Mushroom Man Paradise Melon Cave. This cave was guarded by this Mushroom Man Gu Immortal. Zishan Makoto assimilated with Providence. He sensed the layout of Providence. Using this Mushroom Man Gu Immortal, he successfully sent Bai Ningbing and He Lulan into this legendary place. This is where my tribe raises the chakra melons. You can cultivate here secretly, do not damage any of the melons. The Mushroom Man Gu Immortal said. Chakra melons? Bai Ningbing and He Lulan looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. This chakra melon was a rank 7 immortal material. It contained refinement path Dao marks. It could be used in any Gu refinement process. Thus, this immortal material had a wide range of uses. Right now, the black and white immortals looked at this melon cave. It was simply too huge. How many chakra melons were left here? On the side, Zishan Makoto explained in a timely manner. You don't have to guess anymore. This is the largest production area of Jewel Yellow Skies' chakra melon. It occupies almost 60% of the market. Of course, I brought you here not for the chakra melon, nor is it the main point, but for the Super Gu formation here. This Super Gu formation uses Rule Path Immortal Gu Ripe as the core, with rank 7 Immortal Dew as the supplementary Gu. If you practice your Immortal Killer moves here, your efficiency will be greatly increased, and you will be more familiar with them. Moreover, because of Immortal Dew Immortal Gu, your Immortal Essence recovery speed will be extremely fast when you are inside the Gu formation. When He Lulan and Bai Ningbing heard this, their faces lit up with joy. Such a cultivation paradise was simply tailor-made for the two of them. He Lulan cultivated Strength Path and Fire Path as a secondary path. Strength Path Immortal Gu were rare, but she had a lot of Fire Path Immortal Gu. She even had the Fire Path True Inheritance left by her great-aunt, as well as countless Fire Path Immortal Killer moves. Bai Ningbing had just inherited Bai Xiang's True Inheritance. She was not weak either, She had no lack of immortal goo and immortal killer moves. Right now, what restricted their battle strength was that they had just come into contact with inheritances. They did not have the time to convert their outstanding true inheritances into actual battle strength. In the regional wall, when they fought against Fang Yuan, this flaw was clearly exposed to them. After Zishan Makoto woke up and gained authority, in order to raise his side's battle strength, he brought the two of them here and used this paradise to train the two immortals. The Ripe Melon Cave was very spacious. The Mushroom Man Gu immortals easily carved out a large area for Bai Ningbing and He Lulan to cultivate. After settling these two down, Zishan Makoto left the Mushroom Man paradise. Days passed. Fang Yuan was still inside the Super Gu formation, secretly exploring dream realms. On the surface, he used closed cultivation as an excuse to hide it from everyone. Nobody knew that he was actually exploring dream realms. His gains were already huge. Comparing it to Qi Shang, it was clear. Qi Shang was known as the formation fanatic. He had over 100 years of life, researching formation path painstakingly before reaching formation path grandmaster attainment level. This age, talent, and achievement were already rare among Gu immortals. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan only spent a month or two to unravel a dream realm containing formation path true meaning, becoming a formation path grandmaster. Precisely because dream realms were so powerful, they greatly reduced the time needed to accumulate. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, all sorts of Gu immortal experts emerged, shining like stars in the sky. It was a dazzling sight. Right now, Fang Yuan was not only a formation path grandmaster, he had also advanced to dark path grandmaster. With such attainment level, Fang Yuan had a new idea about the use of dark limit immortal Gu. I can use dark limit immortal Gu as the core to form an immortal killer move that targets myself and defends against the deductions of other wisdom path Gu immortals. Combined with my dark path Dao marks, this immortal killer move's power will definitely be shocking. I can also use dark limit immortal Gu as the core to form an immortal killer move that has the same offensive effect as dark arrow immortal Gu. I have another idea. That is to add dark limit immortal Gu into other immortal killer moves. It should be able to conceal the aura fluctuations of these killer moves. In the future, when I activate them, I can catch people off guard and have an unexpected effect. Actually, for Fang Yuan, what he needed the most were Food Path and Information Path dream realms. Food Path could allow him to feed immortal Gu more conveniently and at a lower cost. The saved resources could be used for his cultivation or resource management. Information Path was even more important. Fang Yuan had a lot of Information Path alliance agreements with him now. This made him lose a lot of freedom. When he did things, his hands and feet were tied. It was very inconvenient. Furthermore, if his Information Path attainment level rose, Fang Yuan would be able to see through many Information Path traps and methods. He might really be able to cooperate with Shadow Sect. But things in this world were not things that could be obtained just because one wanted them. The place that Fang Yuan was guarding was like a window. After he explored it, the dream realm related to Zuoyihui dissipated. The dream realms that filled in were all strange and absurd. Fang Yuan did not want to try these types of dream realms casually. Even with Unravel Dream, Fang Yuan waited patiently. Dream realms were constantly changing. But after so many absurd dream realms, Fang Yuan had to divert his attention to other aspects. The development of his immortal aperture was the main focus. Next was to use his newly advanced dark path attainment level to try and deduce some useful immortal killer moves, and finally, to gather information. Celestial Court failed. After losing 3 rank 8 Gu immortals, there had been no movement. The 5 regions were still in a peaceful and stable state. But Wu Clan's problems had not subsided. Even though Wu Yong was in charge and mobilized troops to resolve all sorts of conflicts, the other super clans continued to take action. Wu Clan was struggling to deal with them. Recently, there was another troublesome matter. The cause was an immortal Gu recipe related to bathing fire immortal Gu. It was accidentally discovered by Immortal Gu Master. Once this news spread, it immediately attracted the attention of the 2 great clans, the Yao clan and the Wu clan. This immortal Gu recipe was part of the fire path true inheritance left behind by stunning immortal. Over 1,000 years ago, Wu clan and Yao clan fought over this fire path true inheritance. There was enmity between them. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses, but neither obtained this fire path true inheritance. It was said that the fire path true inheritance was destroyed, but the sudden appearance of bathing fire immortal goo recipe gave everyone a new hope. Especially Wu clan and Yao clan. These two super forces had to fight for this immortal goo recipe due to historical reasons. Even if they could not take it away, they could not let them have it. For this, Wu Yong didn't hesitate to send out Wu Yishan and give up guarding the resource point blood tide sinkhole. Wu Yiran had rank 7 cultivation level and outstanding battle strength. He acted on orders to end the battle quickly. He soon found out that there was no stunning immortal's true inheritance. Only bathing fire immortal goo's immortal goo recipe was left. This way, many goo immortals retreated. They did not want to offend the two super forces for an immortal goo recipe. Yao clan naturally would not give up. They sent their heavyweight Yao Geng. Wu Yiran and Yao Geng had fought 4 times. They won 2 and lost 2. There was only the final and most crucial match left. At this crucial moment, Zishan Makoto secretly came to the location of the battle. In a nameless valley, he saw a mysterious goo immortal. The mysterious goo immortal was covered in rainbow light. His appearance was concealed. "You called me here?" Zishan Makoto nodded. "That's right. No matter how you obtain the complete 7 illusions true inheritance, we have already made an agreement. According to the agreement, you need to do 7 things for me." "Alright, which 7? The mysterious goo immortal agreed quickly. Zishan Makoto's lips curled up. "The first thing is to kill that Wu Yiran." The mysterious goo immortal was stunned. "Are you sure?" Zishan Makoto's smile widened. He continued. "The second thing is to take Yao Geng's life." The mysterious goo immortal became vigilant. "What do you want to do?" "You don't need to know what I want to do. You just need to kill these 2 first." Zishan Makoto chuckled. The mysterious goo immortal snorted coldly. His body vanished on the spot without a trace. Zishan Makoto's smile gradually vanished. His hands were behind his back as he looked at the distant mountain range with a deep and eerie gaze. "Time waits for no man. I do not have much time left. I need to make a move," he muttered to himself. A few days later, a shocking piece of news spread. Wu Yiran and Yao Geng were missing. The result of the battle was unknown. Wu clan and Yao clan were shaken. Because from Life Tablet Goo and Soul Lantern Goo, they obtained information that Wu Yiran and Yao Geng were already dead. Who was so ruthless? Wu Yong was furious. Just as he was about to send Goo Immortals to investigate this matter, Blood Tide Pit erupted, forming a huge wave of blood that harmed the surroundings. Wu clan quickly sent Goo Immortals to suppress it, but they did not expect to find traces of the Immortal Killer move Collapse Art from the traces at the scene. Collapse Art was a unique Immortal Killer move created by Yao Geng. The traces at the scene were very clear. The situation became complicated. Is Yao Geng dead or not? Is this Yao clan's scheme? Other than Yao clan, are there any other clans? Chapter 1346. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The sound of the waves was endless. There was an overwhelming stench of blood, assaulting everyone's noses. Wu clan's 2 Goo Immortals, Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao, were flying in the sky, looking at the blood sea below them. The former had a solemn expression, while the latter had a bitter expression. The blood flood is spreading. It has already spread over 100,000 li. More than 10 mountains have been submerged. If we do not suppress it, the losses from this calamity will become even more severe. Wu Yuanju said solemnly. Blood Tide Pit was originally guarded by Wu Yiran, but after Wu Yiran died, Blood Tide Pit was destroyed by others. The goo formation inside was also destroyed, causing an endless blood tide to surge out and spread everywhere, causing this disaster. Rong Hao was worried. But it will not be easy for us to set up a goo formation to seal the blood tide again. If we add another rank 6, with the combined strength of 3 Goo Immortals, we will barely be able to deal with it. These 2 had rank 6 cultivation level. It was not hard for them to deal with this blood tide. But Wu Yong had a time limit in his orders. If they wanted to complete it within the time limit, they would not be able to do so. But there was no choice. Wu Yong could not spare any more manpower to deal with this situation. During Wu Duxiu's era, Wu clan's territory continued to expand. Nobody objected to it, because Wu Duxiu alone could suppress the entire situation. Once Wu Duxiu died and Wu Yong took over, Wu clan only had one rank 8 left. Even though Wu Yong showed great ability and methods, Wu clan's territory was too huge. Under Zishan Makoto's scheme, he made use of the unwillingness of the other super clans. Wu clan was troubled by several super clans. Wu Yong stayed at the core. He had been mobilizing troops to maintain the situation. But this time, something happened to Wu Yishan. Once he was sacrificed, the Wu clan's defensive line that was in imminent danger immediately had a huge hole. Sending Wu Yuanju, and Rong Hao was already Wu clan's limit. Let's give it our all. Even if we have exceeded the time limit, we have done our best. Wu Yuanju sighed and began to attack. Rong Hao quickly cooperated. His surname wasn't Wu, and he was an external supreme clan elder recruited by the Wu clan. Southern Borders clans were very xenophobic. It was not easy for Wu clan to break the rules and recruit an outsider Gu Immortal. Under the two Gu Immortals' methods, the blood tide continued to retreat. Blood tide pit was like the mouth of a giant monster, devouring the blood tide outside. The disaster was under control. The situation was getting better. Wu Yuanju sighed. After suppressing the blood tide and rebuilding the Gu formation, Rong Hao, you will have to replace Wu Yiran and guard this place. I hope you'll be more careful. Things aren't looking good these days. Rong Hao nodded. I understand. I heard that this blood tide sinkhole wasn't formed naturally, but was deliberately created by Patriarch Blood Sea? Wu Yuanju nodded. Blood Sea ancestor left behind 7 true inheritances. This is one of the 7 true inheritances that he meticulously arranged to be buried. Originally, it was inconspicuous, no different from an ordinary sinkhole. But later, a Gu master from Shang clan accidentally entered and obtained the Blood Sea true inheritance, obtaining blood handprint Gu. This person was Shang clan's previous leader, Shang Yanfei. He has already died on Etian Mountain. After Shang Yanfei took away the Blood Sea true inheritance, countless blood tides appeared in the sinkhole, flowing endlessly. Wu Duxiu sent Gu Immortals to annex this place, turning it into Wu clan's territory. Blood Tide Pit was managed by Wu clan. It quickly became a blood path resource point. Wu clan developed blood path. This resource point contributed a lot. You guys are having a good time. Right at this time, a voice resounded in Rong Hao's mind. Who is it? Rong Hao was shocked. He was about to stop his method and protect himself, but he found that he could not move anymore. He quickly looked at Wu Yuanju with an anxious gaze, hoping that he could help him. But he found out in despair that Wu Yuanju was also immobilized, in the same situation as him. A small figure had unknowingly appeared on Rong Hao's shoulder. He was only the size of a finger. He had wings on his back that resembled cicada wings. His purple hair was very eye-catching. It was none other than the rank 8 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Zishan Makoto. Miniman Gu Immortal? Wu Yuanju was extremely shocked. His heart sank. Zishan Makoto's aura was concealed. He did not show his rank 8 aura. Rong Hao quickly spoke. As a variant human, you should know that this is the world of humans. Be it because of someone's instigation or your own actions, I advise you not to act rashly. Because we are not only human Gu Immortals, we also belong to Wu clan. Wu clan is the #1 righteous path force in Southern Border. If you take our lives, the consequences will be unimaginable. Actually, there is no enmity between us. Our Wu clan does not bully others. If you have any requests, Wu clan might be able to fulfill them for you. We can still be friends. Wu Yuanju added. He cooperated with Rong Hao. Using both hard and soft tactics, they had great teamwork. Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, he started to speak incoherently. His gaze turned dull. Rong Hao was shocked. He blurted out, "You are a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal?" Saying so, he also started to speak incoherently. Zishan Makoto's Wisdom Path methods heavily disrupted Wu Yuanju, and Ronghao's thoughts. They could not even speak. They were in a terrible state. Gu immortals needed thoughts to control Gu worms. Every action had to be thought before their bodies moved. Zishan Makoto directly disrupted their thoughts. He suppressed them from the start. These two rank 6 Gu immortals did not even have a chance to retaliate. After easily controlling the situation, Zishan Makoto looked at the blood-tide pit, smiling. Next, his rank 8 aura burst out. In an instant, it pierced through heaven and earth, sweeping in all directions. The surging blood tide below him seemed to have quietened down. After a moment of preparation, Zishan Makoto suddenly opened his mouth, letting out a breath of eerie air. The eerie air floated lightly, slowly falling into the blood tide pit. It was not eye-catching. It was soon engulfed by the blood tide, vanishing without a trace. At this point, Zishan Makoto turned his body slightly, looking far away. He said plainly, "It is your turn." A lump of rainbow light appeared. The person inside spoke with a trembling voice. "You are a rank 8 great expert. With your strength, you can do whatever you want in Southern Border. Why make things difficult for a minor character like me? I have my own plans. When you obtain something, you have to pay a price. When you first inherited the 7 illusions true inheritance, you should have thought of this day," Zishan Makoto said. "But the inheritors before me had never received any orders. Why me?" The mysterious Gu immortal wrapped in rainbow light said in an unwilling tone. Zishan Makoto sighed, looking towards the direction of Celestial Court. "Maybe, this is your fate. All right, use Qiao Jikai's method to kill these two." Wu Yuanju and Ronghao were still dazed, unable to move. Zishan Makoto wanted this mysterious Gu immortal to capture these two alive. The mysterious Gu immortal did not dare to disobey Zishan Makoto's orders. Profound light burst out and transformed, landing on the two Wu clan Gu immortals. Their souls dissipated and their bodies turned into wooden statues. Zishan Makoto gave up on controlling them, letting these two wooden statues fall into the blood tide. "Follow me," Zishan Makoto said plainly. How could the mysterious Gu immortal dare to disobey Zishan Makoto? Even if he was not a rank 8 great expert. Just the Information Path Alliance agreement, in the true inheritance, was enough to restrict the mysterious Gu immortal. The two left immediately. They retreated without hesitation. Of course, Zishan Makoto would not forget to get rid of their traces. In just a short moment, a gale suddenly swept up high in the sky, and countless clouds were completely blown away, revealing a clear sky for thousands of kilometers. The aura of rank 8 was grand and vast. It enveloped the entire area. Wu Yong had an angry expression. His eyes were slightly red as he descended. Who was it? Who was the one who attacked? Wu Yiran was dead, and now, Wu Yuanju and Ronghao were also dead. With Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu, Wu clan knew of their deaths immediately. Wu Yong was furious. He moved out personally. Wu clan lost 3 Gu immortals, 1 rank 7 and 2 rank 6. This made Wu Yong's heart ache. He was even more furious. He wanted to see who dared to cross the line and anger Wu clan. But at the next moment, when he saw Wu Yuanju and Ronghao's corpses, Wu Yong was stunned. Wooden statue killer? His pupils shrunk to pin size. Qiao Jikai. A moment later, Qiao clan's Gu immortal Qiao Jikai rushed to the scene. Blood tide pit had been suppressed again. On the ground that was corroded by the blood tide, there were 2 Wu clan Gu immortal corpses. Qiao clan's first supreme elder. What do you say? Wu Yong had a plain expression. He spoke calmly. But the calmer he was, the more fearful Qiao Jikai was. He was Qiao clan's first supreme elder, and his signature immortal killer move was Wooden Statue Killer. If ordinary Gu immortals were hit by this move, their souls would dissipate, and they would lose their lives. Their bodies would turn into wooden statues. But some vitality would be left. They could be planted into trees. Ignoring the cold sweat on his forehead, Qiao Jikai immediately clarified. Lord Wu Yong, please allow me to explain. This was definitely not done by me. Someone deliberately framed me. Qiao clan and Wu clan have been allies for a long time. It can be traced back to. Before Qiao Jikai could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Wu Yong. His eyes shined with bright light as he stared at Qiao Jikai. I am more willing to believe you. Xiao clan and Wu clan have been connected through marriage for generations. How can our alliance be destroyed by such a thing? Xiao Zhikai let out a breath of air. He bowed. Lord Wu Yong is wise. Chapter 1347. Southern Border Tai Clan Wanqing Mountain. Rumble. A series of muffled sounds engulfed this unremarkable small valley. At the bottom of the valley, a young girl stood. She was tall. Her long legs took up almost half of her body, giving her a strong and heroic appearance. At this moment, under her straight brows, her eyes were shining with starlight as she looked at the sky above her head. Huge rocks the size of houses were smashing down on her along the mountain wall. The young girl breathed in deeply. At this moment of life and death, she actually closed her eyes. Hundreds of huge rocks were about to hit her. But at this moment, she suddenly opened her eyes. In an instant, golden light blossomed. It was extremely dazzling, as if a small sun was buried in the whole valley. The light lasted for a moment before vanishing. The rumbling sounds also disappeared shortly after. Countless amounts of gray-white powder scattered and floated down. The young girl bathed in the flying stone powder, and a hint of joy flashed across her determined face. Very good, Tai Ruanan. You have learned the killer move I taught you. You have passed the final test. From today onwards, you will cultivate with me. I will teach you the method to become an immortal. A grand voice resounded in the whole valley. The young girl immediately knelt down. Thank you, Lord Supreme Elder, for your guidance. You abhor evil and have great talent. You are suitable for my lineage's iron mask. Your father was one of the seeds I had chosen. But to think that his daughter's talent is 100 times more outstanding than his. The grand voice suddenly paused. But soon Tai Ruanan heard. There is an unexpected matter. You should cultivate here for now. Although you have learned the killer move I taught you, you are not familiar with it. During this period of time, you should practice more. Wait for my return before making any plans. Yes, Ruanan understands. The young girl respectfully kowtowed, unable to conceal her excitement and excitement. Finally, I have finally done it, Lord Father. I have surpassed you. Watch carefully from heaven. I will cultivate to become an immortal. I will possess the strength of a Gu immortal. This world is too dark and chaotic. Only with greater strength can the wicked be severely punished, the kind be rewarded, the righteous be supported, and the world be peaceful. Zhongli, you despicable woman who murdered your own husband. My pitiful brother treated you wholeheartedly, but in the end, you were so heartless that you actually killed him. Today, I will cut you into pieces. I will make sure you die without a complete corpse. A young Gu immortal shouted furiously. His rank 7 aura surged out of his body. Fang Yuan. Ever since he survived the dream related to Zui Yihui, his dark path realm had skyrocketed to the master level. But what followed was an absurd dream. Fang Yuan was cautious, and did not want to explore this strange dream. After patiently waiting for a period of time, he finally saw a realistic dream. But in this dream realm, he became a female Gu immortal, and he was very unrestrained. The reason for that was because this female immortal cultivated the Tao of Charm. This path was a small sect. It was a small branch that branched out from Wisdom Path. It was all about fighting with emotions and charming people. Right now, Fang Yuan had turned into a female Gu immortal. She wore a pink dress with a voluptuous neckline and a slit that reached her thighs. Her every frown and smile was extremely alluring. Regarding this, Fang Yuan was helpless. After all, if he wanted to explore other people's dreams, he would need to be the source of the dream. Of course, becoming a female did not affect Fang Yuan's cold mental state. He was wary of the enemy in front of him, while putting his attention into his immortal aperture. What made Fang Yuan happy was that this female Gu immortal had many immortal Gu. Let's try this Gu first. Fang Yuan injected his immortal essence as he let out a baby's voice. This voice was not under Fang Yuan's control. It was filled with the allure and gentleness of a woman. That young Gu immortal had an imposing aura. But after hearing this voice, his body went soft, his killing intent fell. His momentum faltered as he gritted his teeth, clarity returned to his eyes. Demoness, you dare to play tricks on me. Take my killer move. Saying so, He pushed with both hands, intense winds blew. The world turned dark as countless wind blades flew towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly retreated. He dodged while trying to activate his second immortal goo. Immediately, Fang Yuan's pink dress turned into a lump of pink fog that coiled around his body, bringing Fang Yuan along as he flew. The speed made Fang Yuan gasp in admiration. It was not inferior to Sword Escape Immortal Goo. The only thing that made Fang Yuan feel regretful was that as he flew further and further, the pink fog around his body decreased. It could originally cover his entire body, but now it was forced to reveal his snow-white thighs and arms. Fang Yuan was not afraid of running around naked. This sort of shame had long since left him. Not to mention this was a dream. His regret was that this immortal goo's effect could not last long. Otherwise, with just this speed, he would be invincible against the enemy in front of him. Slut, you run quite fast. But you will definitely die in my hands today. To kill you and take revenge for my brother, I am willing to pay any price. The young Gu Immortal's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. At the same time, he activated an immortal killer move. The emerald green wind condensed into a small dagger in his palm. The dagger flickered with an eerie jade light. Fang Yuan took a look and felt a chill down his spine. Oh no! Fang Yuan's heart sank. With just one or two immortal Gu, I cannot block this immortal killer move. But what immortal killer move does this Zhongli have? I do not know how to use it. While feeling troubled, Fang Yuan quickly activated Unravel Dream. Immediately, a mystical force flowed in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. One immortal Gu and dozens of mortal Gu were activated under this mystical force. This is... Fang Yuan sensed this and was overjoyed. He quickly activated Unravel Dream. Under the influence of this immortal killer move, the mystical force continued to flow and became more abundant. Many Gu worms in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture were gathered together. Next, an immortal killer move that Fang Yuan was completely unfamiliar with was formed. Fang Yuan did not know what effect this immortal killer move had. Time waited for no man. At this moment, the young Gu Immortal had already used his lips to blow on his palm. That jade wind dagger shot out like an arrow, shooting towards Fang Yuan. It was swift and fierce. Fang Yuan sighed internally. At this moment, he could only resign himself to fate. What effect did the immortal killer move that he used using Unravel Dream have? Whether it could block this jade wind dagger, Fang Yuan had no idea. But under the effect of this killer move, Fang Yuan could not help but move his fingers, pointing at the young Gu Immortal as he said with a coquettish voice, "Ghost, come quickly." This voice was extremely alluring and seductive. Even Fang Yuan himself shuddered when he heard it. Then, a dead ghost really did come. This was a Gu Immortal soul with rank 7 battle strength. It flew out fearlessly towards the jade wind dagger. The young Gu Immortal's expression changed when he saw this ghost. He shouted in shock, "Brother!" It turned out that this female immortal, Zhongli, had actually killed her husband and refined his soul into an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan saw this and had a flash of inspiration. He shouted, "As long as I cancel the killer move, your brother's soul can still be saved. If you have the guts, destroy it too." The young Gu Immortal was furious, but he was afraid of harming his brother's life. He was restrained in the battle. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He quickly made a move and quickly turned the situation around. A moment later, he used a flaw in his opponent to kill him. Dream realm passed. Huff! Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He returned to reality. This dream realm only has one scene. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. This was a very small dream realm. Fang Yuan passed it in one go. After thinking about it, he found that his attainment levels increased not only in Wisdom Path, but also in Soul Path. Enchantment Emotion Path has never truly broken away from Wisdom Path. There are no Enchantment Emotion Dao marks in this world. Only Wisdom Path Dao marks. Thus, my Wisdom Path attainment level increased. As for Soul Path, this Zhongli probably cultivates Soul Path as well. Especially her immortal killer move, Ghost, come quickly. It has a dense Soul Path component. Fang Yuan analyzed and organized his attainment levels. Right now he had Grandmaster attainment level of 8 paths. They were Blood Path, Strength Path, Transformation Path, Star Path, Wisdom Path, Water Path, Dark Path and Formation Path. Refinement Path was Quasi-Grandmaster. Luck Path was Master. Phantom Path was still blank. His Sword Path attainment level was ordinary. His Soul Path attainment level was ordinary. But after Zhongli's Dream Realm, it rose to Quasi-Master level. That Immortal Killer move Ghost Come Quickly is quite interesting. Even though my Soul Path attainment level is low, I am a Grandmaster in Wisdom Path. The Dream Realm is realistic. There is a high chance that I can recreate a portion of its power. Even though I cannot recreate it completely, I can replicate a similar Immortal Killer move. But even if I replicate this Immortal Killer move, it will not be as good as my modified Vajraback. Ordinary Gu Immortals would be happy to have some hope. They would start to deduce and modify Immortal Killer moves. But Feng Yuan was not like that. Recently, his attainment level had risen by a lot. He had countless inspirations and possibilities. He needed to choose the most cost-effective Immortal Killer move and modify it. Undeniably, this was a happy problem. His Dark Path attainment level rose to Grandmaster. He had the idea of using Dark Limit Immortal Gu and Perseverance Immortal Gu as the core killer moves. This Immortal Killer move could conceal him even better. His Formation Path attainment level rose. He had a new idea about Immortal Killer move Vajraback. This idea made him quite excited. Originally, Vajraback used Vajra Thought and Perseverance as the cores. But in his imagination, if he could add Precaution Immortal Gu and some Formation Path Mortal Gu, its power would increase by several times. Coincidentally, after Zhongli's Dream Realm, the dream realms that appeared in front of Feng Yuan were not suitable for exploration. Feng Yuan started to shift his focus, modifying the Immortal Killer move Vajraback. Right when Feng Yuan was rapidly increasing his strength, Xiao Zhikai and Wu Yong arrived. This rank 7 Gu Immortal was wearing a warrior attire. His chest and legs were covered in light armor. His face was covered in a thick layer of iron. This was not because he was wearing a mask, but because he cultivated the Iron Mask True Inheritance. The Gu Immortals who cultivated this true inheritance had to be righteous people. At the same time, they were the most skilled in investigating the truth in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. After inspecting the scene and the 2 corpses, Tai Mianshan said with certainty, Xiao Zhikai did not do it. Xiao Zhikai let out a breath of air. Then who? Wu Yong asked. Someone imitated his Immortal Killer move, Wooden Statue Kill. This situation is recorded in history. Tai Mianshan replied. I wonder if Lord Wu Yong has heard of the 7 Illusions Demon Immortal? Wu Yong frowned. You mean the inheritor of the 7 Illusions True Inheritance? It is said that the Gu Immortals who inherit the true inheritance have the ability to imitate any Gu Immortal's methods in the world. Tai Mianshan, are you sure? Tai Mianshan nodded. My clan had once imprisoned a 7 Illusions Demon Immortal in Demon Suppression Tower. Even though we could not find out the contents of the 7 Illusions True Inheritance, we know some secrets. For example, this 7 Illusions True Inheritance has 7 layers. The inheritor can choose. They can choose not to inherit any layer of the true inheritance, or they can inherit all 7 layers of the true inheritance. But every time they inherit a layer of the true inheritance, they have to fulfill an agreement. They have to do something for someone at an uncertain time in the future. The 7 layers of the true inheritance are 7 tasks. To identify the inheritors of the 7 illusions, my clan has already developed a method to distinguish the truth. I used it earlier. It is definitely the 7 Illusions Demon Immortal. Interesting. Wu Yong nodded slightly. His brows furrowed even deeper. Even though he knew the truth, so what? Who was the 7 Illusions Demon Immortal? Who was the person or force behind them? Wu Yong did not know about these questions. Chapter 1348. I can track the 7 Illusions Demon Immortal. Tai Mianshan's words eased Wu Yong's frown. It turned out that after Tai clan captured the 7 Illusions Demon Immortal, they started to make arrangements for the 7 Illusions True Inheritance. Among the Southern Border super clans, Tai clan was the force that dealt the harshest damage to the demonic path. Especially after Tai clan Demon Suppression Tower was created, Tai clan became the pillar of the righteous path, to hunt down demonic path Gu immortals. Immediately, Tai Mianshan used an immortal killer move to investigate the traces here. This way, after confirming the direction, Tai Mianshan flew towards the east. Wu Yong and Xiao Zhikai looked at each other as they followed behind. The clues were intermittent, but with the experienced Tai Mianshan, the three immortals made good progress. An hour later, they actually returned to the blood-tide sinkhole. Xiao Zhikai was surprised. Why are we back here? Tai Mianshan smiled coldly. The most dangerous place is the safest place, huh? Xiao Zhikai came to his senses and couldn't help but praise in his heart. Good guts. Wu Yong's gaze swept around with cold light. After a few breaths of time, his gaze fixed on blood-tide pit. Roar! The calm surface of the blood tide suddenly surged as countless blood beasts charged out. A large number of desolate-level blood beasts, along with a small number of ancient blood beasts. There were thousands of them. They charged towards Wu Yong and the other two immortals fiercely. Blood beasts were a type of Dao beast. They were not born from reproduction. They were nurtured by heaven and earth, formed from blood path Dao marks. Similar to blood beasts were snow monsters, mud monsters, cloud beasts, soul beasts, year beasts, and rock dragons. Blood Tide Pit has such a mystical ability. This is a place to incubate blood beasts. Tai Mianshan called out as he looked at Wu Yong. Wu Yong also showed a surprised expression. Blood Tide Pit had one of Blood Sea ancestors' true inheritances. It was obtained by a mortal Gu master, Shang Yen Fei, before being taken over by Wu clan. After the Wu clan incorporated the Blood Tide Pit into their territory, they had also explored this place, but they didn't find anything strange. In the following days, they treated this place as an ordinary resource point. With so many blood fiends lying in ambush, no wonder the Seven Illusions demon immortal was hiding here. Xiao Zhikai suddenly realized. The blood fiends formed an army and surged forward. They had all kinds of strange appearances. Some had the heads of tigers and the bodies of horses. Some had the bodies of snakes and the heads of rabbits. Some had the backs of turtles and tails of dragons. And some were like trees with fruits that looked like monkey heads. The stench of blood assaulted his nostrils, and his ears were filled with the sinister and terrifying roars of the blood fiends. With such a sudden burst of power, even a great family clan would be caught unprepared. However, Xiao Zhicai and Tai Mianshan remained calm and had no intention of retreating, because at this moment, Wu Yong was already standing in front of them. A bunch of trash. Wu Yong snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with anger. He was very angry. Recently, he had been stationed in Wu clan, mobilizing his troops and dealing with all sorts of situations. He was feeling extremely stifled. Now this Seven Illusions demon immortal appeared. He had evil intentions. He actually caused the deaths of Wu clan's two Gu immortals, Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao. Wisps and wisps of breeze were brewing around him. The green wind had unknowingly started to move around the charging blood fiends. The blood fiends were still surging. Their speed did not decrease at all. Just as they were about to reach the three immortals, at this time, a blood fiend self-detonated. This kind of self-detonation was not thunderous, it was very gentle. It was like soap bubbles popping one by one. Blood fiends self-detonated one after another. They were right in front of the three immortals. But they had no power. They could not harm the three immortals at all. The roars and attacks earlier were like a joke. Hundreds of rank 6 battle strength and dozens of rank 7 battle strength were destroyed in front of Wu Yong. They were as fragile as toys made of paper. This was the power of a rank 8. What immortal killer move is this? The aura is completely concealed. I cannot sense it at all. Xiao Zhikai was shocked. Tai Mianshan had a deep gaze as he looked at Wu Yong's back. Wu Yong's expression was grim. His gaze was locked onto the blood tide below. The blood fiends did not form without a price. The blood tide dried up. The overflowing blood tide in the pit had already dried up. Xiao Zhikai sighed, feeling it was a pity. He sensed that the dense blood path Dao marks had dissipated into nothingness. From now on, the blood tide pit no longer existed. Only an ordinary pit was left. Wu Yong did not care about this. In the eyes of ordinary people, the bottomless sinkhole was as clear as day in his eyes. A figure covered in 7-colored profound light appeared in Wu Yong's detection range. So you are the daring one, daring to challenge Wu clan's authority. Wu Yong said plainly, but anyone could hear the anger and killing intent in his tone. The mysterious Gu immortal who was at the bottom of the pit smiled bitterly. Lord Wu Yong, I was forced to do this. Now sorry for the offense. Wu Yong's expression changed slightly. At the next moment, his surroundings changed. The originally azure sky and mountains had all disappeared. Everywhere, up and down, left and right, had been transformed into a purplish-red color. The three immortals could not tell if they were close or far. Their sense of distance was greatly affected. Swoosh swoosh. The sound of waves entered their ears. The corpses of the destroyed blood beasts turned into blood water, forming into a river that flowed below the three immortals. Blood-red splashes blossomed on top of the waves. Countless purple thoughts rained down on the three immortals like a storm. Damn it! Those blood beasts were just a prelude and a trap. So insidious. Xiao Zhikai scolded. Tai Mianshan looked around nervously. Is this an immortal battlefield killer move or a super Gu formation? Even with his investigative attainment, he could not see through this environment. Wu Yong had an unhappy expression. He snorted coldly as he waved his sleeves. Boom! A strong wind blew, and a huge tornado enveloped the surrounding 500 meters, including the three immortals, Wu Qiao and Tai Xian. The purple thoughts rained down on the tornado, creating crackling sounds as they landed on the tornado. They could not break the defense of the tornado. Wu Yong did not move. He had a cold expression as he raised his right hand and flicked his finger. There was a crisp ding-dong. A dark jade worm flew out of his fingertip. The worm flew out of the tornado, flying towards the blood river at an extremely fast speed. While flying, it grew in size. Its body expanded rapidly: 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 50 feet, 150 feet. In a few breaths of time, it turned into a fierce wind dragon that was 220 feet long, baring its fangs and claws as it charged through the rain of purple thoughts, crashing into the blood river. The blood river surged and formed a whirlpool. It was like a giant beast opening its mouth to devour the wind dragon. Green light flashed in Wu Yong's eyes. The wind dragon roared as it turned into countless jade wind blades that flew everywhere. The blood river whirlpool was directly destroyed by the wind blades, as the wind blades flew out and cut the entire blood river in half. Xiao Zhikai and Tai Mianshan stared with wide eyes. They were filled with anticipation, shock and shock. Wu Yong's every attack was an immortal killer move. It was extremely powerful, far beyond rank 7. If they were his opponent, they would not be able to last even half a move. Wu Yong was actually able to use such a powerful immortal killer move easily. It was like it was an instinct. It was as easy as breathing. Lord Wu Yong's every killer move has its aura concealed to the extreme. It is truly unfathomable. Xiao Zhikai's heart shook. This wind dragon killer move actually has a second variation move. It turns into countless wind blades. Wu Yong is not as useless as the rumors say. Such immense battle strength. He actually concealed it so deeply. Tai Mianshan's eyes shined with bright light. He looked at Wu Yong's back. He suddenly felt glad that Tai clan and Wu clan had always been allies. They did not fall out. Wu Duxiu and Wu Yong were mother and son. The former was like the wind on the peak of a mountain. The latter was like the wind in the valley. Their styles and personalities were different, but they had the same ferocious battle strength. However, even under Wu Yong's fierce attacks, the surroundings did not change. The broken blood river split into two. It expanded and formed two blood rivers. Each of them was of the same size as before. Xiao Zhikai's expression changed slightly. To be able to remain unmoved under the attacks of a rank 8 Gu immortal, and trap the three of them. What method was this? His doubts did not last long. A figure appeared in the blood river and spoke, giving the answer. This is the purple blood river formation. Wu Yong, if you do not use the 2 rank 8 immortal Gu that your mother left for you, with just that rank 8 light wind Gu, you will not be able to break this formation. Zishan Makoto said. He was not in his mini-man form. He had grown to look like a normal person. As he spoke, his body rose up as an island floated under his feet. Xiao Zhikai and Tai Mianshan's expressions changed. Even Wu Yong was moved. Because Zishan Makoto did not conceal his aura, his rank 8 identity was exposed. Who are you? What do you want? Wu Yong asked in a low voice. Zishan Makoto smiled as he looked at Wu Yong. His purple pupils were like glass. To kill you, of course. Once you die, Wu clan will be shaken. We will be attacked by other clans. We will definitely fall apart. Wu Yong was stunned. He raised his head and laughed loudly. This was the laughter of extreme anger. After laughing for a while, he lowered his head as a fierce light shined in his eyes. Such guts. In that case, I will kill you and establish my prestige as a rank 8. As he spoke, a powerful aura rose from his body. Countless goo worms were activated in his immortal aperture. Xiao Zikai and Tai Mianshin quickly retreated. They felt an immense threat from Wu Yong. Zishan Makoto's smile disappeared. Wu Yong's previous immortal killer moves were silent. His aura was concealed to the limit. But now, he was preparing an immortal killer move. The aura was surging like a tsunami. From this perspective, Wu Yong was fighting with all his strength. What immortal killer move could make Wu Yong unable to conceal his aura? No matter what killer move it was, once it was used, it would be earth-shattering. It would have immense power. How could I let you succeed? Purple Mountain True Monarch's thoughts moved, and countless purple thoughts surged up like a rainstorm. Wu clan. Ancestral Hall. This. The Wu clan Gu immortal guarding the Ancestral Hall had a change of expression. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead. His face was pale as a corpse. He cried out in shock. Lord Wu Yong's life tablet Gu is broken. Soul Lantern Gu is destroyed. Lord Wu Yong, is he dead? Note: this situation will last until July 24th. I will update on July 25th. To repay my friends who have been supporting me. Recently, I have been in trouble internally and externally. It is not easy to be a professional writer. The pressure is huge. I even suspected that I was suffering from depression. But recently, I have adjusted slightly. It is like a person who is dying of thirst in the desert, drinking a cup of cold water. Now, I am starting to balance the material needs of the outside world and the spiritual pursuit of my heart. Professionalization requires a process of adaptation. I am starting to understand how to treat this profession, my readers, myself, and life. Thank you, friends, for your silent support and understanding. There is a saying, when you want to be a god, you are not far from becoming a demon. I do not welcome gods and demons. I welcome friends and confidants. Chapter 1349. Clan Ancestral Hall. The Clan Ancestral Hall on Wui Mountain was a mortal Gu house. It used a large number of rank 5 mortal Gu. Although it could not compare to an immortal Gu house, its significance to Wu clan was extraordinary. Basically, be it a super force or an ordinary clan, they would build an ancestral hall. It stored life tablet Gu, soul lantern Gu, or blood rope Gu. The first two were common, while blood rope Gu was rarer. After all, it involved blood path. Even the sects of Central Continent had facilities similar to ancestral halls. They stored life tablet Gu, soul lantern Gu, and others. At this moment, Wu Bachong was standing in the ancestral hall, staring at the Gu worm fragments on the table. After life tablet Gu shattered, it was like pieces of wood, while after soul lantern Gu was destroyed, it was like a broken ladybug, no longer emitting a dim blue candle light. Although Wu Bachong was old, his body was strong like a bear. His hair was white, his nose was wide, his eyebrows were thick, his eyes were fierce. And he was a steady person who dared to take on responsibilities. He was the second supreme elder of Wu clan. He had weathered many storms, and was usually as steady as Mount Tai. But now, his forehead was full of cold sweat. His breathing was irregular, and his firm gaze was in a mess. Lord Wu Yong died. Wu Bachong stared at the two mortal Gu fragments. He had been standing here for a while, but his mind was still in chaos. How can this be? A grand rank 8 existence, the pillar of our Wu clan, died just like this. Wu Bachong could not believe it. He could not believe it. Lord Wu Yong, did he die or not? He kept asking himself. After all, life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu were mortal Gu. It was not difficult to use some methods. But Wu Yong was currently uncontactable. No matter how Wu Clan tried to contact him, it was like a rock sinking into the ocean. This was an indisputable fact. Regardless of whether Wu Yong died or not, his situation was definitely not good. To be able to make a rank 8 Gu immortal end up like this, who could be so ruthless? A rank 8 existence of the demonic path or lone cultivator. It's also the righteous path super clans. Could it be that they are working together to deal with my Wu clan? Wu Ba-chung continued to speculate. The more he thought about it, the more unfocused his gaze became. Wu Duxiu died. Wu Yong went missing. The huge Wu clan, the #1 super clan in southern border, actually did not have a rank 8 expert guarding it. This situation was extremely serious, and the Wu clan was already in a precarious situation. What was even more frightening was that the mastermind behind the scenes had yet to reveal himself. Wu Ba-chung slowly calmed down from the shock, but confusion and fear once again overwhelmed his heart. Usually, when Wu Duxiu and Wu Yong were above him, he did not feel anything. Now that the two rank 8s were gone, Wu Ba-chung realized that his supposedly broad shoulders could not carry the burden of Wu clan. During Wu Duxiu's era, he was the second supreme elder. When Wu Yong ascended, he continued to assist him. In terms of qualifications, he could be said to be the oldest and most qualified Gu immortal in all of Southern Border's righteous path. But it was useless. His cultivation level was only rank 7. His battle strength was not outstanding. If he fought old Treeman Bada, he would definitely not be Bada's match. Even in Wu clan, there were many rank 7 Gu immortals who could fight evenly with him. However, he was the first Wu clan higher-up to return after the incident. This gave him the upper hand. What do I do? Even if Lord Wu Yong is not dead, he has lost contact, his life token and soul path Gu are destroyed. Once this news spreads, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. People's hearts will be shaken. Should I suppress the news? Wu Ba-chung quickly shook his head. Furthermore, this shocking news had already been spread to most of the Wu clan Gu immortals by the rank 6 Gu immortals guarding this place. If Wu Yong died, the mastermind who ambushed Wu clan would not let go of this chance to strike Wu clan's morale. Thus, even if Wu Ba-chung tried to suppress the news, he could not. Then, the urgent matter now is to search for the missing Lord Wu Yong, or to shrink the defensive line and gather the supreme elders outside to defend our headquarters. Wu Ba-chung frowned. Both choices were dangerous. Searching for Wu Yong was filled with danger. To be able to make Wu Yong go missing and destroy his life token and soul path Gu, the mastermind was definitely very strong. Wu clan sending rank 7 Gu immortals to search for him would be like sending sheep into a tiger's den. And shrinking the defensive line and summoning the supreme elders back would be a huge change in the clan. A large number of resource points would be lost. If the surrounding super forces took the chance to invade them, Wu clan's losses would be disastrous. What should he do? Wu Ba-chung hesitated. He was in a dilemma. After a while, he licked his dry lips, deciding to postpone these two actions for now. He would first gather the Wu clan Gu immortals with his status as the second supreme elder to discuss. After coming to a conclusion, he would carry it out. Wu Yong went missing and could not be contacted. A huge storm started to form around Wu clan. Southern border, Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan sat on his bed, cultivating with his eyes closed while multitasking, listening to Lady White Rabbit's report. Lady White Rabbit had inherited White Rabbit's true inheritance. This true inheritance was very famous in southern border. The inheritor had to have a pure heart, and in the following cultivation process, they had to maintain this pure heart. Otherwise, most of the true inheritance methods could not be used. If they were forcefully used, they would suffer backlash. Precisely so, Lady White Rabbit was naturally trusted. She had good relations with lone cultivators and demonic immortals. Wuan saw this and convinced Lady White Rabbit to be the middleman to manage the immortal opportunity business. Once in a while, Lady White Rabbit would enter the Super Gu formation and report to Fang Yuan about the situation of the immortal opportunity business. Even though Fang Yuan had never gained any benefits from the immortal opportunity business, Listening to the business could help him understand the changes in the giant dream realm. Lady White Rabbit spoke softly. Her voice was soft like water. As she reported, she looked at Feng Yuan's face with a gentle gaze. Feng Yuan had Wu Yihai's appearance now. He had a handsome face. His nose bridge was tall and his nose was wide. He had a strong masculine aura. Lady White Rabbit was already in love with him. She purposely spoke slowly. She treasured this time when she was alone with Feng Yuan. But every time Feng Yuan met her, he spoke very little. He would only greet her with 2 sentences. One was for Lady White Rabbit to sit down and report. The second was for her to leave. But even so, Lady White Rabbit was very satisfied. She knew that Wu Yihai had a high status. She felt that she was of low birth and could not match up to Feng Yuan. Being able to interact with Feng Yuan like this every once in a while, she felt very happy. She felt extremely blessed. At this time, Lady White Rabbit's voice paused, because she saw that Feng Yuan's expression changed. This was a rare situation. Lady White Rabbit became worried, thinking, what happened to Wu Yihai? Did he encounter a problem in his cultivation? Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes. With a thought, he opened the door to the palace. Yihai, it's already like this, yet you actually still have the mood to be carefree and leisurely. Are you going out with someone? A female immortal rushed into the palace. Lady White Rabbit turned around. She saw that it was a young girl about 16 years old. She wore a green dress. Her sleeves fluttered in the wind. Her skin was as white as snow. Her figure was slim. She moved like a willow in the wind. Her features were exquisite, especially her eyes. They were the most eye-catching. Under the cover of her thick eyelashes, they were like ripples on a clear lake. She is Chao Clan's fairy Si Lu. Lady White Rabbit recognized her. She panicked and lowered her gaze. She knew this person's relationship with Feng Yuan. In reality, a while ago, Feng Yuan and Chao Si Lu's scandal had spread far and wide. Fairy Si Lu is so beautiful, as expected of one of the 3 fairies of southern border. Only a person like this is worthy of Lord Wu Yihai. Lady White Rabbit thought to herself. A sour feeling brewed in her heart. Chao Si Lu glanced at Lady White Rabbit, who had her head lowered. She seemed unintentional, but she placed great importance on her. Chao Clan wanted to use a honey trap to make Wu Yihai their son-in-law. How could Chao Si Lu not pay attention to Feng Yuan's information? And in Feng Yuan's information, Chao Si Lu was already familiar with Lady White Rabbit. This time, it was the first time Chao Si Lu met Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit was like a jade statue. Her eyes were like rubies. Her rabbit ears were fluffy and drooped down. She looked very pitiful. Even though looking closely, her looks were not as good as Chao Si Lu. But men usually like such cute and voluptuous beauties. But now is not the time to bicker with her. Chao Si Lu snorted coldly in her heart. She walked past Lady White Rabbit and quickly arrived in front of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had already opened his eyes. He got up from the bed and looked at Chao Si Lu with a smile. Fairy's sudden visit is truly a pleasant surprise. Lady White Rabbit stood far away. She looked at Feng Yuan in a daze, thinking. Wu Yihai smiled again. I have not seen him smile for a long time. When he smiles, it is like the sun in spring. If he could smile at me like this, how good would it be? Chao Si Lu inspected Feng Yuan and interrupted Feng Yuan's pleasantries. It seems like you really don't know. Sigh. What I am going to say next will only be shock and no joy. Feng Yuan's expression changed. What happened? Chao Si Lu did not answer directly. She turned slightly and said to Lady White Rabbit, Young lady, you can leave first. I have something to discuss with your lord. Ah. Lady White Rabbit was slightly stunned. Feng Yuan waved his hand. White Rabbit, leave. Lady White Rabbit did not dare to disobey Feng Yuan's order. She quickly replied and left the hall. The door closed. Chao Si Lu said, Wu Yong is missing. His life tablet goo and soul lantern goo have both shattered. The outside world does not know about this, but Wu clan is in chaos now. What? Feng Yuan shook intensely. This news was too shocking. Life tablet goo and soul lantern goo shattered. It meant that Wu Yong might have died already. He was the pillar of Wu clan. If he really died now, how could Wu clan's huge assets be protected? Chapter 1350. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Take over the Wu clan? Xiao Si Lu's words immediately made Fang Yuan's heart palpitate. How could he not be tempted? One had to know that the Wu clan was a great clan. And it wasn't an ordinary great clan. It had always been very powerful, and had always been the #1 clan in the southern border's history. The Wu clan was a huge clan with a huge business. They had all kinds of resource points, deep foundations, and abundant treasures. If he could take control of such a superpower, and become the #1 person, then Fang Yuan would not have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. Now Fang Yuan's assets were not small. Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Goo trade, Dragonfish trade, Regretful Spider trade, Eerie Fire Dragon Python trade, as well as Star Fragment Grass, Star Dart Goo, Star River Goo, Star Fire Goo, Meteorite Goo, Spirit Snake trade was also developing. It was not an exaggeration to say that Fang Yuan was making a fortune every day. If the assets in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture were included, he had the foundation of an ordinary rank 8 Goo immortal. If he added Wisdom Goo and Dang Hun Mountain in Langya Blessed Land, and Citywell in Eastern Sea's turbulent flow sea area, Fang Yuan had already surpassed ordinary rank 8s. However, compared to a superpower, Zero Wing's capital paled in comparison. Any superforce, even if they did not have a rank 8 great expert now, they had appeared in history before. Their foundation was extremely deep. Coupled with the various resource points that the superpowers controlled in the 5 regions, they could easily leave an asset like Fang Yuan in the dust. For example, the Blood Tide Pit that was once controlled by the Wu clan had a higher output than Fang Yuan's Arowana trade. The Wu clan had 20 to 30 resource points similar to the Blood Tide Pit. Compared to Blood Tide Pit, there were even more resource points like Northern Plains Lu Tribe's Bone Burial Ground and Jade Light Pit. There were close to 10 peak resource points that were better than the Blood Tide Sinkhole. Don't forget, there were the resources in the immortal apertures of Wu clan's Goo immortals, as well as the blessed lands and grotto heavens left behind by Wu clan's ancestors. Of course, superpowers often had high income, but they also had high expenses. Love Gope Small Say Netku. The Wu clan was currently in a situation where their assets were greater than their strength. When Wu Yong was around, they could only barely hold on. Now that Wu Yong was gone, they definitely wouldn't be able to defend it. They would have to spit out some of it. Even so, if Fang Yuan was able to take control of the Wu clan, his benefits would definitely be immense, and it would far exceed the standard of working alone. Fang Yuan quickly calmed down. He glanced at Xiao Si Lu, and immediately understood her intentions. Just as Xiao Si Lu said, once Wu Yong left, Fang Yuan's Wuihai identity would be the first choice to take over as Wu clan's first supreme elder. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fang Yuan did not doubt the veracity of Xiao Si Lu's words, because it was too easy to verify. Xiao Si Lu had come in a hurry, showing her sincerity. Fang Yuan frowned and smiled bitterly. Such a big thing happened. I didn't even know about it. The urgent matter now is to return to Wu clan as soon as possible. Wu Bachong has already gathered the supreme elders to discuss. Many Gu immortals have returned. Even if they could not return in time, their wills would be present, but they left you out. Their intentions are obvious. Xiao Si Lu said anxiously. Using Wuihai, this was the best opportunity for Qiao clan to interfere with Wu clan. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. Sigh. I have only been in Wu clan for a short period of time. I have no foundation or connections. It is not easy to gain authority and inherit the position of first supreme elder. They purposely left me out. This is enough to prove that my chances of succeeding are very slim. No, you have a high chance. Ihai, don't forget that you still have me. My Qiao clan is behind you. Xiao Si Lu looked at Fang Yuan with deep emotions. Fang Yuan blinked. How will your Qiao clan help me? How will Lord Qiao Jikai take care of me? Xiao Si Lu's expression froze. She hesitated but did not dare to hide it from Fang Yuan, saying the truth. My clan's first supreme elder also disappeared mysteriously with Lord Wu Yong. We can't contact him. His life tablet Gu was destroyed. Other than the two of them, There is also Tai Clan's Gu immortal Tai Mianshen. They were investigating Wu Yuanju and Rong Hao's deaths. We lost contact with them. We don't know if they are dead or alive. Fang Yuan's pupil shrunk. What is going on? Xiao Silu smiled bitterly. Trust me, I only know this much. Fang Yuan had a hesitant expression. Such a huge change cannot be hidden from the outside world for long. Who did it? Lord Xiao Zikai is not here. How will Xiao Clan help me? Don't worry about this. Xiao Clan has already come to an agreement. I am their representative. Xiao Silu said. Fang Yuan was slightly astonished in his heart. Xiao Clan was the weakest clan among southern border super forces. But they were united. Even though Xiao Zikai was missing, they could still develop according to their previous strategy. Undoubtedly, any super clan had their own strengths. But Fang Yuan did not want to go. He could acutely sense that this was a huge whirlpool. The mastermind had a huge force. Even if he succeeded and became Wu Clan's first supreme elder, so what? No matter how many resources he had, they could not compare to the gains from exploring dream realms. Fang Yuan did not need resources. He needed the attainment level that the dream realms could bring. The latter was an extremely rare fortuitous encounter. Despite the temptation of becoming the #1 person in Wu Clan, and the benefits were huge, Fang Yuan knew that life was filled with countless choices. If he wanted to walk further, he could not be blinded by benefits. He had to be clear on what was the most important thing. Once I become the first supreme elder, I need to guard the core and return to Wui Mountain. How can I leave the giant dream realm? It was not easy for me to get in, but it is not wise to reject Xiao Silu. If I offend Xiao Clan, the relationship will break. It will not benefit me at all. More importantly, in the eyes of ordinary people, if I stay here and do not fight for the power of the clan, it will be very strange. It will cause serious suspicion. After all, I have shown some political ambitions before. Fang Yuan kept thinking, pacing in the hall. Xiao Silu was so anxious she wanted to stamp her feet. Hi, what are you hesitating for? This news is too shocking. I cannot accept it immediately. Let me think first. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Time is pressing. Let's go now. Think on the way. Xiao Silu said. No, it is not as simple as you think. Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression solemn. Do you know that you have fallen into a trap? Xiao Silu was stunned. What do you mean? Fang Yuan said. If we go back like this, what will Wu Clan's supreme elders think? They are not idiots. I, Wu Hai, led Xiao Clan to take over the position of first supreme elder. But I ignored Brother Wu Yang's life and led outsiders to steal the clan's benefits. This way, there will be more discord. I do not have enough martial strength. My reputation is lacking. How can I take over the position of first supreme elder? Xiao Silu blinked her eyes, thinking. Wu Hai's words seemed to be reasonable. Then are we going to bide our time and let Wu Bachong lead the situation and take over the position of first supreme elder? Xiao Silu asked. Fang Yuan thought, as expected, he could not easily dismiss Xiao Silu, but he had a smile on his face. We can wait, there is no rush. No rush. Xiao Silu stared with wide eyes. Fang Yuan had a profound smile. He looked at Xiao Silu with a burning gaze. I believe that even if I do not go, Wu Bachong cannot lead the situation, right? Xiao Silu was stunned again. Wu Clan discussion hall. Bam! Wu Bachong slammed the table, causing it to shatter into pieces, causing dust to fly. He shouted angrily. Wu Qiao, what is the meaning of this? No matter what I suggest, you refute it. Are you purposely trying to ruin my plan? Wu Qiao smiled coldly, standing at the center of the hall with his head held high. He looked at Wu Bachong. Second Supreme Elder, you are too impatient. We do not know if Lord Wu Yong is alive or dead. Just the destruction of Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu cannot represent the truth. Look at you. You are sitting at the main seat. I am reminding you now, you should sit at your rightful seat. Supreme Elder Wu Qiao, Wu Clan is facing a huge crisis. We should be discussing the important matters now, not these minor details. I feel that Lord Wu Bachong should lead the situation. He is the second Supreme Elder to begin with. In the current situation, Wu clan needs a leader. Wu Qiao, do you think we do not know what you are plotting? I just want to say, your surname is Wu, not Qiao. In the hall, several Gu immortals immediately spoke up for Wu Bachong, attacking Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao smiled coldly. In terms of seniority, the one most qualified to take over the position of first Supreme Elder is Lord Wu Yihai. Should the second Supreme Elder take up the position? Do you think this is a Central Continent sect? There was silence. That makes sense. Our clan prioritizes bloodline. Why is Wu Yihai not here? Did you inform Wu Bachong? Several Gu immortals spoke up. Most of their main bodies were guarding outside. The ones who came were basically Gu immortal wills. Wu Bachong observed their expressions. He showed anger on his face, but his heart was as calm as ice. It is not time yet. He sighed internally. On the surface, he stood up and patted his forehead, sighing. I was rash. I was worried about the clan. You are right. We should let Lord Wu Yihai lead the way. I welcome Lord Wu Yihai's return. I am also willing to listen to him. Once he said that, the Gu immortals were stunned. Even Wu Qiao was surprised. What was this Wu Bachong trying to do? The result of Wu clan's discussion soon reached Feng Yuan. Qiao Si Lu looked at Feng Yuan with joy. This is great. We did not rush back, but we can still lead Wu clan. Feng Yuan's expression was grim. Everything was developing in a direction he did not want to see. Wu Qiao's performance was within his expectations. After all, this former third Supreme Elder of Wu clan had already been bribed by Qiao clan. But Wu Bachong's move of advancing by retreating was truly amazing. It made Feng Yuan's eyes brighten. The situation is not good. Feng Yuan shook his head and sighed. To be continued. Chapter 1351. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. What is it? Qiao Si Lu did not understand. Feng Yuan did not answer. He walked around, using wisdom path methods as he fell into deep thought. The situation was very complex. The mastermind did not show up. Wu Yong's fate was unknown. Everything was shrouded in mystery. But Feng Yuan was being held back. He had no choice but to react. He had no choice. Feng Yuan felt deeply that he had no choice. Wu clan's Gu immortals, Qiao clan's Gu immortals beside him, southern borders situation, and the mastermind, they made it hard for him to stay in the Super Gu formation. This was the helplessness of the righteous path. Feng Yuan was facing a difficult test. He did not want to become a pawn of Qiao clan and Wu clan. He wanted to protect his own benefits in this complex situation. But how should he do it? Feng Yuan had already guessed Wu Bachong's intention and scheme. Maybe I can make use of this? Thinking of this, Feng Yuan decided to go with the flow. He stopped and looked at Qiao Si Lu. Since I am in charge, I will give the orders. Yihai, this is the decisiveness of a man. Qiao Si Lu's eyes shined as she praised. Feng Yuan continued. Right now the mastermind is still unknown. The most important thing now is to defend. I will order Wu clan's Gu immortals to give up on the resource points and return to Wuyi Mountain, activating their immortal Gu houses to guard against any mishaps. Qiao Si Lu was very satisfied with Feng Yuan's actions. Feng Yuan told her his thoughts regarding Wu clan's internal affairs. He did not treat her as an outsider. Qiao Si Lu was overjoyed, she said. This is the safest method. But it is also a wise decision to give up on so many resource points. The surrounding super forces might take over them. There is no other way. Wu clan's strength has always been too scattered. The situation is unclear now. We can only hold back and guard against any mishaps or challenges. Feng Yuan sighed. All right. Let's go. Let's leave this place and return to Wuyi Mountain. Qiao Si Lu agreed with Feng Yuan's response. Feng Yuan shook his head. No, I'm not going. This trip is too dangerous. Even my brother Wu Yong was ambushed. We are merely rank 7s. Won't the mastermind capture us easily? If the mastermind wants to deal with the Wu clan, then their next target is likely to be me. How can I go out as I please? The journey back to the Wu clan is too dangerous. Feng Yuan's excuse was sufficient. Qiao Si Lu's gaze turned solemn as she nodded slightly. That makes sense. He should indeed be more cautious. If we can get help from an immortal goo house, it will be safer. Fang Yuan finally managed to calm Qiao Si Lu after much effort. He heaved a sigh of relief. However, his brows were still furrowed. They had finally managed to stay in the super goo formation. But how long could this situation last? Wu Yong's fate was unknown. Even Fang Yuan, who was familiar with history, was caught unprepared. Inside the purple blood river formation, the blood river was raging. It had already split into more than 10 parts. In the dimly lit environment, countless purple thoughts gushed out endlessly. Tai Mianshan shouted. The iron sand around him moved like smoke, forming into a huge veil that protected him. But the purple thoughts turned from solid to phantom. They shot into the smoke veil and attacked Tai Mianshan without any obstruction. Damn it! Tai Mianshan gritted his teeth. He was helpless against this phantom path method. But right at the moment of danger, a cool breeze blew. The purple thoughts that had already dissipated burst one by one like bubbles. So close. Tai Mianshan turned around, looking at Wu Yong with a grateful gaze. Wu Yong was surrounded by a storm of purple thoughts. There were also countless blood beasts mixed within. Even though the battle was intense, Wu Yong was unharmed. He still had the energy to take care of Tai Mianshan and Xiao Zikai. This purple blood river formation actually contains phantom path transformations. If we do not get rid of these ruin-back corpses, the phantom path transformations will not stop. Xiao Zikai shouted. He needed to shout. He could not transmit his voice here. Thoughts and other wisdom path methods were even more useless. Tai Mianshan's gaze was cold like a blade. He scanned his surroundings and saw that there were 3 to 4 ruin-back corpses in the blood river. Most of them were at the desolate beast level, but there were a few ancient desolate beasts. There was even a primordial ruin-back corpse that was supported by 2 blood rivers. In fact, even now, Tai Mianshan could see some clues. These ruin-back corpses were melting in the blood river. Especially every time the purple thought changed, the speed at which the ruin-back corpses melted would increase by a bit. But so what if he knew the importance of the ruin-back corpses? Not long after the battle, that rank 8 Gu immortal, Zishan Makoto, vanished. Why did Wu Yong hesitate? Wasn't it to defend against Zishan Makoto's sneak attack? It is not wise to let Lord Wu Yong get rid of the ruin-back corpses. The purple-haired rank 8 will gain the upper hand. Thus, in this situation, Xiao Zikai and I need to work together to get rid of these ruin-back corpses. If the purple-haired enemy attacks, Lord Wu Yong will be able to deal with it. We will be able to survive. But what if they could not? Or rather, even if they could survive, they would lose the chance to attack this Gu formation. What would Wu Yong choose? Tai Mianshan did not make a decision, because the 3 of them did not trust each other much. Right at this moment, a huge and complicated aura suddenly rose from the center of the battlefield. Winds blew. Wu Yong's sleeves fluttered in the wind. He was like the king of the wind. At this moment, his ordinary appearance was actually set off to the extreme. Since you want to see the rank 8 immortal Gu that my mother left for me, I will show you. Wu Yong said coldly. A vast number of purple thoughts were pushed away. The blood river was raging. Several of them were cut off by the wind. Xiao Zikai was shocked and joyful. Tai Mianshan's iron mask was also shaken to the point that metal shards fell off. He cried out in shock. This is an immortal Gu house? Wu Yong did not make a move, but once he did, it was an earth-shattering move. He did not use any immortal killer moves. He took out an immortal Gu house from his immortal aperture. This immortal Gu house was not grand at all. From the outside, it looked like a bamboo building. This building was very common in southern border. It was not unheard of in the other 4 regions, but they usually only existed in mountainous terrain. This bamboo building only had 2 floors. It was almost entirely made of bamboo. There were green bamboo leaves growing on the bamboos. Drops of dew were stuck to the leaves. It was extremely green. Wu Yong's sleeves fluttered as he flew to the 2nd floor of the bamboo building. He sat by the window and flicked his finger. The bamboo building shook. More than 10 drops of dew fell from the roof. In an instant, these verdant dewdrops fell off from the bamboo house and shot out like lightning. Wherever they went, A cool breeze calmed everything down. Be it the purple thoughts or the blood river, they were all turned into nothingness by the cool breeze. So powerful, Xiao Zhicai couldn't help but praise. The verdant dew flew over and easily helped him out. Wu clan had 3 immortal goo houses to begin with. Now they have a 4th. And this immortal goo house is leaking the aura of 2 rank 8 wind path immortal goo. Wu Yong really hit it deeply. Tai Mian Shun was deeply shaken. The 2 goo immortals were saved. They flew into the bamboo building and arrived beside Wu Yong. This is the immortal goo house that my mother created, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Wu Yong was still sitting by the window. He looked at the goo formation outside as he explained. This is great. With this clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, we are invincible. It is only a matter of time before we escape. Xiao Zhicai was overjoyed. If Wu Yong used Wu Duxiu's 2 rank 8 immortal goo to activate an immortal killer move, Xiao Zhicai would be very worried. Because there was a chance of failure when activating an immortal killer move. The stronger the killer move, the more terrifying the backlash would be if it failed to be activated. And with Wu Duxiu's death, Wu Yong had not been inheriting the 2 rank 8 immortal goo for long. Especially when Wu Yong was the first supreme elder of Wu clan, he had a high status. How much time did he have to practice? This was a huge problem. But now, these 2 rank 8 wind path immortal goo were combined with other goo worms to form an immortal goo house. Everyone knew that even though immortal goo houses had fixed methods, they were easy to control and did not have to worry about backlash. Tai Mian Shun's emotions were more complex than his, he thought. Wu clan actually has a 4th immortal goo house, and it is a rank 8 immortal goo house. It is far stronger than the other 3. Each immortal goo house can greatly raise a clan's overall strength. With a rank 8 immortal goo house and some goo immortals, as long as they have enough immortal essence, they can be Wu clan's 2nd rank 8 goo immortal. This Wu Yong has truly concealed himself deeply. He couldn't help but look at Wu Yong in a new light. Wu clan had not had an easy time recently. They were facing difficulties from all directions. As the only remaining rank 8 goo immortal in Wu clan, Wu Yong had to deal with all sorts of obstacles. He had to mobilize his forces. His situation was quite awkward. But as long as he took out this immortal goo house, he would be able to resolve the awkwardness and restore Wu clan's prestige, allowing Wu clan to sit firmly on the throne of the number 1 super force in southern border, suppressing all the other restless thoughts. However, Wu Yong did not do so. He had been using his own strength to deal with Wu clan's crisis. He hid this immortal goo house very deeply. Even Wu clan's goo immortals did not know about it. If he was not trapped in the purple blood river formation, nobody would know that Wu Yong had a 4th immortal goo house. And it was a rank 8 immortal goo house at that. Just with this, Wu Yong is not inferior to his mother, Wu Duxiu. Thankfully, my Tai clan is at the northeast of southern border, while Wu clan is at the southwest. The 2 are far apart. And my Tai clan did not participate in the previous operation. We did not make things difficult for Wu clan. Tai Mian Shun let out a breath of air, feeling fortunate. All the super forces had their own territories. They had been in southern border for so many years. They had already understood each other a lot, and they were very thorough. Their strength and territories were maintained at a balance. They were in a stalemate. Once Wu Duxiu died, this balance was broken. The other super forces cooperated to find trouble with Wu clan. But as long as this clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building appeared, it could replace Wu Duxiu and suppress southern border. Chapter 1352. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Talk.net, providing you with exciting novels to read. The morning sun rose. It was still early in the morning, but it was still wet. Love Gobe Small Say Net Katu Ho Clan Gu Immortals stood on the clouds, looking down at the canyon below them. Golden Cloud Canyon. This canyon was filled with a special fog. At night, the fog was dense and had no special characteristics. When the morning sun shone on the canyon, the fog would shine with dazzling golden light. These scattered golden lights were not dazzling. The fog seemed to have covered the entire golden peak. The huge canyon was dazzling and magnificent. This is Golden Cloud Canyon. It produces metal path and cloud path resources. Once upon a time, Wu clan snatched it from us. A Ho clan Gu immortal sighed. But now, it is time to take back this lost foundation. The other Ho clan Gu immortal nodded. His body started to shine with a weak light. The light lasted for a few breaths of time. After it faded, his appearance changed. He turned into a famous demonic path Gu immortal. He nodded to the Ho clan Gu immortal beside him, before diving down towards Golden Cloud Canyon, without saying a word. Golden Cloud Canyon was originally guarded by Wu clan Gu immortals, but because of Wu Yong, Feng Yuan ordered them to retreat to Wu clan's headquarters. This news was concealed for a while, but it was discovered by other super forces. However, Ho clan was a righteous path force. They could not attack here directly. The rules of the righteous path were set. Ho clan had to be flexible. In this trip, they used the excuse of chasing demonic path Gu immortals to enter Golden Cloud Canyon openly. Once they annexed Golden Cloud Canyon, it would be a fact. It would not be easy for Wu clan to take back Golden Cloud Canyon. By then, Ho clan would have many excuses, like, "We helped your Wu clan defend Golden Cloud Canyon. We need some compensation." That would be a headache for Wu clan. Glib talk was what the forces of the righteous Dao were good at. Unless Wu clan had stronger battle strength, to the point where Ho clan had to retreat. Ho clan's Gu immortal turned into a demonic path expert, flying towards the golden fog like a huge bird. Love Gope small say netku. Sensing his aura, the mist in the golden firmament canyon suddenly changed, and a sonorous sound came from it, shaking the eardrums. Xiao xiao xiao. In the next moment, countless golden shadows in the shape of sabers, spears, swords, and halberds suddenly shot out as if there was no end to them. Even though Wu clan's Gu immortals left, the Gu formation guarding this resource point was still there. At this moment, it began to move on its own, attempting to defend itself from the ground. Ho clan's Gu immortal's gaze was grim. He shouted as a majestic blade chi slashed down from above. Wherever it went, space would shatter, and wind and waves would surge. Evidently, Ho tribe came prepared. They used blade chi immortal Gu. Wu clan's Gu formation was only a mortal Gu formation. How could it match a rank 7 immortal Gu? Not only were the countless golden silhouettes shattered, the Gu formation itself was also completely destroyed. All of a sudden, the golden mist that had originally filled the valley suddenly broke apart from the middle. Most of the golden mist was gone, revealing the true appearance of the valley. The two Ho clan Gu immortals had heated gazes. Demonic path scoundrel, where do you think you're going? A Ho clan Gu immortal shouted as he flew down. A purple waterfall that resembled smoke hung down from above. It was 180 feet tall. Poison waterfall. On another mountain near this waterfall, there was a Wu clan's mortal mountain village that was specially set up. Kill kill. A large group of mortal Gu masters charged over from outside the mountain. Wu clan's Gu immortals were forced to retreat. They were already at the final line of defense. Wu clan's leader, a rank 4 Gu master, was at a strategic location. He shouted at the enemies. "Your Yang clan is truly despicable. You dare to sneak attack my Wu clan? Humph. Our Yang clan has tolerated you for a long time. You have occupied this place for so many years. You have been too domineering. My father and mother only wanted an antidote Gu worm, but they both died on this mountain. Today, we will settle our old and new grudges." Yang clan's Gu immortal leader was Yang. He charged up the mountain with hatred and anger. Damn it! Wu clan's Gu masters were defending themselves, but Yang clan came prepared. They had the advantage in numbers. Wu clan's Gu masters lost. They could only retreat from the secret cave. Yang clan's Gu masters defeated Wu clan. They cheered on the ruins of the village. On the cloud, the Yang clan Gu immortals who were holding the fort nodded silently. They had joyful expressions. This was the border between Yang clan and Wu clan's territory. Yang clan had planned for a long time. They had already split off a group of Yang clan mortals and moved nearby, letting them do as they pleased, causing conflict with Wu clan. It was exactly because of this excuse that the Yang family could launch a large-scale attack and invade the Wu family's territory. According to the rules of the righteous path, These were small conflicts between mortals. Unless they lost Gu immortal seeds, it would not affect the overall situation of the clan. Poison Waterfall was only an ordinary mortal resource point. It produced some poison path mortal Gu. Gu immortals did not care about it. But once this gap was opened, Yang clan only needed to charge in, and they would be able to get their hands on the true treasure land. Fake Corpse Mountain. Rumble. The sound of river water was like thunder. It resounded in the ears of Yao clan's Gu immortals. He stood at the highest point of Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, looking at the red and red river surface. Not far from here was the intersection of the two rivers, Red Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River. These two rivers intersected, forming a huge whirlpool at the center of the river. Waves were rumbling. It was very dangerous. Southern Border's three rivers were not simple, be it Red Dragon, Yellow Dragon, or Jade Dragon River. Spirit springs would form in the river water from time to time. These spirit springs would mix with the surging river water and flow out, causing the riverside to be filled with spiritual energy. It was good for producing Gu cultivation resources. Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. This was a very special mountain. In ancient times, a Southern Border rank 8 Gu immortal turned into a zombie. He was attacked by super forces here. The rank 8 immortal zombie died in battle. This place became a battlefield. It was worthless. But who could have thought that as time passed, the rank 8 immortal zombie's corpse, under the nourishment of the river's spiritual energy, along with the water plants that came ashore, it started to sprout and grow into a corpse mountain. This corpse mountain was hundreds of meters tall. There were large numbers of zombies living on it. It produced Transformation Path Zombie Gu and Chi Path Zombie Chi Gu. Before Southern Border's Zombie Alliance headquarters was exposed, they had wanted this treasure land. They offered a high price to purchase it from Wu clan, to make it their headquarters, but Wu clan rejected them. Zombie Alliance did not succeed, but now, this place belongs to my Yao clan. Yao clan's Gu immortal was excited. He looked into the distance, past the wide river surface, towards the other shore. That was Wu clan's territory. After taking over this Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, Wu clan's territories to the east of the Red Dragon and north of the Yellow Dragon were completely lost. Yao clan occupied Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. It was like a bridgehead. They were eyeing Wu clan's territory. News of Wu Yang's death came from an unknown source. After learning of this, several super forces started to conspire. This time they were not fighting alone. Yao clan, Yang clan, and Ho clan were just three of them. In Wu clan's headquarters there was a commotion. Damn it! These three clans are really daring. They actually dared to provoke our Wu clan. We lost 3 territories, especially Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. It is truly painful. Back then, Wu clan spent so much effort and paid such a huge price to obtain this place. Counterattack, we need to counterattack. We have an immortal Gu house. Why are we afraid of them? Wu clan's Gu immortals shouted anxiously. Some argued endlessly. Some raised their arms and cheered, while some remained silent. At this time, more than 10 days had passed since Wu Yong went missing, his fate unknown. Wu clan had been concealing this information, but just like Wu Ba-chong had expected, the mastermind had already spread this information. Initially, those super forces did not believe it. Because Feng Yuan had already expected this situation, he purposely gave out fake information to mislead them. However, this action itself defied common sense. The super forces were not stupid. After these days of research and observation, they finally made their move. Once they made their move, Wu clan was surrounded by enemies. They lost a large amount of territory. In the discussion hall, because of Wu Yang's disappearance, the main seat was empty. As Wu clan's second supreme elder, Wu Ba-chong, sat on the other side. He was silent as he observed the expressions of the surrounding Wu clan Gu immortals. His heart was heavy, but he also felt a trace of smugness. Especially when he looked at Wu Qiao. His lips could not help but curl up. Because Wu Qiao was the Wu clan Gu immortal, who had been guarding Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. The sudden loss of this resource point was a huge blow to Wu Qiao. Wu Qiao was silent as steel, his expression was cold. Even though he felt Wu Ba-chang's provocative gaze, he pretended not to notice. He was like a steel statue. "Stop arguing, keep quiet." Wu Ba-chang spoke. This time, nobody rebuked him. The discussion hall quickly quietened down. Wu Ba-chang was very satisfied. Under the gazes of the immortals, he sighed and said, "Wu clan is in such a huge situation. We are unable to make a decision. Lord Wu Hai should make a decision." Wu Qiao frowned. Wu clan's Gu immortals looked at each other. Some were already dissatisfied with Feng Yuan. They grumbled, "Our clan is in such a huge situation. But Lord Wu Hai is still staying at the Super Gu formation. I heard that Fairy Qiao Si Lu went there more than 10 days ago. I also heard that there is a Lady White Rabbit." The Gu immortal who said this had even more sinister intentions. Wu Qiao frowned even more. He wanted to speak up for Feng Yuan, but when he thought of his own predicament, he hesitated and did not say anything. Wu clan's letter soon reached Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was not the least bit surprised by this situation. He had already expected it. "It seems that the situation does not allow me to stay here." Feng Yuan looked at the moving dream realms, sighing deeply. These last few days, he had wanted to continue exploring dream realms. But his luck was not good. The windows here were all showing absurd dream realms. Feng Yuan could not do anything about them. Chapter 1353. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go. Speak Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Of course, these last days, Feng Yuan was not doing nothing. He had just sold the largest batch of regretful spiders. Feng Yuan's Red Date Immortal Essence storage was no longer in dire straits. As for Vajra-back Killer Move, Feng Yuan had already modified it. He only needed to test it. Because his Dark Path attainment level had risen to Grandmaster, he successfully created an Immortal Killer Move, Eternal Dark Concealment. This move used rank 6 Immortal Gu Dark Limit and rank 7 Immortal Gu Perseverance as the cores, with hundreds of supplementary Mortal Gu to amplify and extend the effect of Dark Limit Immortal Gu. At this time, Qiao Si Lu asked for an audience from outside the hall. Feng Yuan willed as the door opened. Qiao Si Lu's expression was grim. She had an anxious and worried expression on her face. She brought bad news. Other than Yao clan, Ho clan, and Yang clan invading Wu clan's territory, Ba clan and Xia clan also attacked Xiao clan at almost the same time. Opening the map of southern border, Ba clan and Xia clan were to the north of Qiao clan. They had territories that bordered Qiao clan. Qiao clan lost Wedding Dress Lake and Empty Return Pit. They were annexed by Ba clan and Xia clan respectively. After Qiao clan's first supreme elder Qiao Jikai mysteriously disappeared, Qiao clan gathered their Gu immortals and defended their headquarters, observing the situation. This way, Ba clan and Xia clan's invasion went smoothly. Qiao clan's losses were severe. The Wedding Dress Lake and the returning Sky Pit were resource points that surpassed the Blood Tide Pit. Qiao clan was at the bottom of the Righteous Path super forces. This time, they had lost 2 great resources. The Qiao family was filled with grief and anger. Feng Yuan had heard of these 2 resource points. Wedding Dress Lake had a southern border folk tale. In the legends, a fairy in heaven weaved her own wedding dress. Whoever could obtain it would become the fairy's husband. After the fairy finished weaving the wedding dress, she threw it into this lake, and was picked up by a fisherman who lived near the lake. The fairy and mortal fell in love, and lived in seclusion in the middle of the lake, living a beautiful life. This tale was mostly fake, but Wedding Dress Lake produced all sorts of clothing goo. For example, fire cloak goo, water cloak goo, wood armor goo, and so on. In the history of Qiao clan's control, it had produced 3 wild immortal goo. As for the sky returning sinkhole, it was called by the villagers as the ultimate hiding place. It could connect to the immortal world. After the ignorant mountain people died, they threw their corpses into the pit. Usually, before these corpses landed on the ground, they would be crushed by the space path Dao marks in the sinkhole, leaving nothing behind. The foolish mortals believed that this was the reason why they ascended to the immortal realm after they died. In truth, this was the best place for space path resources. The Xia clan had been coveting it for a long time. The Qiao clan wasn't a match for the Xia clan. But it was a pity that the Qiao clan had the support of the Wu clan. Now that both Wu Yong and Qiao Zhizai had gone missing, how could the Xia family let go of such a great opportunity? The Qiao clan and the Wu clan had been allies for a long time. The invasion of the Qiao clan by the Ba clan and the Xia clan was equivalent to an attack on the Wu clan. This way, including the Yao clan, Ho clan and Yang clan, a total of 5 great factions surrounded the Wu clan. The situation had worsened to the extreme. If they were not stopped in time, Wu clan and Qiao clan would have more and more territories occupied by others. I will arrange for Wu Qiao to come with the immortal Gu house, Fang Yuan said to Qiao Silu. Qiao Silu nodded. This was the reason why she came. Qiao clan's situation forced Qiao Silu to seek Fang Yuan's help. In fact, Fang Yuan had been delaying for the past few days. Qiao Silu was already unhappy with him. If not for the fact that Qiao clan only had one immortal Gu house, they would have sent one to bring Fang Yuan away already. Make arrangements to gather the Qiao clan Gu immortals. We will leave together this time, Fang Yuan said. Qiao Silu was stunned. Together? What about here? We can only give up for now. Fang Yuan made up his mind. He did not hesitate anymore. Then what about the immortal Gu that we used to set up the formation? Qiao Silu frowned. Take them all away. If we leave them here, some Gu immortals with ulterior motives might forcefully refine them, or even destroy them. You should know what kind of people they are. And it is too easy to find such an excuse, Fang Yuan said plainly. Also don't forget, my formation path attainment is not high. I am confident in removing some immortal Gu, Fang Yuan added. Qiao Silu thought of Fang Yuan and Qi Shang's fight. She nodded as she thought. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment is not weak. Qi Shang had also praised him greatly. In fact, she had underestimated Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was Grandmaster. He was on par with Qi Shang. In the past, when Fang Yuan looked at this Super Gu formation, he could not understand it at all. Now that he was a formation path Grandmaster, and had lived here for so long, Fang Yuan's understanding of this Super Gu formation was very deep. Modifying this Gu formation was beyond his abilities, but he could take away some immortal Gu from it. After making the decision, Qiao Silu called Qiao clan's Gu immortal Qiaobo. Pack up. When Wu clan's immortal Gu house arrives, we will retreat and return to our headquarters. Qiaobo quickly accepted the order before stammering. I wonder when they will arrive? I can make arrangements for them. Qiao Silu looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan waved his hand. No need to rush. I have just contacted them. There is still some time. Qiaobo showed joy on his face as he left respectfully. Even though Wu clan's headquarters is close to Etian Mountain, with an immortal Gu house, they will need at least 4 to 5 days to get here. This way, I can complete my final business. After Qiaobo left, he started to think. The business he was talking about was none other than the immortal opportunity business. Wu clan and Qiao clan's situation was getting worse. The Gu immortals of Qiao clan and Wu clan were panicking. The immortal opportunity business was also affected. Qiao clan had 2 Gu immortals guarding the Super Gu formation. Qiaobo was one of them. He had rank 6 cultivation level. When he was sent here, he had some complaints, but the immortal opportunity business changed his mind. If I return now, the immortal opportunity business will not work. There might be battles later. Since I am leaving anyway, I might as well do something big. Qiaobo gritted his teeth, making up his mind. A day later, Qiaobo met with the demonic path Gu immortal fairy Miao Yin. Fairy, we meet again. Qiaobo had an excited expression. His eyes darted around as he sized up fairy Miao Yin. Even though fairy Miao Yin was in the demonic path, her strength and beauty were both top tier. She was one of the 3 great fairies of southern border. She was on par with Qiao Silu. All along, fairy Miao Yin had been entering the Super Gu formation to search for opportunities in the dream realms. Even though her soul was injured from time to time, she had collected a lot of dream path Gu materials as well. Even though Wu clan, Qiao clan, and other super forces wanted to purchase these dream path Gu materials from her, fairy Miao Yin tactfully and firmly rejected them. Let's go in first, Xiaobo said as he looked at the two Gu immortals behind Fairy Miao Yin. According to the usual practice, every time a business was conducted, a demonic immortal or lone cultivator would be brought in. But this time, because Xiaobo was about to leave this place, he made a huge move and directly brought in 3 Gu immortals. At the same time, in Wu clan's encampment, Lady White Rabbit stared at Wuan. Lord Wuan, are all of you really going to retreat? And in such a hurry? Wuan nodded. The situation is not good. You must have heard some rumors. But it doesn't matter, and there is no need to worry. My Wu clan will not fall. Just stay here and manage the immortal opportunity business. Wait for us to return. Lady White Rabbit was silent for a while before saying weakly, before leaving, I want to meet Lord Wu Hai. Can I? This. Wuan showed a troubled expression. Lord Wu Hai is currently in closed cultivation. Deducing an immortal killer move, he might not have time to meet you. Lady White Rabbit showed a sad expression. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling. I want to meet Lord Wu Hai, just once. Isn't he leaving too? I will stay here for the next few days and wait for him to come out. Is that okay? Wuan sighed deeply. Lady White Rabbit's feelings towards Wu Hai could be seen clearly by anyone with eyes. It is a pity that Lady White Rabbit is just a tool in Lord Wu Hai's eyes. It is a pity. Wuan felt a sense of pity. He nodded. All right, stay here. When Lord Wu Hai comes out of closed cultivation, he will meet you. Thank you, thank you. Lady White Rabbit was overjoyed. She thanked him profusely. In the cultivation secret room, Fang Yuan held a rank 7 immortal Gu in his hand. Immortal Gu precaution. This Gu worm was the size of 2 adult palms. It looked like a longhorn beetle. It had a black carapace and was extremely heavy. Even with Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body's ability, it could not be entrusted to him. But Fang Yuan had already refined it. It was floating in the air on its own, allowing Fang Yuan to observe it. This immortal Gu was one of the 2 immortal Gu that Fang Yuan received after joining Wu clan as Wu Hai. As the name implied, this immortal Gu's effect was to provide protection for the Gu immortal. It was rule path. It had a flaw. It needed a certain amount of time to activate by itself. It needed at least 10 breaths of time before it could display its power. 10 breaths of time was not a short period of time for Gu immortals. Especially in those intense battles, 10 breaths of time could be used for more than 10 rounds. The process was full of twists and turns. And most importantly, if a Gu immortal sneak attacked, life and death would be decided in an instant. At this time, there was no time to activate Precaution Immortal Gu. However, once Precaution Immortal Gu was activated, after 10 breaths of time, its defensive effect would be quite outstanding. It was one of the best among rank 7 defensive Immortal Gu. It was similar to Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had an idea. He wanted to add Precaution Immortal Gu into the Immortal Killer move Vidra. Right now he had already thought of the killer move, he only needed to test it. To be continued. Chapter 1354. Genius in 1 second. Remember Love Go? SpeakNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. It began. The first step, Fang Yuan turned into a divination tortoise. The second step, he activated a large number of mortal Gu, followed by Vajra Thought Immortal Gu, before adding more mortal Gu. The third step, which was also the most crucial step, activated Precaution Immortal Gu. GUH. The divination tortoise that Fang Yuan turned into spat out a large amount of blood. Inside the immortal aperture, a large number of mortal Gu were destroyed, but Precaution Immortal Gu was sturdy and did not suffer any damage. Fang Yuan felt dizzy. The failure of the immortal killer move caused his organs to suffer severe internal injuries. Thankfully, he had turned into a divination tortoise, an ancient desolate beast with thick skin and thick flesh. Its recovery speed was shocking. If a human body were to experience this kind of damage, their internal organs might completely collapse into a bloody powder in an instant. How can this be? Fang Yuan was dazed. This was completely different from what he had imagined. In fact, before Precaution Immortal Gu could activate its power, The entire Immortal Killer move had already broken apart. This was unexpected to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had used Affection Immortal Goo and other Wisdom Path Immortal Goo to deduce this modified Immortal Killer move many times. There should not have been such a serious mistake. This was a huge blow to his head. After healing his injuries, Feng Yuan calmed down and inspected the killer move. After several deductions, Feng Yuan was even more perplexed. There was no mistake? Suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. I understand. Feng Yuan immediately realized where he was wrong. His mistake was on Precaution Immortal Goo. Once Precaution Immortal Goo was activated, it would expend Red Date Immortal Essence, but it would only activate after 10 breaths of time. It was not at the 10th breath of time, but at the 11th breath of time. Precisely because of this small difference in time, Feng Yuan's entire Immortal Killer move broke apart. There was actually a mistake here. It is truly dark around here. It seems that I need to add some Time Path Goo worms to make up for the difference in time. Feng Yuan's Time Path attainment level was very ordinary. It had not risen much, because he had never encountered a dream realm related to Time Path. However, he had He Fan's true inheritance and Wisdom Path deduction methods. He could more or less make up for this shortcoming. However, this was not something that could be completed in a short period of time, or the time it took to brew a cup of tea, or even an incense stick. A day passed, and Feng Yuan did not sleep or rest. The next day, Feng Yuan continued to deduce. The third day passed. Wu Clan's Immortal Goo House was already more than halfway through the journey. For the first time, Feng Yuan's calculations had some clues. After the qualitative change, the following deductions were smooth sailing. Southern border, human mountain range. In this place, lived the most mortals in the southern border. There were many villages on every mountain. On some of the mountain peaks, there were even a few villages living next to each other. It could be said to be a flourishing scene. The population had multiplied to the extreme, and there was a sea of mortals. Of course, in terms of battle strength, a single Goo immortal could take care of this place, and the mortals could not resist them at all. And at the center of this mountain range, it was also the political center of all the villages, Human Smoke Mountain. One of the super clans, Chai Clan's headquarters. The ancestor who created Chai Clan was named Chai Fu. He had left behind a record in human history. In his era, he was the #1 person in Southern Border's Goo Immortal world. He cultivated Fire Path and Earth Path, because he had gained a lot from reading The Legends of Renzu. He also had Human Path killer moves. In his later years, he chose this place to create Chai Clan, and after modifying the mountain range, Human Smoke Mountain was created. In fact, Goo Immortal experts and great experts would all read The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu contain the human path true inheritance of humans. This true inheritance could be said to be the #1 true inheritance in the Goo Master world. Its inheritance method was also very special. Normally speaking, inheritances were like He Fan's true inheritance, or Bai Xiang's true inheritance. But Renzu's human path true inheritance was only a portion of information in The Legends of Renzu. The profundity of human path was contained in this information, which Goo immortals could obtain depended on their fate and talent. Everyone's harvest was different. The benevolent saw benevolence, and the wise saw wisdom. But every immortal venerable and demon venerable had gains, and their gains were not small. For example, Giant Sun Immortal, because he read The Legends of Renzu, he could successfully create all living beings' luck in heaven and earth luck. Chai Fu had success in reading The Legends of Renzu. After he died, he left behind the human path methods he comprehended to Chai Clan's bloodline, his descendants. Precisely because of this, Chai Clan's management strategy was different from other super clans. Chai Clan greatly expanded their population, increasing the number of mortals. As for other super forces, they only focused on a portion of their clansmen, placing them in the 5 regions, allowing them to develop and nurture them. The bloodline of these branch clansmen came from the most authoritative Goo immortals of the super forces. They were the main clan bloodline. There was also a portion of people who lived in seclusion in grotto heavens and blessed lands, not coming out. These people were often of branch bloodlines. Only when an accident occurred, such as the main clan bloodline being completely destroyed, or when the leader died and there was no successor, would the branch bloodlines take over. Chai clan greatly expanded their population, but it was not the Chai bloodline. If other clans did this, they would be asking for trouble. They spent a lot of effort to nurture mortals with other surnames. Once the population grew, more and more Gu masters would appear. These Gu masters did not have the main clan bloodline. Their loyalty would be greatly reduced. There was no value in nurturing them into Gu immortals. If they cultivated themselves to become Gu immortals, there would be an impact on the main clan. There would be conflicts. But Chai clan's situation was different. They nurtured more and more mortals, but these mortals did not have high aptitude. There were very few Gu masters, not to mention Gu immortals. In contrast, Chai clan's own descendants were continuously producing outstanding talents. It was not uncommon to see seeds that could be nurtured into Gu immortals. This formed a clear contrast with other super forces. According to the conjectures of other super forces, Chai clan's abnormal situation should be due to the human path methods left behind by Chai Fu. However, even though Chai clan could produce large numbers of talented descendants in every generation, because of the lack of resources, most of these Gu immortal seeds could only stay at rank 5 or rank 4. Here, it was time to talk about Southern Border's geographical structure. Southern Border's most distinct feature, other than the mountains, were the 3 great rivers: Jade Dragon River, Red Dragon River, Yellow Dragon River. Each river almost ran through Southern Border, dividing it into several parts. Red Dragon River started from the most northwestern position. It sloped downwards to the right, all the way to the southeast of Southern Border. Jade Dragon River was at the top. Looking from the map of Southern Border, the entire river was like a gentle slope. Yellow Dragon River was in the shape of a few words. It suddenly protruded in the middle. It was much steeper than Jade Dragon River. Jade Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River did not intersect, but Red Dragon River intersected with Jade Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River. The intersection of Red Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River was in Wu clan's territory. It formed a whirlpool in the center of the river. On the northeastern shore was Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. And at the intersection of Red Dragon River and Jade Dragon River, the whirlpool in the center of the river was dozens of times larger than the whirlpool in the center of Red Dragon River. The spiritual energy was vast. At the center of the whirlpool, there were large numbers of spirit springs, numbering in the tens of thousands. These spirit springs were not stable. Every breath of time, more than 10 spirit springs would be born and destroyed. Thus, the vast amount of spiritual energy was instilled in the river. When Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable traveled to this place, he had once commented that in all of Southern Border, this was the most beautiful place. Here, the air was filled with primeval energy. Large amounts of resources were produced. It was comparable to an outstanding grotto heaven or blessed land. This was also the place where the headquarters of 3 super forces were gathered. For example, Red Dragon River and Jade Dragon River intersected, forming the shape of a Buddha. The intersection was the whirlpool in the center of the river. Chai clan's Human Smoke Mountain was at the top, Ba clan's Mansion Mountain was below, and Xia clan's Life Extension Mountain was to the right. In the last 3 days, Chai clan's discussion hall had been filled with arguments. At this moment it was no exception. Chai clan's first Supreme Elder was sitting on his seat. His gaze was flickering with hesitation. Not long ago, he had received a letter from Fang Yuan. In the letter, Fang Yuan represented Wu clan as Wu Hai, expressing his willingness to ally with Chai clan to attack Xia clan and Ba clan. This matter was extremely important. Chai clan's first Supreme Elder had no choice but to gather the clan's Gu immortals to discuss it. The argument in the discussion hall revolved around this matter. I don't think we can attack Ba clan and Xia clan. Wu clan's intention is clear. They want us to take action and relieve their external pressure. Once we attack, our Chai clan will have to face 2 super forces at the same time. If these 2 let go of Wu clan and attack us together, we will definitely be at a disadvantage. We will not be able to retaliate. A Chai Clan Gu immortal shouted loudly from the center of the discussion hall. He had just finished shouting when a Gu immortal stood up from a corner and suggested, "We can choose one of them to fight." Even though Wu clan requested to fight both clans at the same time, these conditions were negotiated. This is not the principle of our actions. Sai, this is a huge matter. Our Chai clan has been reproducing for so many years. We have raised countless mortals. Once the battle starts, the other side only needs one Gu immortal to slaughter all of these mortals, causing our clan to suffer huge losses. An old Chai clan Gu immortal shook his head and sighed. He was very wary of the possibility of harming the innocent. Because of the limitations of human path methods, these mortals could not move out of human smoke mountain range. This way, they needed an immortal Gu formation, or immortal Gu house to defend themselves. Precisely because of this, we need to fight for more resources. That's right. Our Chai clan's advantage is that we have human path methods. Our descendants can produce geniuses. It is just that we do not have enough resources to nurture them. Once we get rid of one or even two of them, we will obtain a huge amount of resources. Becoming the #1 force in southern border is just around the corner. This was the opinion of the clan's pro-war faction. Chai clan's first supreme elder was silent. After listening for a while, he looked at a Gu immortal in the hall. Yu Yan, tell us your opinion. Chapter 1355. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Talk.net, providing you with exciting novels to read. The discussion hall became silent. Everyone's gazes gathered on a Gu immortal. This Gu immortal was young and had an ordinary appearance, but he was an important person in Chai clan, the trusted aide and capable subordinate of Chai clan's first supreme elder. As an information path Gu immortal, Chai Yuyan pondered for a while before saying, "My thoughts might be different from everyone else. These last few days, I have been thinking about Wu Hai. Wu Yong went missing. News of his death spread. Regardless of whether it is true or not, or who did it, Wu clan is currently led by Wu Hai. How his personality is, how sincere he is, these are all questions in my heart. Everyone knows Wu Hai's origin. We really don't know much about him. After all, he is not a Gu immortal born and raised in southern border." Continue. Chai clan's first supreme elder's eyes shined with interest. Chai Yuyan smiled before continuing. "Actually, everyone knows about Wu Hai's previous information. There is no need for me to explain it here. From this information, everyone can more or less understand this person's nature and mentality. Let me talk about something that everyone might have overlooked." "Oh, something that we all overlooked." Chai Yuyan rubbed his nose. "It's that letter. In the letter, Wu Hai expressed his desire to ally with our clan, to attack Ba clan and Xia clan together. He did not choose Ba clan or Xia clan alone, but listed both as his enemies. Wu clan's style has always been domineering. Isn't this their usual style?" A Chai clan Gu immortal was puzzled. No. Wu Hai is different." Chai Yuyan shook his head. This can be seen from how he handled Frosty Peak, as well as the agreement with mountain-moving old monster. His way of doing things is closer to a lone cultivator. After all, how long has it been since he joined Wu clan? Wu Hai lacks Wu clan's domineering aura, but has the shrewdness of a lone cultivator. He is good at compromising, and in my opinion, he has great talent in the righteous path. Why did he list Ba clan and Xia clan as his targets? Just like what someone said just now, why not choose one of them and compromise with the other? Because if we really joined hands with the Wu clan and chose one of the clans to fight, how could the other clan watch from the sidelines? They will definitely form an alliance to resist the alliance between our clan and the Wu clan. Chai clan's Gu immortals heard this and nodded, agreeing with Chai Yuyan. Love Gob Smalp say Netka the Chai clan, Ba clan, and Xia clan were all gathered at the heart of the Scarlet Jade River. Their relationships were very complicated. If one family was strong, the other two families would definitely join forces to resist the enemy. The three of them formed a balance of power that restrained each other. This was also the reason why the Chai family had not been able to fight their way out after so many years of development. If the Chai clan were to ally with the Wu clan, it would definitely break this partial balance. How could the Ba clan and the Xia clan not ally? Therefore, in Fang Yuan's letter, he simply listed both of them as his targets, because he knew that this was bound to happen. This means that Wu Yihai has a very mature eye. Since he was able to propose an alliance with my Chai family, he must have made a lot of preparations. There seems to be no need to worry about Wu clan fooling us. Someone said. Chai Yuyan nodded. What I want to say is that Wu Yihai has deep attainments in politics. From these actions and details, I can see that he is very sincere in cooperating with us. The truth is, our Chai clan will definitely make a move. It was not easy for our clan to suppress the Ba clan and the Xia clan until now. It was the hard work of several generations. There was also luck in this process. Once Ba clan and Xia clan devour more resources, our foundation will increase. Our Chai clan's advantage will be lost. Of course, we need to be careful in cooperating with the Wu clan. How should we start the battle? And to what extent should we restrict this battle? First, Supreme Elder, you have to make a decision. However, we should at least send a portion of the Gu immortals to feign an attack. At least, we cannot let the Ba clan and Xia clan expand their territories too easily, right? Once he said this, the Chai clan Gu immortals in the hall nodded. Almost at the same time, southern border, Myriad Snake Mountain Qi clan's headquarters. Qi clan's first supreme elder held a letter Gu in his hand as he pondered. Qi clan was at the westernmost part of southern border. To the lower right was Yang clan, while to the right was Qiao clan. Qi clan and these two clans had territories bordering each other, but Yang clan was closer and had the most territories bordering each other. Befriending the distant and attacking the nearby had always been a common diplomatic choice. Thus, Qi clan and Yang clan did not have a good relationship. Yang clan's Ghost Hand Mountain was at the source of the Yellow Dragon River. It had abundant resources and dangerous terrain. Yang clan's Gu immortals cultivated Soul Path and had outstanding battle strength. They had always been a threat to Qi clan. In the past, Yang clan and Qi clan had many conflicts. They had a long history. To the right of Yang clan, along the Yellow Dragon River to the east, was Wu clan's territory. Actually, Wu clan and Qi clan were neighbors. Even though they did not share a border, Xiao clan and Qi clan did. Xiao clan was supported by a certain generation's first supreme elder of Wu clan. Xiao clan was at the center of southern border's western region. They resisted Ba clan and Xia clan to the north, Qi clan to the west. They could even restrain Yang clan in the southwest of southern border. Qi clan and Xiao clan had conflicts from time to time. Everyone knew that Xiao clan was Wu clan's watchdog. Thus, Qi clan and Wu clan's relationship had always been good and bad, changing according to the situation. If one word was used to describe Qi clan and Wu clan's relationship, it would be ambiguous. Not long ago, Qi clan had made things difficult for Wu clan. But in the Super Gu formation on Etian Mountain, Qi clan cooperated with Wu clan and started the Immortal Opportunity business. Wu Yihai, you have given me a difficult problem. In the study room, Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu, sighed deeply. In the letter, Fang Yuan requested to ally with Qi clan to deal with Yang clan. Qi Chuyu was naturally moved, because he knew this was a good opportunity. This kind of opportunity was rare even in his lifetime. Any force needed to grow stronger. Even if they could not devour the Yang family's resources, they would still be able to weaken the Yang family's strength. This was all beneficial to the Qi family. Qi clan had plenty of resources to spare, not only because Qi clan's headquarters were located in a remote area, but more importantly, Qi clan was proficient in Gu formations. Set after set of immortal Gu formations were set up. Qi clan's headquarters and the various resource points had outstanding defense. The Qi family didn't have much to worry about. Qi clan also had 2 immortal Gu houses. And don't forget, there was also the rank 8 Gu immortal Qi Chuyu. Wu Yang's death had spread. Half of southern border was in chaos. In such a chaotic situation, Qi clan needed Qi Chuyu to make a quick decision. Several days later, Inside the super-goo formation, Fang Yuan came out of his closed cultivation. He had a faint look of joy on his face. His closed cultivation was very fruitful. He had already modified Vajraback killer move. He had even practiced it several times. And in these few days, Southern Border's situation had undergone a huge change. Chai clan sent Gu immortals to the center of the river, posing as a threat. Ba clan and Xia clan had to restrain their strength and defend against them. Qi clan's Gu immortals directly invaded Yang clan's territory. The two clans had been neighbors for many years. It was easy for them to find an excuse. Both sides had already started fighting in 9 Phantom Mountain Range. Qi clan's old man was very decisive. He brought an immortal Gu house and moved out personally. This caused Yang clan to be very nervous. They had to send an immortal Gu house and a large number of Gu immortals. Yang clan did not have a rank 8 Gu immortal. They were in a passive state. Other than that, Luo clan, Tai clan, and Yi clan were also making strange movements. Because of these clans, Fang Yuan sent letters to them. Of course, the contents of the letters were different from Qi clan and Chai clan. After all, these 4 clans were too far away. They were all in the eastern part of Southern Border. Even so, the strange movements of these clans drew some of Ho clan's and Yao clan's attention. Even though they knew that these clans were unlikely to make a move, they had to be on guard against such situations. As for Shang clan, this clan had always been neutral. Even though Fang Yuan sent a letter, Shang clan immediately replied and rejected Wu clan's proposal. Suddenly, a spring breeze came, and the tense situation of the Wu and Xiao families suddenly eased up. Wu clan and Xiao clan's Gu immortals were greatly shocked at this result. Even though Fang Yuan only sent a few letters, it was not easy to convince the other super forces with just one letter. Especially in the letters, how much resources Wu clan was willing to give up, and how much sincerity they were expressing was a problem worth considering. Fang Yuan handled the situation very well, beyond the limits of many people's imagination. Few people knew the contents of his letters, but they knew that these letters moved the Gu immortals of many super forces. This gave Wu clan and Xiao clan a chance to turn from defense to offense. It seems that my foundation in this aspect has not fallen. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan had been the leader of a force. At that time, the 5 regions were in a chaotic war. The political situation was even more chaotic. There were alliances within the 5 regions, deceit, schemes, betrayals, and so on outside the 5 regions. Right now the political chaos only revolved around Wu clan and Xiao clan. It was only in the western part of Southern Border. From Fang Yuan's perspective, it was not complicated. He did not need to think about it, he could directly attack it. Wu clan's immortal Gu house is finally here? Fang Yuan received another piece of information. The immortal Gu house had set off long ago, but something happened along the way. It was delayed for some time. No matter who it was, or if it was an accident, Fang Yuan had to wait for a day before he could receive this immortal Gu house. It seems that I need to leave this place. This dream realm had given Fang Yuan too much improvement. Many things had happened during this period. Towards such a treasure land, Fang Yuan was reluctant to leave. Chapter 1356. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? SpeakNet, providing you with exciting novels to read. Fang Yuan continued to deal with the matters that had accumulated during his closed cultivation. Lady White Rabbit wants to meet me? What is it? Fang Yuan used information path methods to ask Wuan. Soon, Fang Yuan understood Lady White Rabbit's intention. No, tell her to go back. Fang Yuan rejected her mercilessly. A day later, Wu clan's immortal Gu house would arrive. But Fang Yuan would not take Lady White Rabbit away. He needed a pawn here. Even if it was not inside the Super Gu formation, it would be good to place it outside. There was a huge risk in this. After all, Lady White Rabbit and Wu Yihai's relationship was very close. Everyone knew about it. But a pawn needed to be used properly. Fang Yuan took in Lady White Rabbit back, then not because of her beauty or friendship. He wanted to make use of her and squeeze out her value. Even though there is only 1 day left, I cannot waste it. I might be able to find something from the dream realms. But unfortunately, in Wu clan, Fang Yuan only saw absurd dream realms. This made him feel disappointed. In this final period of time, he only encountered absurd dreams. His luck was not very good. If he had a realistic dream realm, he would have improved a lot. I heard that Xiao clan has realistic dream realms. It is a pity. Those demonic path Gu immortals have no methods. They all encountered realistic dream realms. Fang Yuan could not go to Xiao clan's territory. After all, it was their territory. If he exposed his dream realm exploration methods, it would be detrimental to Fang Yuan. At this time, Xiao clan's territory. There is one more day before we leave. Your dream realm exploration will end as well. Let's hurry up. Also, our Xiao clan is willing to pay a high price to purchase your dream path Gu materials. Xiaobo came to Fairy Miao Yin and the other two demonic path Gu immortals. There is no need to explore anymore, we can end it now. Fairy Miao Yin smiled at Xiaobo. Xiaobo was stunned. He had invited Goddess Miao Yin to explore the immortal serendipity many times. But this was the first time he saw Goddess Miao Yin smile at him like this. For a moment, his heart skipped a beat, and his eyes were filled with infatuation. But immediately after, his body trembled slightly. There was a soft sound. Xiaobo's pupils contracted to the size of a needle as he slowly lowered his head and looked at his chest. There was a white hand with sharp nails that pierced through Xiaobo's chest. Not only did it pierce through Xiaobo's heart, but there was also a cold frost spreading from the wound. You, how dare you? Xiaobo didn't even finish his last words before he lost his life and turned into an ice sculpture. Xiaobo was dead. Behind him, Bai Ningbing was expressionless as she slowly retracted her hand. In midair, sparkling and translucent ice shards rained down. Her hands were snow-white and delicate, and the blood on them was stripped away along with the frost. The time is here, let's begin. The third Gu immortal walked over. Her appearance gradually changed, revealing her original appearance. If it was not He Lulan, who else could it be? Is Lord Wui Hai really not willing to see me again? Lady White Rabbit's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Wu, and Wu sighed, shaking his head. Let's go. There is no rush. You will meet again if there is a chance in the future. As long as you manage the immortal opportunity business properly, maybe Lord Wui Hai will reward you in the future. Manage it properly? Hee hee. Lady White Rabbit's eyes turned completely black. A cold light flashed in her pupils. Seeing this, Wu became vigilant, retreating. Lady White Rabbit, what's wrong with you? Don't do anything stupid. Lady White Rabbit's voice also changed. Don't talk about White Rabbit. I am not that weak fool who is in love with a heartless man. Remember, I am Black Tigress. What Black Tigress? It is time to teach you a lesson. My Wu clan is in a predicament. But small fries like you, don't even think about, ugh. Before Wu finished his words, his angry expression turned into extreme shock. He found that he could not move. Not just that, his body and soul started to melt, turning into a pool of black water. Love Gope small say Netku. What killer move is this? When did I get hit by it? At this time, Black Tigress's gloomy voice entered Wuan's ears. Enjoy it, this was meant for Wui Hai. It is a pity that I did not get to see him. The moment he said that, Wuan completely melted, turning into a pool of black water. Boom! 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 Wuan had just died under Black Tigress's domineering killer move. When the Super Gu formation shook intensely, the Super Gu formation was attacked. What is it? The Righteous Path Gu Immortals stationed here reacted. Someone is attacking the Gu formation. They are inside the Gu formation. Soon Qi clan's leader, Qi Gui, found the problem. He informed the Righteous Path Gu Immortals. The Immortals' hearts sank. The Super Gu formation had strong defense, but it was divided into inside and outside. Attacking the Super Gu formation from the outside and attacking from the inside were two different things. Undeniably, an attack from the inside was much more destructive. Xiao clan is in trouble. A Righteous Path Gu immortal who was close to Xiao clan's base transmitted. Damn it. I said that this immortal opportunity business would have problems sooner or later. Xiao clan is playing with fire. Look, Ba Quanfeng screamed. Ba Clan had not participated in the immortal opportunity business. Once he said that, many of the participating righteous path Gu immortals went silent. Don't worry, even so, our Qi clan ancestor is prepared. This super Gu formation has a hidden formation within the formation. It has 4 layers. These demonic path Gu immortals alone cannot even break through the surface layer. Qi Gui raised the morale. He also wanted to relieve his embarrassment. After all, Qi clan was one of the main parties in the immortal opportunity business. That's right, just a few rats. The righteous path Gu immortals calmed down. But at this time, boom! With a huge explosion, the entire Gu formation shook again, and the intensity was several times greater than before. Large numbers of Gu worms died, several immortal Gu were destroyed. What's going on? What's going on? Qi Gui was shocked. They actually found the formation core? Oh no, the other party came prepared. They did not attack rashly. They are working together. Earlier, the Gu formation also suffered an intense attack. Stop them. Activate, quickly activate the Gu formation. Send some people to the location and kill those 3 demonic path scoundrels. Wu clan and Xiao clan's Gu immortals are all dead. Are there still people around? The righteous path Gu immortals transmitted to each other. They were in chaos. What's going on? In the hall of Wu clan's base, Fang Yuan was frowning. He was using the Gu formation to investigate the situation. He had been deducing a killer move earlier. This happened too suddenly. He was caught unprepared. Information was transmitted from the Gu formation to Fang Yuan's mind. Lady White Rabbit's transformation and the scene of her killing Wuan were all seen by Fang Yuan. Lady White Rabbit is actually a traitor. She seems to be a different person. She wants to deal with me. Fang Yuan's frown deepened. He immediately decided to go personally and kill White Rabbit, to take revenge for Wuan. Be it Wu Yihai's identity or Fang Yuan's need to maintain the stability of the Super Gu formation, Fang Yuan had to kill Lady White Rabbit. To think that there would be such a huge mistake. Yihai, my Gu formation has gone out of control. Come and help me. Xiao Si Lu sent a request for help. She also sent the scene of Bai Ningbing killing Xiao Bo. Receiving this information, Fang Yuan's intention to go was immediately dispelled. Bai Ningbing? Hey Lulan. Why are they here? I understand this is Shadow Sect's doing. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He stood on the spot, his eyes shining with bright light. After discovering Shadow Sect, even though his killing intent surged, he also dispelled the thought of going out. What a joke! Shadow Sect had rank 8 existences. Fang Yuan had seen this during the Battle of Reverse Flow River. Who knew where that Zishan Makoto was hiding? He might even be hiding nearby, waiting for Wu Yihai to come out and launch a sneak attack. Even though I have the Immortal Killer Move Reverse Flow Protection Seal that can block the attacks of rank 8 existences. But once I use it, my identity will be exposed. Even though Shadow Sect sent Lady White Rabbit to kill me, they did not find out that I am impersonating Wu Yihai. Otherwise, it would not be Lady White Rabbit who came to kill me. What do I do? Fang Yuan fell into rapid thinking. Wisdom path methods were used. All sorts of thoughts surged in his mind like surging tides. Shadow Sect's intention is clear. They are here to save Spectral Soul's main body. Shadow Sect definitely has a backup plan. I should wait and see. This Super Gu formation is not a joke. With this Gu formation, it can block the attacks of rank 8 Gu immortals. It is best if I do not show myself. Fang Yuan quickly decided on a strategy to deal with it. As for Xiao Si Lu, I don't care if you die. Yihai, come quickly. Xiao Si Lu urged. Fang Yuan had a cold expression as he rejected. Take it easy. I have some problems here. Wuan was actually assassinated by Lady White Rabbit. I cannot let this murderer off. What? Then be careful. Xiao Si Lu was shocked. She did not forget to care about Fang Yuan, not knowing that Fang Yuan had already abandoned her. Xiao Si Lu faced Fairy Miao Yin, He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing alone. She was a rank 7 Gu immortal. Fairy Miao Yin had similar cultivation level, while He Lulan and Bai Ningbing were rank 6. Thus, in Xiao Si Lu's opinion, the situation had not gone out of control. Her gaze was focused on Fairy Miao Yin. You are finished at this moment. The Super Gu formation has been activated. You are all trapped. Surrender and become my slave Gu immortals. You still have a chance to live. Hee hee. Fairy Miao-yin smiled sweetly. Is that so? Chapter 1357. Right at this time, a powerful aura rose outside the Super Gu formation. Soon, it was discovered by the righteous path, Gu immortals controlling the Gu formation. There is a powerful aura ahead. The aura is rising so strong. A rank 8 Gu immortal? The righteous path Gu immortals gasped in shock. Is it Zishan Makoto? Fang Yuan, who was holed up in the hall, had a sharp gaze. No, it is not a Gu immortal. It is an immemorial desolate beast. Ah, it is. Before he could finish his sentence, boom. The entire Super Gu formation suffered the fiercest blow in history. The entire Gu formation was shaking intensely. The hall formed by the Gu formation crumbled and broke apart. At once heaven and earth collapsed. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived. A huge hole was created in the Gu formation, but the righteous path Gu immortals did not suffer heavy casualties. This was the difference between Gu formations and killer moves. Even though Gu formations were killer moves in formation path, after the Gu formation was set up, it paid more attention to the environment and the Gu worm's movement. When the Gu formation was destroyed, the Gu immortals did not suffer much backlash. Of course, the ancient battle formation was not included. Once the ancient battle formation was destroyed, the Gu immortals would suffer severe backlash. Especially the Gu immortals controlling the formation. Cough cough. Smoke and dust rose. The hall that Fang Yuan was in was completely destroyed. Mortal Gu were constantly being restored at the edges. Gu worm corpses were raining down. A huge hole was torn in the Super Gu formation. The dream realm, that was completely covered and concealed, was now exposed. Many righteous path Gu immortals stood at the hole, looking at it in a daze. There, a huge figure was standing between heaven and earth. It was a humanoid immemorial desolate beast. It stood on 2 legs and had 2 monstrous claws. Its hair was disheveled, and its body was pitch black. Gu immortals, so many Gu immortals, I want to eat all of you. After eating all of you, I will be closer to a human. This humanoid immemorial desolate beast growled. It was extremely excited. It is. A righteous path Gu immortal pointed at this immemorial desolate beast, stammering in shock. Zui hui. Fang Yuan subconsciously gritted his teeth, feeling great pressure. The moment he saw this immemorial desolate beast, Fang Yuan thought he was dreaming. But the Gu immortals' cries, the broken walls of the hall, and the collapsing Super Gu formation reminded him that this was not a dream. Fang Yuan didn't expect Zui hui to show up. This legendary primordial desolate beast had brought too much suffering and death to the southern border. None of these southern border righteous path Gu immortals did not know him. Zui hui's appearance shook the righteous path, and their morale fell. This was an existence stronger than ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals. Especially when the Super Gu formation was destroyed. The righteous path only had rank 7 and 6 Gu immortals. What could they use to resist? Flesh and blood? In the 5 regions, only 2 rank 7 Gu immortals could resist rank 8 existences, Feng Jioga and Lu Guanyi. Hold on. Don't panic, our Gu formation has 4 layers. Just now the outermost layer was only destroyed. Move, enter the next layer. At the crucial moment, Qi Gui stood up. He was the leader arranged by Qi clan. This Super Gu formation was created by Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu. Qi Gui naturally knew some secrets that others did not. As expected, there was a change in the Gu formation. It shined brightly. The Gu formation's disintegration stopped. The outer Gu formation was abandoned, and the inner defense reappeared. The 3rd layer of the Gu formation appeared in front of Zui hui. Even though it did not cover the entire dream realm, most of it was still concealed by the Gu formation. The righteous path Gu immortals quickly retreated into the Gu formation. Fang Yuan was no exception. This was the only way now. Wu Yihai's true identity should not be known by Shadow Sect. If not Shadow Sect, which had a wisdom path rank 8 Gu immortal, would not have sent Lady White Rabbit to assassinate Feng Yuan. The enemy was in the open while he was in the dark. This was a clear advantage. At the same time, Feng Yuan had another advantage: immortal Gu houses. Wu clan's immortal Gu house was on the way. Most Gu formations could not be moved, but immortal Gu houses could. Moreover, the power of immortal Gu houses could increase according to the amount and quality of immortal essence. They could resist the attacks of rank 8 existences. With an immortal Gu house, Feng Yuan's chances of escaping would increase greatly. But earlier, Wu clan's immortal Gu house was delayed due to an unexpected situation. Was this done by Shadow Sect? Feng Yuan thought of this as he felt a dark shadow. "'Tisk so troublesome." Bai Ningbing looked at the well-defended third layer of the Gu formation as she frowned. "This is hard to deal with." He Lulan sighed. At this time, Wuxia's cold laughter entered their ears. "No worries, just dodge." Fairy Miao Yin, Bai Ningbing, and He Lulan shuddered. They quickly retreated. Roar! At the next moment, Zui Yihui roared, emitting a thunderous sound. The roar echoed in the sky, creating a huge sound wave that spread through the air. The trees and rocks around Zui Yihui were all uprooted. It was like a storm was brewing. Next, Zui Yihui breathed in deeply, its stomach and cheeks bulged. His entire body had doubled in size. Then, it suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and a huge beam of light shot out from between its sharp teeth. The pillar of light was dark gray. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it crashed into the third layer of the Gu formation. Everything was eerily silent. The third layer of the Gu formation was hit by the dark gray pillar of light. It quickly turned gray. Earlier, Zui Yihui had attacked the Super Gu formation as well. The first few times it was just a test, it was a calibration. Previously, it used the same killer move Grey Knight. With He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, and Fairy Miao Yin's cooperation, the fourth layer of the Gu formation was destroyed. Most of the Righteous Path Gu immortals did not see these attacks clearly. But this time, they had all witnessed Zui Yihui's terror. Heaven and earth seemed to have stopped. Endless darkness engulfed them. Time seemed to have slowed down. It only lasted for a breath of time. Boom! Another thunderous sound resounded in the world. It almost broke the immortals' eardrums. Heaven and earth shook. The third layer of the Gu formation was torn apart and attacked. It seemed like the previous scene was going to happen again. The Righteous Path Gu immortals had pale expressions. They injected immortal essence into the Gu formation desperately. After the tremors passed, the third layer of the Gu formation was only half destroyed. It was still intact. This Super Gu formation was created by rank 8 Gu immortal Qi Chuyu himself. It was made with a large number of immortal Gu and mortal Gu from Southern Border's Righteous Path forces. It was finally displaying its power. It resisted the signature attack of the legendary immemorial desolate beast, Zui Yihui. The Righteous Path Gu immortals did not suffer any casualties. "I am still alive!" Someone almost cried from joy. This is Zui Yihui's signature method, immortal killer move Grey Knight. "We actually defended against it." Someone cheered. Qi Gui was covered in cold sweat, he said. "This is the Super Gu formation created by our first Supreme Elder. How could we not defend against it? If not for the ambush earlier, the fourth layer might still be intact." Immortal killer move Grey Knight. It is different from what I encountered in the dream realm. Did it change its form? After so many years, Grey Knight has been modified. Did Zui Yihui modify it? Or did someone else help? Was this person from Shadow Sect? Strange. If they had a pawn like Zui Yihui, why did Shadow Sect not use it when they refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu? Was it because they did not have enough control? Or was it because of that rank 8 Gu Immortals edition? Feng Yuan fell into deep thought. Fairy Miao Yin, Bai Ningbing, and He Lulan arrived before the Super Gu formation again. They saw the damaged third layer Super Gu formation, but were not shocked or discouraged. Because they were not the only ones who returned this time. Wuxia, as well as many demonic path Gu immortals and lone cultivators. Shadow Sect lacked manpower, but they did not lack resources. Normally, demonic path Gu immortals and lone cultivators lacked resources. They spent their entire lives searching for them. Zishan Makoto did not hesitate to spend a huge amount of resources to recruit a group of demonic path Gu immortals and lone immortals. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food, wealth moves people's hearts. Of course, these southern border Gu immortals were not fools. They waited for Zui Hui to activate Grey Knight before showing up with Wuxia. On the other hand, it also proved that Shadow Sect had a good grasp of timing and people's hearts. In the eyes of these demonic path and lone immortals, not only did they have the wisdom path rank 8 great expert Zishan Makoto, they also had a legendary immemorial desolate beast like Zui Hui. The outcome of this battle was already set. They were the victors. Everything is as Zishan Makoto predicted. Attack the Gu formations gaps separately. Whoever kills the enemies and expands the gap will obtain multiple rewards. Wuxia shouted. Shadow Sect's side roared as they attacked the Super Gu formation fiercely. The Righteous Path quickly responded. Quick, block those gaps. We cannot let them in. I need time to activate the second layer of the Gu formation. Buy time for me. Chi Gui shouted. Zui Hui has already used Grey Knight twice. It is already at its limit. It needs to rest for a while. It is time to teach these demonic path scoundrels a lesson. Bada shouted. Fang Yuan squinted. He had been observing Zui Hui. He saw that after Zui Hui used Grey Knight, it fell into a weakened state. It breathed roughly and stayed on the spot, not moving. This made Fang Yuan rest assured. There were many southern border Gu immortals here. Many of them were familiar with history. They had a good understanding of Zui Hui. After all, whenever Zui Hui appeared and caused chaos in southern border, Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu immortals would work together to resist and fight against it. These Southern Border Righteous Path superclans had clear historical records and detailed information about Zui Hui. Chapter 1358. Kill. Charge. Block them and stall for time. Don't be afraid. So what if it is Zui Hui? The Gu formation is still here. We can hold on until reinforcements arrive. Shadow Sect attacked fiercely while Southern Border's Righteous Path defended with all their might. The third layer of the Gu formation was already half destroyed. There were holes everywhere. It provided little help to the Righteous Path Gu immortals. A chaotic battle ensued. Rumble, continuous explosions occurred. Wind, fire, water, and lightning collided like fireworks. There were no 4 paths. They used immortal Gu, and even immortal killer moves from the start. The entire battlefield was in a heated state. You cannot hold on. Fairy Miao Yin had a beautiful figure. She smiled as she floated in the air. In front of her was Qiao Si Lu. Qiao Clan's fairy was silent. The situation had changed too quickly. Earlier, the Righteous Path had the advantage, but now, they were at a disadvantage. Even with the Super Gu formation, they could only defend passively. They could not take the initiative. For the Righteous Path Gu immortals, their only way out was to defend and wait for reinforcements. Who are you? You can mobilize the legendary immemorial desolate beast Zui Hui. Qiao Si Lu asked with concentration. Fairy Miao Yin smiled. We are here to kill you. Her killing intent suddenly surged, and a pair of pink moon-shaped shadows appeared in her eyes. Immortal Killer Move Curved Moon. This was a sight attack technique. The aura was completely concealed. Once it was used, the enemy would not have time to react. It was hard to defend against. Qiao Si Lu was hit immediately. But soon, her dress and skin started to shine with layers of jade green light. In the faint radiance, slender willow branches condensed and formed. They were like dancing ribbons, surrounding her body from head to toe, floating like a fairy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The green willow branches were not just for defense. They quickly flew towards Fairy Miao Yin with great agility. Fairy Miao Yin was stunned. She quickly retreated. She dodged all the willow branches, but she could not defend against the shadows below them. One of the shadows shot up from the ground. Like a venomous snake, it attacked Fairy Miao Yin. This is an additional move? Fairy Miao Yin could not conceal her shock on her beautiful face. Supplementary moves were similar to consecutive moves, split moves, and variation moves. They were also special techniques that Gu immortals used to activate killer moves. It was hard for ordinary people to grasp. What was a supplementary move? Under normal circumstances, it referred to two different immortal killer moves, one main and one supplementary. For example, Xiao Silu's willow twig attack was her main attack. And the shadow under the willow branch was the secondary move, attached to the main move. Once the main move was activated, there was a certain chance that the secondary move would also be activated and explode with power. Fairy Miao Yin did not expect Xiao Silu to have mastered such a difficult technique. She was not careful, and was hit in the face by the shadow of the willow branch. A long and thin wound gradually appeared, and a drop of bright red blood was soaked in it. It was extremely obvious on Fairy Miao Yin's beautiful face. Xiao Silu laughed out loud. I wasn't careful and made you disfigured, Sister Miao Yin. If we continue to fight, you won't be able to share the same fame as me. Fairy Miao Yin snorted. Xiao Silu took the initiative to attack. Her whole body was covered in green willow branches. These rootless willow branches were the manifestation of killer moves. They were extremely agile. They were like dozens of whips that lashed at Fairy Miao Yin. The frequency of their attacks was very high. It was like a green storm had been created. Fairy Miao Yin was surrounded. Not only did she have to defend against the willow branches, she also had to pay attention to the shadows on the ground. One of the willow branches might suddenly attack Fairy Miao Yin. Crack, crack, crack. Crisp sounds could be heard continuously. Even though Fairy Miao Yin put up her defenses, her clothes were still torn by the willow branches. Fairy Miao Yin retreated while using her hands to block the willow branches' attacks. A moment later, her clothes were in tatters, her snow-white skin was exposed. It was an enchanting sight that could make any man's blood boil. Xiao Silu chased after her. Good times did not last long. Her opponent suddenly shouted as a pair of slender arms appeared behind her back. Fairy Miao Yin had 4 arms now. With 4 arms protecting her, Fairy Miao Yin immediately stabilized herself. It was more than enough to defend against the willow branch's attacks. Xiao Silu could not help but sigh internally. This was an immortal killer move, Wondrous Hand, Fairy Miao Yin's signature killer move. Xiao Silu knew about it clearly. The reason why she attacked first was to catch Fairy Miao Yin off guard, to maintain the pressure, and make it hard for her to have a rhythm. But in the end, Xiao Silu's strategy failed. In the end, Goddess Miao Yin was forced to use this move. Even though Fairy Miao Yin was facing strong external pressure, she was not a newbie like Zhao Lianyan. Fairy Miao Yin did not make a mistake. She withstood the pressure and successfully used her killer move. The success of this move immediately changed the situation of the battle. Xiao Silu slowly flew backwards. She stopped her attacks and retreated, using the incomplete Gu formation to fight a long battle. She had chased Fairy Miao Yin earlier. She had already left the Super Gu formation. It was a wise move to return now. It is my turn now, Sister Silu, you have to endure it. Fairy Miao Yin smiled, but her gaze was dark. His 4 hands began to weave hand seals. Her slender, white fingers shone with a dazzling light. Clank, clank, clank. Thud, 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 thud. As he moved his fingers, every time his fingers collided, a melodious sound could be heard. The crisp sound spread around, creating translucent sound waves that could be seen by the naked eye. The sound waves spread rapidly. With Fairy Miao Yin as the center, they quickly spread to the surroundings. The incomplete third layer of the Gu formation was being destroyed by the small sound waves. The speed of its collapse increased by several times. The sound waves quickly appeared and dissipated. Xiao Silu had a solemn expression. She strengthened her defenses. The willow branches coiled around her body. Both sides fell into a deadlock. And in another gap, Shang Clan Gu Immortal Shang Guili crossed his arms, blocking the gap as he looked at He Lulan. He had an arrogant and disdainful expression. A mere rank 6 Gu Immortal dares to attack. You are truly courting death. Forget it. I will kill you first before going to reinforce my comrades. Saying so, he vanished on the spot. At the next moment, he appeared behind He Lulan. Next, he stretched out his right hand. His right hand turned into a white bone claw as he clawed at Hei Lulan's back. Swoosh! A soft sound echoed. The white bone claw tore through Hei Lulan's defenses, stabbing into her back as blood splattered. Hei Lulan growled. She turned around and retaliated. Shang Guili vanished on the spot again. At the next moment, he appeared in the incomplete formation. Hei Lulan's counterattack did not land. She growled in pain. Her expression was distorted. On her back, there were 5 deep wounds that exposed her bones. Shang Guili showed a look of disdain and mockery. That's all you have. My next attack will take your life, why? Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. On the white bone claw, Hei Lulan's flesh and blood started burning. The fire was very peculiar. It burned brighter and brighter. In the blink of an eye, it covered Shang Guili's entire right hand. You fell for it so easily. Hei Lulan laughed. Immortal killer move, flesh blood fire. Dragon man? A middle-aged Gu immortal with a large nose. Chai Huaxiong's upper body was exposed. He had a strong build. His muscles were red like they were on fire. Every time he breathed, sparks flew out of his nostrils. He was muscular and bold. He stood on the spot, blocking the huge hole in the Gu formation behind him. You are quite knowledgeable. Bai Ningbing's expression was calm as water. She stretched out her right arm. Frost energy spread out from her jade-like hand as snowflakes fell. Bam! Chai Huaxiong stopped abruptly. There was a loud sound as the ground sank. His entire body shot out like a cannonball, crashing towards Bai Ningbing. Take this! Chai Huaxiong roared in the air. Large amounts of fire burst out of his nose, mouth, and even his pores. In the blink of an eye, the blazing fire filled Bai Ningbing's vision. Bai Ningbing's gaze was cold. She did not dodge. She stared at the approaching Chai Huaxiong without blinking. Her lips curled up. She called out in excitement. Good timing. Before she finished speaking, she actually charged forward. Her figure was much smaller compared to Chai Huaxiong. Now that they collided, she was like a moth flying into a flame. Boom! An intense explosion occurred. The attacks from both sides were in a stalemate in mid-air, directly splitting the small battlefield into 2. Half was fire, half was ice. They were completely different, opposing each other. The fire was burning. It had the power to burn all living beings, while the ice on the other side was freezing. It seemed like it was going to freeze countless living beings to death. The fire could not melt the ice, while the ice could not freeze the fire. The 2 sides were evenly matched. Shortly after, the fire dissipated and the ice condensed, revealing 2 figures wrapped in ice. Bai Ningbing stood on the spot, her dragon eyes shining with excitement and concentration. On the other side, the imposing Chai Clan Gu immortal staggered back, staring at Bai Ningbing in disbelief. Impossible, you are only a rank 6 Gu immortal. Bai Ningbing grinned, showing her white teeth. I was praising you for being knowledgeable earlier. It seems you are really not worthy of praise. When she said the word you, Bai Ningbing charged forward. By the time she finished speaking, she had already arrived in front of Chai Huaxiong. She jumped into the air, raising her right arm high. She was like a snow goddess descending to the world, bringing with her boundless wind and snow. Her divine might was awe-inspiring and inviolable. Next, Bai Ningbing's right arm was like a giant blade, chopping down on Chai Huaxiong. White Rabbit, you slut, hand over your life. Wu Liao shouted. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with anger and hatred. Although he and Wuan did not get along normally, they were both Wu Clan Gu immortals. Now that White Rabbit killed Wuan, Wu Liao charged out with hatred, wanting to take revenge for Wuan. Unfortunately, the changed Lady White Rabbit, no Black Tigress, her cultivation level had broken through to rank 7. Her battle strength had risen greatly. Wu Liao was only a rank 6 Gu immortal. He could not do anything to Lady White Rabbit. He was in danger instead. Back down, Wu Liao, you are not her match. Fang Yuan blocked Wu Liao, who was about to attack again. His gaze was filled with cold killing intent, as he stood in front of Lady White Rabbit. Chapter 1359. Hee. Black Tigress laughed strangely. Her cute face became twisted and sinister. Her pure and clear eyes were now filled with a sinister light. Her eye bags were heavy, as if she had stayed up for half a month. Her eyeshadow was like two black butterfly wings, extending from the corners of her eyes to her temples. Even though her appearance did not change much, she was sinister and ruthless. Her aura had changed. She was completely different from her previous cute and innocent self. White Rabbit True Inheritance. Interesting. Feng Yuan's body shined with light. After the light faded, Feng Yuan had turned into a giant tortoise. Immortal Killer Move, Divination Tortoise Transformation. GUH. Rank 7 Formation Path. Gu Immortal Chi Gue coughed out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. He cursed endlessly, his eyes staring at the corpse fragments of the immortal Gu floating in front of him. This immortal Gu had been injured by Zui Hui's attack. Earlier, when Chi Gue wanted to activate the second layer of the Super Gu formation, this immortal Gu finally reached its limit and broke apart. The activation of the Gu formation failed. It would cause a chain reaction and cause damage to the other immortal Gu. Chi Gue quickly used his own body to bear the backlash of the Gu formation's collapse. He managed to preserve this Gu formation, but he was already heavily injured. Is it serious? Bada quickly went to check. Chi Gue swallowed the blood in his mouth. His face was pale like a corpse. Very serious. This destroyed immortal Gu is one of the pillars. The second layer has over 300,000 Gu worms, but there are only 4 immortal Gu of such status. We need to find a substitute and activate the second layer of the Gu formation. This Gu formation has many layers. Without the second layer, the first Gu formation at the center cannot be established. After pausing for a while, Chi Gue shouted anxiously. Who has Earth Path Immortal Gu? Give them to me. This is a crucial moment of life and death. Beside him, Ba Quan Feng and Ba De looked at each other helplessly. The former was a Wind Path Gu Immortal, while the latter cultivated Wood Path. They did not have any Earth Path Immortal Gu. As Chi Gue healed himself, Bada and Ba Quan Feng went to ask them one by one. The reason why he asked them one by one was naturally because he wanted to hide the bad news as much as possible. After all, one's mentality would also affect one's combat power. At this moment, the fewer people who knew about the situation, the better. Thankfully, among the 5 regions, Southern Border had the most Earth Path Gu Immortals. Soon, many people expressed their willingness to contribute their Earth Path Immortal Gu. Chi Gue took a look. None of these Earth Path Immortal Gu were good choices, but he could only choose the best among them. He reluctantly chose one that was the closest to the original Earth Path Immortal Gu. Chi Gue's injuries had not yet healed, but he did not care. Next, I need to deduce and think of a way to add this Earth Path Immortal Gu into the Gu formation as soon as possible. My safety is in your hands. This action was undoubtedly very risky. It was equivalent to placing one's life in the hands of others. However, Chi Gue's face was filled with determination, without any hesitation. He knew that he had no way out, and he had to race against time. He had to take a gamble. Bard's expression was grave as he nodded slowly. I promise you that I will protect you with my life. Even if Zui Yihui comes, he will have to step over my dead body first. This was the truth. He was not hypocritical. In this situation, even though Bard had great battle strength, he could not resist Zui Yihui. He could not change the situation. He was not Feng Jioga, nor did he have reverse flow protection seal like Feng Yuan. Bard did not know that an immortal Gu house of Wu clan was on the way. But ever since Shadow Sect attacked, he had used information path methods to inform Ba clan. The other Gu immortals did the same. Defending and waiting for reinforcements was the only way for Bada and the rest to survive. Like this, Chi Gue focused all his attention on the Gu formation. Bard, who was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest in terms of combat power, was in charge of the defense. Right now, Wu clan and Xiao clan were in trouble. Their reputation was at rock bottom. Ba clan's Bard was the most suitable leader. Towards this opportunity, Bard did not give up. As the strongest person to protect Chi Gue, he was at the back, observing the battlefield. All in all, the Righteous Path's defense was still stable. The elite Righteous Path Gu Immortals used the incomplete Gu formation to retreat in time, and the Demonic Path Gu Immortals came with great momentum, but they did not have many true experts. It was not that southern border did not have any demonic path or lone cultivator experts, but they had already lost a lot in the Battle of Etion Mountain. Even though the righteous path also suffered great losses in that battle. Compared to the demonic path, the righteous path was more stable. They had a lot of resources, and could easily nurture immortal experts. One could imagine that unless something special happened, according to this trend, Southern Border's righteous path would suppress the demonic path and lone cultivators in the near future. Bard's gaze paused on Fairy Miao Yin, He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing's battlefield for a while. He looked at the rest before stopping on Fang Yuan. Wu Hai. He murmured this name in his mind and sighed deeply. He had once wanted to suppress Wu Hai and teach Wu Clan a lesson, but now they were in the same boat. Even though Bard had great ambitions and wanted to replace Wu Clan and make Ba Clan flourish, but now he did not mind fighting alongside Wu Hai. He still had this bit of magnanimity. Of course, this was only for the time being. When the danger was over, Bard would definitely settle the score. With this happening, Bada could be said to have grasped Fang Yuan's weakness. Before this, when Wu Clan and Xiao Clan met with mishaps, Bard had been enduring and did not use the immortal opportunity business as leverage. He had kept this leverage until now, and there was finally a happy result. Black Tigress continued to jump around. She was extremely agile as countless Vajra thoughts flashed by. After her personality changed, this former Lady White Rabbit actually used a dark path method. Not only that, her rank 6 cultivation level suddenly rose to rank 7. This was simply unreasonable. But no matter how fast she dodged, she was only slightly faster than Fang Yuan's thoughts. Today was different from the past. If Fang Yuan had just obtained Vajra Thought Immortal Goo, he might not be able to do anything to this Black Tigress. But at this moment, Fang Yuan was already familiar with it. Thoughts rained down like rain. They cooperated with each other and formed a dense net of firepower. Black Tigress could dodge for a while, but she would still be trapped by Fang Yuan's countless thoughts. Immortal Killer Move Corner Tiger. Realizing that she was at a disadvantage, Black Tigress's aura burst out as she tapped on the ground lightly. The black liquid quickly spread on the ground. A breath of time later, the black water became the size of a pond. 2 breaths of time later, the black water boiled and bubbled. 3 breaths of time later, a horse-sized gecko jumped out of the black water. This gecko was dark in color. Its eyes were shimmering with light. It was not real. It was purely formed from a dark path killer move. The gecko was extremely fast. It moved like the wind as it landed on Black Tigress's feet, carrying her as they escaped. Compared to Black Tigress, Fang Yuan, who had turned into a divination tortoise, was very cumbersome. Ever since he transformed, he had not moved. He was blocking the hole in the goo formation behind him. But even though Fang Yuan's main body did not move, the thoughts that he sent out were like small tortoise-shell Vajra thoughts. They were extremely agile. They surrounded the divination tortoise's huge body, flying up and down, moving left and right. After the battle started, Fang Yuan had been using Vajra back killer move with all his might. The small tortoise-shell thoughts expanded rapidly. Fang Yuan was very cautious. He first used these thoughts to protect this area, before using more and more tortoise-shell thoughts to expand outwards. Black Tigress stood on the black gecko. She could advance and retreat freely, but she was gritting her teeth. On the surface, she had a huge advantage in speed. She had the initiative in the battle. But the truth was, she had to get past Fang Yuan's obstruction and attack the hole in the remnant formation. Fang Yuan, however, firmly blocked her path of attack. Black Tigress moved left and right. She tried to charge at Fang Yuan's main body. She actively manipulated these small tortoise-shell thoughts. She purposely exposed a flaw several times. But Fang Yuan did not fall for it. He defended himself well, chasing Black Tigress away. Fang Yuan was wary of Black Tigress' killer move. Although Fang Yuan did not know the name of that move, he had witnessed the scene of Wu En's body turning into a puddle of black water after being hit by the move without a sound. Black Tigress' move was prepared for me. She asked to meet me, but I rejected her, so it was worth using it on Wu En. This means that this move's attack range is small, it is very limited. Like Dark Assassination, even though its aura is concealed, and it has great destructive power, its weakness is also very obvious. More and more thoughts appeared around Feng Yuan. The small tortoise shell continued to spin. It was a scene that made people's eyelids go numb. Black Tigress had no choice but to retreat. Seeing so many small tortoise shells, her chest heaved up and down in anger. The old tortoise's transformation is really suitable for you, Lord Wuyi Hai. She suddenly laughed, revealing cruel killing intent. However, don't think that this is the extent of my abilities. Have a taste of this move. Saying so, Black Tigress opened her cherry mouth, aiming at Feng Yuan and stuck out her tongue. Her tongue was very cute, it was bright red. But her lips were black as ink. Black lips and red tongue formed a sharp contrast. Her tongue flicked out and retracted, it was extremely fast. It was like a playful girl next door, making a cute face. But Feng Yuan felt his back go numb, as if he had received a strong injury. He quickly turned his tortoise neck, turning around to look behind him. He found that there was a small hole on his shell. This small hole was only the size of a wash basin. Compared to the size of the tortoise shell, it was not even worth mentioning. However, it was very deep, and the wound was constantly expanding outwards. The entire hole was emitting black smoke in spirals, and it was making sizzling sounds. Chapter 1360. Feng Yuan's heart shook. What killer move is this? The toughest part of the divination tortoise is its shell, but it could not endure this move's damage. Even though my sovereign immortal body has the characteristic of non-conflicting Dao marks, an immemorial desolate beast's skin and flesh are thick, but it still ended up like this? Black Tigress' battle strength was out of Feng Yuan's expectations. Her method was very strange. Even the divination tortoise's defense could not withstand it. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan did not dare to hold back. He quickly used rank 7 Immortal Goo precaution. This rule path Immortal Goo had already been successfully added by Feng Yuan into the killer move Vajra Shell. Immediately, the original Vajra Shell killer move stopped, and a brand new Vajra Shell killer move was activated. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew. The divination tortoise's aura changed. The brand new Vajra Shell killer move used a large number of time path mortal goo. The effect of these goo worms was to get rid of the 10 breaths of time weakness when precaution immortal goo was used alone. Thus, once Vajra Shell killer move was activated, precaution immortal goo would take effect immediately. The small tortoise shell thought expanded, becoming even bigger. At the same time, the divination tortoise's main body started to shine with a metallic light. Its color also became darker. Black Tigress' expression changed. She stuck out her tongue and licked again. The two were far apart, but even at such a distance, Feng Yuan was still attacked. Another hole appeared on the tortoise shell, but this time, the hole was only the size of an adult's fist. The wound was shallow. There was no black smoke coming out of it. Moreover, the black smoke from the previous wound had already dissipated. The spread of the wound was much slower. Black Tigress snorted. She was unwilling to give up, she muttered. In that case, I will attack this place. At the next moment, Feng Yuan felt his body go numb. Next, intense pain assaulted him. There was also a feeling of numbness mixed in. The injury was not light. Feng Yuan quickly went back into the shell. Damn it! Black Tigress saw this. Her eyes were spewing fire. Feng Yuan was very shameless. Not only that, but he also retracted his limbs and tail into his shell. All that was left behind were the thoughts of the turtle shell, which continued to spin and grow in number, increasing the strength and range of the defense. Heiting continued to lick the turtle shell, but to no avail. She had fallen into a predicament, and there was nothing she could do about Feng Yuan. Wu Yao was healing himself as he watched the battle. When he saw this scene, he sweated profusely. He could not help but think, just like this, how long will Lord Wuyi Hai have to wait to take revenge for Wuan? Bard snorted coldly. He was also a little dissatisfied. The other openings were in dire straits, but on Feng Yuan's side, things were slow and unhurried. Fang Yuan curled up in a comfortable manner. He quickly thought about Black Tiger's killer move. Any killer move would usually have a specific target. For example, a fireball killer move. After the fireball is activated, it would condense in the palm and fly out. Only then would it have any killing effect. But where to fly, which direction, which target? The killer move would need to contain the ability to point towards the target. Wherever the killer move pointed, the fireball would fly. If the ability to point was ordinary, the fireball would fly in a straight line. Once it was out of his hand, he could no longer control or change its flight direction. If the ability to point was stronger, the fireball could fly in a curved trajectory. After leaving the palm, it could even slightly adjust its flying angle. Even stronger, the fireball could track its target. He Ting's killer move definitely has a directional ability. Although it is not as obvious as the fireball, and is formless and formless. But without a directional ability, it is impossible, because it is not an AoE attack, but a concentrated attack. Then how does it point towards the target? Is it through sight? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan diverted his attention and activated a goo worm. A thick fog appeared around the divination tortoise, enveloping it. What is this Wuxia Hai trying to do? He Ting suspected that Fang Yuan was going to use another immortal killer move. She stretched out her tongue and licked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was hit again. Not sight. Is it smell? Fang Yuan used another method. The fog suddenly became extremely smelly. Wu Liao, who was closer, smelled the stench and his expression twisted. He quickly activated his goo worm and breathed internally. The stench wafted in the air and quickly spread, attracting the gazes of the other groups. This Wuxia Hai is actually trying to break the enemy's killer move. Bada's eyes shined. He saw through Fang Yuan's intention. He snorted coldly, feeling even more dissatisfied. Normally, the possibility of breaking the enemy's killer move on the spot was very low. They needed to experiment continuously. Even if they understood the principle, they might not have the corresponding immortal goo or methods to use it. Trying to break the killer move was usually a one-on-one battle. In this urgent situation, he still has the time to break the killer move? If he has methods, he should directly kill the enemy. Ba Quanfeng expressed his dissatisfaction. Bada turned a deaf ear. This was not the time for internal conflict. He Ting hesitated for a moment. She stretched out her tongue again and licked Fang Yuan. A hole appeared on Fang Yuan's shell again. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. I get it, it might be her sense of taste. Normally speaking, the sense of taste required close contact with the tongue. But goo immortals' tongues, under the effect of immortal goo or killer moves, it was not hard for them to taste things remotely. Every time I use it, He Ting will need to stick out her tongue. She is with Shadow Sect, and Shadow Sect has a food path true inheritance. Only such an unorthodox path can have such an effect on my divination tortoise transformation, which has deep defense. Let me test it. The divination tortoise's body slowly turned red, especially its shell. It was like the bottom of a burning pot. He Ting licked it. She took in a deep breath. Gasp, so hot! The divination tortoise's red color faded. A strange smell appeared in the air. He Ting licked it. She almost vomited. She frowned. So salty. The divination tortoise changed again. He Ting stopped trying. She could tell what Fang Yuan was trying to do. This guy. He is trying to break my killer move. He is not trying to use an immortal killer move. Damn it. He Ting had felt that the divination tortoise's changes were the prelude to Fang Yuan's immortal killer move. Thus, she attacked repeatedly, trying to disrupt Fang Yuan's killer move. If she succeeded, the backlash would definitely injure Fang Yuan. Then she would have hope of getting past this tortoise shell obstacle. In this situation, he actually has the time to try and break my killer move. Fang Yuan's actions were illogical. After all, the battlefield was a race against time. Who would have the time to do so? But precisely because of this, He Ting fell for it. After realizing this, He Ting stopped using this killer move. She used other methods to attack from afar. She swung her fists left and right, and the black and green fist force shuttled through the messy little tortoiseshell thoughts. Some of them were destroyed by the little tortoiseshell thoughts, and some of them broke through the little tortoiseshell thoughts along the way and hit the back of the divination tortoise. Even though the damage was negligible, every time the fist force landed, Fang Yuan's body shook uncontrollably. Evidently, this immortal killer move had rule path goo worms mixed in. He Ting was interfering with Fang Yuan to prevent him from using an immortal killer move. It was a good method. It really is the sense of taste. Fang Yuan's was still in his shell. Even though he had some results, he was still far from unraveling He Ting's killer move. Fang Yuan was not anxious. He Ting was no longer using this move. Pure fist force interference had no effect on Fang Yuan. Because of Wu Yihai's identity and methods, he was weak in offense but strong in defense. He Ting's defense against Fang Yuan's killer move was unfounded. Fang Yuan had a powerful offensive method, but because of his identity, he could not use it. Once he used it, he would attract huge suspicion. His identity would be exposed. Thus, the rhythm of the battle slowed down again. Fang Yuan did not want to attack, or rather, he could not use any effective methods to attack, while He Ting could not break through the cowardly Fang Yuan. After some time, the number of small tortoise shells around Fang Yuan had increased to 100,000. He Ting felt that she had no way to attack. The huge number of small tortoise shells was shocking. It was an eye-catching sight in the battlefield. Bada looked at Fang Yuan with a cold gaze. He could not help but transmit, "Wu Yihai, I heard you have 2 other transformations. At this moment, why are you still holding back? Quickly kill your opponent and reinforce the others. Or rather, do you really have some relationship with this white rabbit? You can't do it?" Fang Yuan heard Bada's transmission but ignored him, acting like he did not hear it. Bada did not get a response. He gritted his teeth in anger. His gaze towards Fang Yuan became colder and colder. Fang Yuan was thinking about his situation. Shadow Sect definitely wants to save Spectral Soul's main body. They are attacking this place. They controlled Zhuo Yihui, but their control should be limited. There is also a rank 8 Gu Immortal, Zishan Makoto, who has yet to show up. The Righteous Path has a Super Gu formation. It can defend for some time. As long as we stall for some time, reinforcements will come from all directions. And I have Reverse Flow Protection Seal. I can resist rank 8s. My strength is neither too high nor too low. Zishan Makoto is a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. How can he not have a backup plan? These Righteous Path Gu Immortals are not at their wits' end yet. I should conceal my identity and wait for a chance to fish in troubled waters. Who knows, I might really get a big fish this time. The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that he had a great chance. He had the strength, but he needed to wait for the right time. Shadow Sect was a huge threat to him. He had always wanted to kill them and exterminate them. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan had chased after them many times without success. It was not that he did not work hard or was not resolute, but the Shadow Sect members were truly dragons and phoenixes among men. They were all elites. But now there was no doubt that it was an excellent opportunity. Chapter 1361. First I changed A B. Black Tigress was wrong, it was B. Now, I changed Black Tigress to Black Tigress. Black Tigress was the name I wanted to give Lady White Rabbit's other personality. Tigress was a plant, it meant tiger. Everyone should be familiar with Lu Bu's Red Rabbit horse. Why did such a powerful mount have to be named Scarlet Rabbit? Actually, there was a saying that it was not called Red Rabbit horse but Red Daughter horse. Rabbit meant rabbit, and daughter meant tiger. Lu Bu's mount should have been Red Tigress, which meant red tiger. Because of the fake characters or other reasons, it gradually became Red Rabbit horse. Personally, I am more inclined to this saying. Therefore, the meaning of He Tung was Black Tiger, which formed a sharp contrast with the previous White Rabbit. Everyone saw her signature killer move, Daughter Lick. Honestly speaking, this is a food path killer move. Why did she choose this name? Daughter Lick was the opposite of Tiger Bite, but it did not have the aggressiveness of the latter. Instead, it was small and sinister. It suited the character of Black Tigress very well. Next, I will talk about the reason for the sudden increase in chapters today. Why the sudden increase in chapters? To repay the readers who have always supported me. Ever since I became a full-time writer last month, I fell into a predicament. It was mental fatigue and irritation. Because I locked myself at home every day, thinking about plots and whatnot from morning to night. After a long time, I became depressed and depressed. My condition became worse and worse. I realized that I could not continue like this. I would only destroy myself. Thus, I worked hard to adjust myself, interacting more with society, going out more and gradually adjusting. During this period of time, some people doubted me, denied me, mocked me. Actually, I did not care. After so many years, I was already used to it. But scolding my friends who had always supported me, I could not bear it. In one of my book reviews, I used this analogy. Some of the readers are like my schoolmates from primary school. We have known each other for 4 to 5 years, some for 2 to 3 years. No matter what the book is like, we have always supported each other. No matter how bad my condition is, no matter how bad Gudao Master's writing is, we are always together. It was just like the first elementary school I attended. Although it had been abandoned and torn down, we as schoolmates would always take a look when we passed by. It was a purely subconscious action. Perhaps he would even lie down in front of the iron gate of the elementary school and look at the desolation inside. Yes, I am talking about feelings. Some people might be disgusted by this phrase. Did it have to be so vulgar? What I want to say is that you don't understand our feelings. They don't understand that we have faced all kinds of censure, ridicule, and struggle. Of course, I welcome new friends to join us. I am very willing to make our harmonious and united group even stronger. Today's update is dedicated to you, my friends. I know. You guys have always been here. Chapter 1362. Fang Yuan had thought that there was no hope of pursuing him. But to think that Shadow Sect would actually give this precious opportunity to Fang Yuan. Because of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Shadow Sect would definitely not let Fang Yuan off. If I do not get rid of Shadow Sect and give them a chance to grow, Fang Yuan might end up like Ma Hongyan. If I get rid of Shadow Sect, who would know Fang Yuan's identity? Getting rid of this problem, while it was still growing, was Fang Yuan's best choice. And he could also get rid of the weakness of Connect Luck. Next, he could slowly grow and secretly use dream realms to cultivate. With the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan had the best foundation in the world. After 500 years, Fang Yuan's strength would definitely be incomparable to before. Be it cultivation level, battle strength, or wealth, they would all be unimaginable. Fang Yuan did not know that the world was changing. The Great Era was right in front of him. In the 5 regions chaotic war, he could take advantage of the situation, or even forcefully attack. The Celestial Court might not be able to do anything to Fang Yuan. If the situation went well, after he cultivated to rank 9, he would be one step closer to eternal life. This was Fang Yuan's cultivation plan. It was very practical. Right now, the best opportunity to get rid of Shadow Sect was right in front of Fang Yuan. How could Fang Yuan let it go? Most importantly, Shadow Sect did not know that Fang Yuan was here. Fang Yuan was in the dark. Who knew that Wu Yihai was him? No one in the righteous path knew. Even his brother Wu Yong in name was kept in the dark. Needless to say, getting rid of Wu Yihai and impersonating him to join Wu clan was a brilliant move. Even though there was a risk, without this step, how could Fang Yuan get such an opportunity? Fang Yuan had to grasp it. Maybe this time, I can even capture Spectral Soul's main body. With Spectral Soul's main body, after soul searching and interrogating, I can obtain all of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's cultivation memories and experiences. His various soul path experiences, his experiences and horizons, his various experiences in the door of life and death. Countless Gu recipes, killer moves, secrets. Disregarding everything else, the thing that moved Fang Yuan the most was lead soul into dream. With this killer move, together with his own unraveled dream method and guts Gu, in terms of dream realm exploration, Fang Yuan would firmly occupy the #1 position in the world. He would have a huge first mover advantage. All the Gu immortals and forces in the world would be left behind. Even the celestial court would have to eat dust behind Feng Yuan. Ding ding ding. The sound waves were like dense ripples, floating around Xiao Silu. Fairy Miao Yin's arms had increased to 6. Her fingers moved, creating a beautiful light shadow. Compared to before, her attacks had doubled. Xiao Silu's defense was also stable. Her pupils had turned jade-like. Her long black hair had turned into thin willow branches that hung down to her waist. The two famous fairies of southern border were still in a deadlock. Damn it, I can't block it anymore. Escape! A demonic path Gu immortal's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. He turned around and retreated. Boom! A powerful aura descended from behind him. Cowardly moused eye. A righteous path Gu immortal shouted, stretching out his hand and grabbing the demonic path Gu immortal's head. Next, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Dark blue lightning enveloped this battlefield. The lightning lasted for a while before fading. The righteous path Gu immortal's opponent had already turned into a charred skeleton. His human form could barely be seen. Overconfident mouse. You actually dare to act arrogantly in front of me, Ihei Ting. The righteous path Gu immortal let go of his hand. The demonic path Gu immortal's corpse fell to the ground, turning into a pile of black fragments. Everyone, is this all you can do? A tall and slender righteous path Gu immortal with a high-nose bridge, and wearing battle armor, said with a cold and disappointed expression. Don't talk big. Tai Clan's Tai Xa and Jian, haven't you been suppressed by us all along? You still have the cheek to ugh. The three Gu immortals attacking Tai Jun Jian were about to ridicule him, when their expressions suddenly changed. A soaring aura, fierce and sharp to the extreme, burst out of Tai Xa and Jian's body. The three Gu immortals retreated quickly, fully on guard. Wind blew around them, causing their clothes to flutter, but Tai Xa and Jian was very calm. He even slowly closed his eyes and said, It's no use, I have already seen your moves. Your weaknesses are completely exposed to me without any concealment. Fuck you. A Gu immortal cursed, but before he finished his body shook fiercely. Puff puff puff. With 3 soft sounds, 3 sword chi flashed. It was so fast that people thought they were hallucinating. Heads flew. The 3 Gu immortals who were attacking Tai Xa and Jian earlier were all killed. Their life force extinguished. Ha ha ha. Hei Lulan laughed wildly. The injuries on her body were terrifying. Shang Guili had rank 7 cultivation level. But right now, he looked at Hei Lulan with a shocked expression. He no longer had the carefree and disdainful expression from before. As expected of a Northern Plains Gu immortal, they are truly addicted to battle. Even though Shang Guili was unwilling, the injuries on his body were already close to his bottom line. Retreat. This thought had just appeared in his mind. Hei Lulan seemed to sense it. She showed a mocking smile. Where do you think you can escape to? What do you mean? Shang Guili felt something amiss. An intense sense of danger shrouded his mind. Whoosh. Flames burst out of his mouth, spreading out from his eyes, ears, nose, and other orifices. They burned fiercely. In an instant, Shang Guili turned into a human torch. His screams resounded in the battlefield. It was extremely mournful. Hei Lulan's gaze was cold. So what if you are rank 7? I need more reinforcements. Chai Huaxiong retreated as he shouted. Compared to his earlier dominance, he had lost all his fighting spirit. His eyes were filled with fear. In front of him, Dragon Lady by Ning Bing was slowly moving closer. She was extremely beautiful. But from Chai Huaxiong's point of view, she was extremely dangerous. He wanted to leave the battlefield immediately. But now, in this situation, if he left the battlefield alone, wouldn't he be feeding himself to Zui Hui? Chai Huaxiong could only fight. Bai Ningbing's battle strength was even higher than Hei Lulan, because she had Bai Xiang's true inheritance. All of her ice and snow path immortal Gu were compatible with her northern dark ice soul physique. And even though Hei Lulan had the great strength true martial physique, she used fire path immortal Gu. Her great aunt's fire path methods did not have many Dao marks. Chai Huaxiong had already asked for reinforcements, but they were all killed by Bai Ningbing. Of course, Bai Ningbing paid a price. Bada was in charge of the situation. When he heard Chai Huaxiong shout, he was already paying attention to this battlefield. Tai Xianjian, please go and reinforce Chai Huaxiong. Bada thought about it before transmitting. Okay. Tai Xianjian immediately flew into the sky, moving towards Bai Ningbing. His aura was shocking. Bai Ningbing immediately paid attention to him. Her dragon pupils shrunk to pin size. An immortal killer move was prepared. A strong reinforcement has arrived. Seeing Tai Xianjian, Chai Huaxiong was overjoyed. But right at this moment, Bai Ningbing found a flaw in his relaxed state of mind. She unleashed her immortal killer move. I want you to die. Tai Xianjian, who arrived late, was furious. He could only watch as Chai Huaxiong was frozen into a stick, before shattering into countless ice shards. Bai Ningbing smiled. Her expression was still calm. She looked at Tai Xianjian and said calmly, "This move of mine is called Ice Collapse Kill. Do you want to give it a try?" Chai Huaxiong sacrificed himself. This dragon lady might only have rank 6 cultivation level, but her battle strength is definitely top tier among rank 7s. Bada's heart sank. He quickly looked at the battlefield. The defensive line was still there. The righteous path had the advantage, even though they were relying on the incomplete third-layer Gu formation. Even though there were sacrifices, Shadow Sect's side suffered even more Gu immortals. Their morale was also greatly reduced. They were showing signs of wavering. The enemy only has 4 true experts. They are Lady White Rabbit, Demoness Miaoyin, Dragon Lady, and that Fire Path rank 6, Hei Lulan. As long as I get rid of any one of them, their morale will be greatly affected. Thinking of this, Bada focused his gaze on Feng Yuan again. Feng Yuan's divination tortoise form was still on the spot. His limbs, head, and tail were still inside his shell. In contrast, little tortoise shell's thoughts had already expanded to 300,000, dominating an area of the battlefield, while Black Tigress had already been chased far away. Bada snorted in anger, transmitting to Feng Yuan. Wu Wei Hai, stop defending. As a Wu Clan Gu immortal, do you not have any bravery at all? Are you so afraid of death? Let me tell you, your role in the battlefield is very important. You have the highest chance of becoming the breakthrough point of this chaotic battle. As long as you kill Black Tigress and reinforce the other areas, there will be a qualitative change. The battle strength of both sides will change. Feng Yuan. The divination tortoise was silent like a mountain. It had no reaction. Damn it. This guy is still like this. He is simply unreasonable. Bada gritted his teeth, feeling very depressed. Alright. At this time, Qi Gui, who was beside him, suddenly opened his eyes, standing up with a joyful expression. Did you succeed? Ba Quanfeng asked excitedly. Yes. I have already deduced it. Next is to assemble the Gu formation and activate the second layer. This super Gu formation has higher defense the deeper it is. Blocking Grey Knight is not a problem. Qi Gui nodded. Good. Bada heard this and let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Zui Yihui, who was far away. This legendary immemorial desolate beast was still dispirited. It had not moved at all. It was still breathing roughly. In Bada's heart, he was most worried about this legendary immemorial desolate beast. Most of the pressure he felt came from it. The situation is developing in the righteous path's favor. Bada felt joy and relief. Feng Yuan, however, was far from being as optimistic. Zishan Makoto has not appeared yet. What is he doing? Feng Yuan was getting more and more worried. Chapter 1363. Just as Etion Mountain was surrounding the Super Gu formation, the righteous and demonic sides were fighting. Another battle had ended. Clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was unharmed. It was shining brightly as it floated in the air. The purple blood river formation that covered heaven and earth was about to collapse. The blood river was no longer there. Only lumps of red blood were floating randomly in the purple-black space. In front of clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building, 7 Illusions demon immortal was trapped in a wind ball. He could not escape. He could only wait to be captured. The battle was decided. Let me see your true appearance. Wu Yong was unharmed. A green light flashed past his eyes. Instantly, the colorful light around 7 Illusions Demon Immortal dissipated like clouds in the wind. His true appearance was exposed. The 3 Righteous Path Gu Immortals were stunned. Xiao Zhikai's eyes widened as he cried out, Yao Geng! This 7 Illusions Demon Immortal was none other than a member of the Super Force Yao clan, Gu Immortal Yao Geng. He had been sparring with Wu Ran for stunning Immortal's inheritance. During the 5th time, he died together with Wu Ran. His life tablet Gu and Yao clan shattered. Everyone thought he was dead. But to think that he was 7 Illusions Demon Immortal. Good, very good. So Yao clan is a place of evil. Tai Mianshan said coldly. Yao Geng smiled bitterly. This is my own action. It has nothing to do with Yao clan. Wu Yong saw that he wanted to protect his clan even in death. He was not as demonic as he had imagined. He asked, What are you thinking? You dare to plot against us? Yao Geng's smile became even more bitter. I said, I am just a minor character. Or more accurately, I am just a chess piece, manipulated by someone. I was forced to do this. It has nothing to do with the clan. Wu Yong's expression was grim. Then tell me, is the one manipulating you that rank 8 Gu Immortal? Tell me everything you know about him. Yao Geng laughed loudly, tears flowing down his face. If I say that I do not know that person, I have not even interacted with him for as long as you. Do you believe it? Tai Mianshan interrupted. Is it because of the 7 Illusions' true inheritance? Yao Geng nodded with a bitter expression. Tai Mianshan sighed. To receive the 7 Illusions' true inheritance, one must first receive an Information Path Alliance agreement. My clan has analyzed this and concluded that this is a trap. However, what was puzzling was that many of the successors of the 7 Illusions' true inheritance had never fulfilled that Information Path Alliance agreement. Looks like you're the first victim. At this point, Wu Yong and Xiao Zhicai immediately understood. Both of them looked at Yao Geng with pity in their eyes. Now that things have come to this, what else is there to say? If you want to kill me or torture me, it's up to you. Yao Gengshi was paralyzed and had completely lost his will to fight. Where is that rank 8 Gu Immortal? Wu Yong asked again. He had a bad feeling. Yao Geng told them everything he knew. Like you, I also thought that he had been hiding somewhere in the formation. In the end, when you discovered the most crucial formation and even captured me, I realized that he was no longer here. When Wu Yong heard this, the bad feeling in his heart intensified. He shouted as he imprisoned Yao Geng in bamboo building, activating this immortal Gu house to unleash a terrifying offensive power. Rumble! The purple blood river formation was broken by Wu Yong. The blue sky and white clouds were revealed. The 3 Gu Immortals saw the light of day again. At that moment, before joy could appear on their faces, their bodies shook. Oh no, so much time has passed. This purple blood river formation not only contains the profundities of Wisdom Path, Blood Path, Phantom Path, and Information Path. It also contains Time Path methods. Inside this Gu formation, the 3 Gu Immortals' perception of time was secretly affected. They felt that it was a hallucination. Even Wu Yong fell for it. He had always thought that he had not been inside the purple blood river formation for long. But after breaking the Gu formation, he realized to his shock that so many days had passed. Oh no, it seems that rank 8 Gu Immortal did not want to fight us to the death. He simply wanted to trap us. What is his true motive? Wu Yong's heart sank. He quickly contacted his clan. The purple blood river formation isolated them from the outside. Wu Yong and the rest could not even communicate with jewel yellow skies, not to mention their clans. At this moment, the 3 immortals contacted their clans and soon, their expressions changed. A large amount of information surged into their minds. The 3 immortals were dumbfounded. To think that so many things had happened in these last few days. Wu clan, Yang clan, Xiao clan, Qi clan, Chai clan, Xia clan, Ba clan, and other Gu immortals were all in chaos. Zishan Makoto's plan was to trap Wu Yong and the rest, to create the illusion that Wu Yong was dead, and cause a huge political disturbance in southern border. He succeeded. Yang clan, Xiao clan, Wu clan, and other clans created a huge commotion for their own benefits. Just as they were fighting against each other, a large group of people appeared at the Super Gu formation, attacking fiercely. After receiving countless requests for help, all the clans were at a loss. How can this be? What gall did those demonic Path Gu immortals eat? They actually dared to attack the Super Gu formation. Not just that, even Northern Plains Gu immortals appeared. Even a legendary immemorial desolate beast like Sui Hui is being controlled. These righteous path clans felt that this was unimaginable. However, there was no lack of intelligent people among them. After accepting this fact, they quickly realized that everything that had happened recently should be looked at together, and that it was an earth-shattering conspiracy. The mastermind's true target was the giant dream realm. Let's go, we will reinforce the Super Gu formation. Wu Yong made a decision immediately. They actually caused such a commotion in southern border. I want to see the mastermind. Tai Mianshen expressed his willingness to follow. Wu Yong had an anxious expression. My brother is still there. I hope nothing happened to him. At this crucial moment, Wu Yong did not forget to raise his reputation. Xiao Zikai quickly cooperated. Lord Wu Yong cares about his brother. You are truly kind and considerate. You are the role model of our righteous path. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building tore through the sky, flying towards the ruins of Etian Mountain. Qi Clan's first Supreme Elder had the same action as Wu Yong. After receiving Qi Gui's request for help, he immediately stopped competing with Yang Clan's Gu Immortals, and directly rode Qi Clan's Immortal Gu House towards the Super Gu formation. Yang Clan did the same. Ho Clan, Yao Clan, Shang Clan, and other clans all sent Gu Immortal experts or Immortal Gu houses. These people did not know the reason why Shadow Sect attacked the Super Gu formation, because from start to finish, they did not know what happened in the Battle of Etian Mountain. They only knew that Celestial Court leaked some information. They knew that Celestial Court had a hand in it. They knew that Zombie Alliance's destruction was related to the Battle of Etian Mountain. They did not know the cause of the giant dream realm. They did not know that Spectral Soul's main body was inside. Celestial Court concealed this, because they were worried that some southern border super forces would help Spectral Soul. Even though they did not know the reason, this did not stop the super forces from placing great importance on the Super Gu formation. Not only because of the giant dream realm, but also because of Zui Hui. This legendary immemorial desolate beast brought southern borders Gu immortal world a painful memory. Every time it appeared, it would suffer huge losses. Thus, all of southern borders super forces sent people, and even immortal Gu houses to deal with Zui Hui. Currently, even though we are caught off guard, with Qi Clan's Gu formation and Qi Clan's Gu immortals, it should not be a problem to stall for some time. While flying, Xiao Zikai said. Tai Mianshen was silent. Wu Yong shook his head. To speak the truth, I am very worried. The other party's arrangements are deep. Their pawns are very ingenious. If Yao Geng did not expose himself, who would guess that he is a 7 Illusions demon immortal? The other party can actually infiltrate the rank 7 level of a righteous path clan. I am worried. Saying this, Wu Yong became silent. Tai Mianshen understood. He asked. You are worried that there are spies in the Super Gu formation? Boom. The sneak attack was so sudden, it caught everyone off guard. Ba Quanfeng, what are you doing? Bada shouted, attacking furiously. Ba Quanfeng was sent flying by Bada's palm. He was on the verge of death. Bada quickly used his other hand to restrain him, before rushing to Qi Gui's side. Qi Gui was heavily injured. His face was purple gold in color. Blood was flowing out of his orifices. Just earlier, his deduction succeeded. At the crucial moment of activating the second layer of the Gu formation, Ba Quanfeng, who was behind him, suddenly attacked him. Qi Gui trusted the two Ba clan Gu immortals very much, because when he was deducing the Gu formation earlier, these two were guarding it wholeheartedly. Who would have thought that Ba Quanfeng would suddenly make a move at such a crucial moment? Ba Quanfeng was only a rank 6 Wind Path Gu immortal, while Qi Gui was a rank 7 Formation Path Gu immortal. Normally, Qi Gui would be stronger. But back then, Qi Gui was controlling the Gu formation wholeheartedly. He could not defend it properly. Ba Quanfeng's attack succeeded. Not only was Qi Gui injured by Ba Quan Feng, the activation of the Gu formation also failed. He suffered an intense backlash. At once he was on the verge of death. He could no longer fight. Ba Quan Feng. Bada screamed. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Ba Quan Feng. If he did not see it personally, he would not believe that Ba Quan Feng was a spy. Surrender, Lord Bada, surrender. You do not know who your enemy is. Ba Quan Feng's situation was not optimistic. His aura was weak, his face was ashen, he was close to death. Bard, on the other hand, made his move and hung on to his last breath. You won't die so easily. Trust me, you will be punished by the clan. Sometimes living is scarier than death. You will wish you were dead. Bada gritted his teeth. Saying this, he hated this spy to the core. Ba Quan Feng was very sinister. It had to be said that the timing he had chosen was perfect. Just as he was about to succeed, he suddenly attacked and destroyed the righteous path's hope. Not only did he harm Qi Gui, the newly added Earth Path Immortal Gu was also destroyed. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.